To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach once again with you, and with you from Levi Stadium in the Tasman studios of KNBR. 49ers back in the practice field at 10:25 this morning and for the next 3 days as they gear up for preseason game number 1 against the Tennessee Titans. A lot going on, as always, in Bay Area sports. But first, good morning, Dieter. Good morning.
JD, so happy to be here. Feels appropriate. We're here at Levi Stadium on a day like today because we might have some resolution. With the long-standing Brandon Aiyuk saga. Yeah, and we'll see the latest from Matt Maiocco last night that the 49ers have the framework of a trade involving Brandon Aiyuk with two teams, the Browns and the Patriots. Maiocco also reporting that it's up to Aiyuk to decide if he will accept either team's contract terms or remain with the 49ers, either with their best offer currently or potentially on the fifth-year option. Aiyuk free to negotiate a deal with both the Browns and the Patriots, and then we'll see what deal the 49ers ultimately want to make. They have some control. Aiyuk can decide which deal he wants, and then the 49ers can say, because he's under contract, well, we would prefer Cleveland over New England or New England over Cleveland, or none of the above. That's still also on the table here. But, it has been trending in this direction with the 49ers seemingly more open to moving Brandon Aiyuk than they have been at any point this offseason, and we shall see what happens here as we sit at Levi's in Santa Clara.
It breaks the stalemate, right? Nothing appreciable had happened with Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers for months. I mean, it was to the point where we were dissecting if DAP mattered, JD. We were down bad as a media and as a fan base. It got really ugly there for a minute. And John Lynch has broken the ice by saying, hey, it's on you. Ball is literally in your court here when we say you can go to these two teams. It should be noted which two teams are not on the list of teams that have a framework with the 49ers for a trade, and that would be Pittsburgh and Washington, which were unquestionably the top two destinations that Brandon Aiyuk wanted to go to. So as much as this seems like, hey, Brandon Aiyuk, your call here, the 49ers still in control of the situation, still exerting their leverage on the scenario. And I really do hope that we come to some sort of a resolution here sooner rather than later. And I think that's what John Lynch is trying to do here by saying, okay, we're going to open ourselves up for the trade. Brandon Aiyuk, you think you can go get this kind of money? Go test that market. Go see what kind of money you can get. We got the deals ready to go if you can indeed get that kind of contract. And I have a feeling John Lynch is going to be correct in his assumption, and I'm assuming his assumption here. That
you always want to assume the assumption
and that's
and react to the reaction.
Exactly. I think that the bet that the 49ers are making right now, that's a better way of phrasing it, the bet the 49ers are making right now is there isn't a better offer than the one that they've already offered to Brandon Aiyuk, and that Brandon Aiyuk gets to now find out the hard way that is in fact the case.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens as far as all that goes. The other part of this deal, you mentioned the Commanders and Steelers not in the mix. Those are the two teams that Aiyuk had been flirting with openly, shall we say.
It was so classy, too. I mean, just it was so professional, so classy. I mean, imagine what I could do with this rookie quarterback over in Washington. How sick is it that you're like, hey, you know the two teams with really cruddy quarterback situations? Give me those guys. Give me those guys. I'm on a Super Bowl contending team. They're offering me more money than anyone, I'm presuming here. I hope that the Aiyuks are in a great financial position, but more money than anyone in my family has ever made, ever. Making generational wealth here. But I would like to go play with Jaden Daniels, who I somehow played with in college, or I'd like to go play with a dangerous Russ Wilson or Justin Fields in Pittsburgh because I kind of like the head coach a little bit. Weird energy.
It is definitely. And the other issue is the 49ers wanting a veteran wide receiver back should they make a deal, which I think is part of the reason why Cleveland and New England have surpassed Pittsburgh and Washington. In addition to, and I agree with you, the 49ers, I think, trying to shake this thing up a little bit. And in terms of the timeline, in terms of forcing a little bit of deadline pressure that basically just hasn't really been there for either side. So as Aiyuk wants the most amount, the greatest amount of money that he can get, he also has to decide if Cleveland and or New England are franchises with negotiated trades on the table here between the 49ers and those two teams, if those are two franchises that he wants to go to. So there are a lot of different things in play here that we're going to get into between now and 10 o'clock. And 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 to join the conversation, either via the phone lines or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We are also live on YouTube and Twitch, and we appreciate everybody who chooses to view the program. Matt Maiocco.
As dangerous as that might be.
As dangerous as that may be, Matt Maiocco is going to join us as well. He, as we sit here at 6:06 Pacific time, has the latest on the Brandon Aiyuk situation, and we'll see if that holds at 8:50. It could very well.
It feels like it might. As much as we are clamoring for resolution here, we had nothing for months. It's a little bit greedy to say, hey, can we get a lot of updates over the course of, I don't know, a couple hours? That'd be greedy. As of right now, the latest update that I have is something that we already really knew and had been floating around last night, even finding itself to me, which is something that Mary Kay Cabot and Matt Maiocco both suggested. And I think it was very informed suggestions that Amari Cooper, who we talked about on the show yesterday and we'll certainly talk about more today, would be part of any trade package from the Cleveland Browns. That Jeff Darlington going all in on that one. He's put the Darlington stamp on Amari Cooper to the 49ers should a deal come to pass.
So that's part of it. And then also Kendrick Bourne is a name that's been thrown around as far as
which is interesting. And again, this is what I really want to get into down the line as the show progresses. The trade packages are vitally important here. It's one thing to talk about a couple million here or there. That's Brandon Aiyuk's business now. The 49ers have made their offer. It was a final offer. And Brandon Aiyuk can take it or leave it. And that offer was made months ago. What would the 49ers be getting back is critical because this team's Super Bowl window, as we sit here today at Levi's Stadium, wide open. And if you lose an all-pro wide receiver like Brandon Aiyuk, that gets thrown into flux a bit.
Other things going on in the world of sports. The Giants, they're back to 500. They're back to 500. 8-2 in the last 10. They win at Washington yesterday. Logan Webb, pretty good. Tyler Fitzgerald goes deep again. Matt Chapman with the big blast off of Patrick Corbin. Mm-hmm. And the Giants, who had lost 7 straight games when they had a chance to get back to 500.
That's right.
The 8th one was the charm. And they are 57-57, 500 for the first time since May 31st when they were 29-29. Incredible.
Maybe we don't use the term incredible as the Giants.
Well, if you'd let me finish, I could get to it.
This better be good.
The season of hot and cold spells to basically end up mid. That is the incredible part. 19-25 at the start, then 10-2, 7-15, 8-3.
Yep.
Immediately into 5-10, and now 8-2 cents. So it's been really for the last almost 3 full months, right when it looks as if they're going to completely be terrible, they lean back to 500. Right when it looks like, they might get back to 500 and or separate, they go on a stretch where they they go 5 or 6 under for a couple of weeks.
It always evens out for the San Francisco Giants, and right now it stands even, and that is an accomplishment in and of itself, but it goes back to the comments that Farhan Zaidi made at the trade deadline and then with Tolbert and Copes, which is, hey, we just need to go on a streak. Farhan, the streaks have not been the issue. This team has gone on many streaks this season. The issue is that they immediately give it back anytime they go on a streak. So the question is, can the Giants break the curse of being up and down? Can they break the curse of not being trustworthy as the season progresses? Because they're unquestionably playing good baseball right now, and they're making hay against teams they should make hay against before the schedule gets tough. Curious to see how they hold this thing together, because there's a couple of good hot streaks, and those don't last forever.
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. The 49ers have a trade framework in place with the Browns and Patriots. We will discuss what that looks like as we roll on here from Levi's Stadium on a Tuesday in for Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us about unfiled tax returns.
It's a situation a lot of people find themselves in, all walks of life. And the number one reason people don't file returns is plain old simple, they don't have the money to pay. And then the second year rolls around, they say, how can they file year 2 and didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. If that's your case, no problem. We want to make a sweet deal for you with the IRS. So that's no problem for you at all. What did she say? But Steve, I don't have my records. No problem. Get all the records the IRS and state has on you. What did you say? Oh, Steve, I have all my records, and I keep them in that big green trash bag in the corner of my garage. And I'm not really into that bookkeeping thing. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to do that for you. The bottom line is there's really no good excuse not to file the return. It's only going to cause you all kinds of misery, especially with these new IRS agents looking for you. The bottom line is this. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything we can do for you. We'll partner with you. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
All right, that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers insider Matt Maiocco joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to recap all the latest news surrounding Brandon Aiyuk after rumors spread that he could be traded to a couple different teams. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
And Jennifer, the breaking news is the 49ers have basically agreed to the frameworks of trades that would send Brandon Aiyuk to the Cleveland Browns or the New England Patriots. But now the ball is really in Brandon Aiyuk's court as far as if he wishes to accept the contract proposals from either of those two teams.
All right, that's Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area, his 49ers Talk podcast with Jennifer Lee Chan, that from last night, as Maiocco had the latest on that framework of a Brandon Aiyuk trade that the 49ers have in place with the Browns and Patriots. We get things kicked off here on a Tuesday morning. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach as we are live from Levi's Stadium here in Santa Clara. 49ers back on the field for training camp practice coming up later today at 10:25. What the hell has happened with Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers front office, Dieter, since camp started that leads to this path where seemingly they were cool with where things were for a week, week and a half, but the last few days, really since the bro hug out on the field with Aiyuk and Kyle Shanahan last week, there has been a shift toward the 49ers having a little bit more urgency to get a resolution, whatever that resolution winds up being.
What's happened is nothing. Nothing happened. And this is why John Lynch is saying we got to do something here. It's blank or get off the pot for the 49ers, for Brandon Aiyuk. You can't just have this stalemate forever. And I've talked about this countless times. We've talked about it on the last couple of shows. Brandon Aiyuk has a number. The 49ers have a number. And frankly, if either one of them want to come out of their trenches, they could probably get something done. But this is about who blinks first. And they have been staring at each other with eyes wide open for months. For months. Brandon Aiyuk wants $30 million. He's not coming under 30. The 49ers want between $26 and $27 million. They don't want to move up because they don't think he's worth it. They don't think that the market is accurately representing the value of wide receivers. I would argue that we're already well past the point of accurately representing the value of wide receivers, given the rate of college receivers hitting in the NFL these days. But neither side has been willing to budge, and neither side has felt an impetus to actually make a move. So this is what John Lynch has decided. Hey, we need to break the ice somehow. Here's how I'm going to break the ice. Brandon Aiyuk, you think you can get $30 million? Prove it. And here are two teams that say they're willing to do it. We're going to find out if they're about that action or not. Here are two teams that say they're willing to do it, willing to give you a new contract. We've made a deal with them to figure out what we'll get back for you. Let's make this thing happen. Or the alternative, of course, and I think this needs to be repeated frequently throughout the show today. Brandon Aiyuk, you could take the offer that we've given you because, honestly, it might be the best one you get.
I think there's definitely been a frustration with how long this has taken. When you go back,
no doubt,
through the offseason and leading up to camp, and now here we are a couple of weeks into camp, I think there's also a frustration potentially from the Niners' point of view on, Brandon, what do you want to do?
Right.
Like, do you want the most money you possibly can get? And okay, maybe we're not going to be in play with that if that is the final goal. But also it is, the understanding that, hey, Brandon, you don't totally control the destination if you want to get the most money that you can get. So when you look at the Commanders and Steelers not being in the mix, I think you can wonder whether that is a very specific – is that because the Commanders and the Steelers don't have players in terms of draft capital that the 49ers would covet, that they would be willing to part with?
Right.
Or is it more, hey, we're taking the two teams that you've openly flirted with off the board. If you want to go to Cleveland and they'll pay you, that's fine. We'll take Amari Cooper back. And, oh, by the way, I don't think Amari Cooper is Brandon Aiyuk, but he put up similar numbers last year. And I'll be honest, I think for 1 year that could work for the 49ers, especially if they're getting a second or potentially a third-round pick in return there. But, yeah, I think there's some frustration on the 49ers' part, I would imagine, in that, Brandon, pick a lane here, dude. Is it money? Is it being here? Is it some combination of both? How do we figure this thing out? Because it just seems like it was starting to really, 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 really drag.
Well, Brandon Aiyuk should have his grievances as well. I mean, Christian McCaffrey said, I need a raise, and the 49ers effectively sprinted to meet Christian McCaffrey where he wanted to be found. I mean, they didn't hesitate at all, and it was almost unbecoming for a 49ers team that has shown time and time again how they're willing to grind it out in contract negotiations, how they care about every penny. And Christian McCaffrey makes a peep for what, 2 days? And now suddenly he's got a new deal. And, you know, Brandon Aiyuk, they've been staring at each other for a while, 49ers refusing to budge, refusing to trade him, all these things. And then Trent Williams holds out. And now that becomes the 49ers' top priority. And Brandon Aiyuk gets thrown to the back burner a little bit as it pertains to getting the money from the 49ers. And if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm saying, how can I really be your guy? How can I really be the second highest paid player on this offense next season, which he would be behind Brock Purdy? How can I be your star if this is how you treat me compared to the other guys who are unquestionably of my caliber, at least as Brandon Aiyuk sees it?
Well, and what I would wonder is, yes, we know Brandon Aiyuk wants to get paid. He deserves to get paid. But is part of this the fact that even though he was the 49ers' number one wide receiver, their ex-wide receiver, when you think of the 49ers and you think of offensive weapons, you don't think of Brandon Aiyuk as number one. I mean, you think of Christian McCaffrey first. You think of Debo Samuel. I think you even think of the quarterback. Brock Purdy. Even George Kittle at times, I think, gets more of the headlines.
Cody Schrader. No, I'm kidding.
Than a Brandon Aiyuk. So I think it's interesting.
It was like, it was is there some
is there an ego component to this in addition to the, like, you go to Cleveland and Amari Cooper's coming back, like, you're the dude. You go to the Patriots, you're not very good
for the Patriots.
Yeah, you go to the Patriots and you're not very good, and I think that's another angle to this thing. Is, and again, I think I don't want to make it as divisive as, Brandon, do you want to get paid or do you want to win? But if you choose to go to the Patriots, I think it's pretty clear he would be choosing to get paid over winning.
Unquestionably. And you mentioned why are Pittsburgh and Washington out of this? Is it just out of spite? Like, hey, Brandon, this is where you wanted to go. We're not going to make it that easy for you. Or is it because they didn't make good enough offers? It's probably a little bit of both, to be honest. I can't tell you there's not a bit of spite from John Lynch and the 49ers front office here saying, we're not going to give you what you want on the way out. You don't get to win this thing. And apparently going to Washington and Pittsburgh would win. I'm also thinking, Pittsburgh and Washington did not have good enough trade packages. Clearly, I don't think the 49ers would hold on to pettiness if there was a great offer on the table. And it's very similar, and it's interesting how it's structured. This is probably coincidence, but you think, okay, Browns, you go to the Browns if you're Brandon Aiyuk. I have some questions we can get into later about why the Browns would do this. But if they're interested in making this happen, they were a playoff team last year. They still like their chances. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender or anything, but they like their chances to be an above 500 team.
But I think there's a misnomer that the Browns stink. Like, no, they made the playoff. They beat the 49ers last year with P.J. Walker.
And by the way, Amari Cooper was sick in that game. But that's a good team. It's not as good as San Francisco, but that's a good football team. And you would absolutely be the guy there, mainly because no one wants Deshaun Watson to be the guy because it raises some questions they don't want to talk about. Then you talk about the Patriots. Obviously, the Patriots suck, and they're going to be even worse this upcoming season than they were last year. So you have a palatable option for Brandon Aiyuk and an unpalatable option as it pertains to football. Now, the money can make anything palatable. Pittsburgh and Washington are kind of the same thing. And obviously, it's different strokes. But Pittsburgh, quality football team. We don't know what's going on with the quarterback situation, but Mike Tomlin's the head coach. They're always going to bring it on defense. They're going to be a 500 team or better. Like, that is a 9-win, 10-win merchant. That's what they do. They win 9 or 10 games. Doesn't matter if you have Duck Hodges as the quarterback. They're going to be above 500.
Yeah, they figure out a way to win.
And then there's Washington, who finds a way to lose. They always find a way to lose. And I would imagine that, again, it comes down to Pittsburgh and Washington not putting forth their best foot. There is some speculation from people who are informed in their speculation that maybe this is all a ploy to get Pittsburgh to up its offer, specifically to get George Pickens from Pittsburgh, who would be a very, very good get for San Francisco, though it does raise a little bit of contract questions in the not-too-distant future. So, yeah, there's a little bit of spite here. There's a little bit of spite here from the 49ers, but ultimately, San Francisco has to do what's right by them. They have to get the best return on a player who is an all-pro. It might be surprising, but he was an all-pro last year. You have to get a serious return. With the Browns, you get a serious player. With the Patriots, you get a tasty, tasty draft pick, probably the first pick in the second round, if we're being honest. Both of those very enticing to San Francisco, but ultimately it's up to Brandon Aiyuk to get something done. If he can get $30 million from somebody, we're about to find out.
The ball is in his court at this point as to what he wants to do, with the reporting that Aiyuk can pick between the Browns and Patriots. The 49ers have framework per Matt Maiocco on a deal. Are they not looking to trade him to a place he wants to go? Is it all part of the negotiation? What ultimately happens? Keep it locked here on the Sports Leader. We'll be all over it. All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. We'll continue the conversation next, right here on 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What the is going on?
keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Right now, if that in fact did go down, is Amari Cooper an upgrade over Brandon Aiyuk?
I don't know that he's an upgrade, but I don't know that he's a drop-off either. And, I mean, everything I hear about Amari Cooper is positive. The only negative about him is that he's older. He's, 4 years older than Brandon Aiyuk. So it would be a one-year situation where he would come in, and I don't think that there would be much of a drop-off. Now, then you'd say, well, why would even Cleveland consider that? And Cleveland, by the way, would have to throw in draft picks as well. And I was hearing, a second-rounder and maybe some others, some other picks as well.
All right, Matt Maiocco yesterday on with Tolbert and Copes here on KNBR as we continue to discuss what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers having a framework of a potential trade with both the Browns and Patriots in play. That per Matty Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area. Maiocco reporting that it's up to Aiyuk to decide whether he will accept either team's contract terms, being the Browns or the Patriots, or remain with the 49ers at their offer on the fifth-year options. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus. We're here at Levi's Stadium on a Tuesday, and a lot to get into. I just wanted to touch real quickly on what Matty was saying to the guys in the afternoon yesterday about Amari Cooper and Brandon Aiyuk having comparable stats. And yes, Cooper is 30, Aiyuk is 26, but if you just look at last year, Amari Cooper, 72 catches, 1,250 yards, 5 touchdowns. Aiyuk, 75 catches, 1,342 yards, 7 touchdowns is what I had for Aiyuk. You're looking at me like I misread that.
No.
But no, different players to be sure. But as we start to kind of dive into what the 49ers potentially could get back, could that make sense for them? Because, again, they're all in on trying to win a Super Bowl this year, regardless of whether Aiyuk is on the team or he is not on the team. I've been steadfast throughout the offseason in saying, hey, I don't think there's a scenario where they could trade Aiyuk and be better for it. The Amari Cooper potential deal, that's the first time, and I mentioned this yesterday, where I've thought, I think for 1 year, I think Aiyuk's a better player. Yeah. I think Aiyuk is going to, of course, be a better player in the years to come because Cooper is 4 years older. But for 1 year, yep, I think the 49ers could make this work, despite the fact that Cooper is not, the road grader at the wide receiver position. I use an offensive line term there, right, but that Aiyuk is in terms of blocking, which we know.
Pretty good, though.
We know Kyle Shanahan puts a premium on. My wide receivers have got to block.
Well, he's a bigger body, and he goes about his business in a little bit of a different way than Brandon Aiyuk. I would argue that he's a much better route runner than Brandon Aiyuk. He does not have the same level of explosiveness, but he is much crisper, and that bigger body does give him, I think, a wider catch radius. I think if we're going and we're just talking 1 year in Kyle Shanahan's system with Brock Purdy as the quarterback, you would have a very hard time if you watched both of these guys play saying that Amari Cooper is not as good, if not a smidge, and I mean that very, very specifically, a smidge better than Brandon Aiyuk. Of course, to your point, how much more are you getting from Amari Cooper at age 30? Whereas what is the upside of a Brandon Aiyuk throughout the potential 5-year deal that he would sign with whatever team, be that the 49ers or the Browns or whomever? Does Brandon Aiyuk have more in the tank? He suggests that he does. I think that that's a fair assumption from Brandon Aiyuk. You got to be confident about yourself. I don't think he's wrong. I also do wonder if we've already seen the best that Brandon Aiyuk has to offer, because he was pretty damn good last year, and I have a hard time imagining him taking it up a level from what we saw, which was already a couple of rungs up from his typical play. And you mentioned the similarities between Cooper and Aiyuk statistically. I mean, it goes deeper than that. If you go to just like yards before the catch, we're talking 13.6 for Cooper, 12.8 for Aiyuk. Talking about yards after the catch. Okay, well, Aiyuk gets about 5, Cooper gets about 4. Air yards per throw, Cooper actually catches the ball deeper. Yep. 25 yards per reception last year, Aiyuk at 19, but that's the whole shtick on Aiyuk, right? You talk, why is Brandon Aiyuk so good? He catches the ball, and he catches the ball deep downfield. every time he gets one, it's a first down, if not two, right? It's 17, 18 yards. Well, Amari Cooper, 17.4 yards per catch last year. Brandon Aiyuk, 17.9. And by the way, Amari Cooper's going with P.J. Washington. There was a Jeff Driscoll game. You got the nasty man Deshaun Watson. You're dealing with Joe Flacco. I mean, you had a quarterback carousel only Cleveland could provide, and Amari Cooper was still putting up numbers. What would he do with Brock Purdy? And, oh, yeah, by the way, not to disparage any of the really good players on Cleveland, because they do have a bunch of very good players, Nick Chubb being the foremost of them. But what would he do with George Kittle and Deebo Samuel? I think Ricky Pearsall needs to be in that conversation. Obviously, a Christian McCaffrey, a Kyle Juszczyk even, and Trent Williams blocking for a Brock Purdy who does want to push the ball down the field the way that Joe Flacco did last season. Now, again, question marks, transition time, all of these things, but you say, hey, Brandon Ayuk's not in camp. He might know the playbook, but he's not in camp. So there's a transition time there too. Amari Cooper's coming from a Kevin Stefanski offense. That is the same thing as Kyle Shanahan. The terminology will be minimally changed at most. I think this could really work. And you get a little something for the future in the framework of the deal, which has been not officially reported, but very widely speculated upon. And I venture to say it's going to end up looking like this on the nuts and bolts. We're talking Amari Cooper and a second-round pick from the Browns, and then obviously Brandon Aiyuk going to Cleveland. That is a deal that works for the 49ers, because when you talk about a Brandon Aiyuk, you're getting the now because he's an all-pro. And you're getting the later because he's 26 years old and you think he can get better. Okay, Amari Cooper, you're getting the now. But with that second-round pick, you're also getting the later if you're the 49ers. And you get this headache off your head. And one more thing, now you have a lot more flexibility to re-sign some other players, some of those mid-level, even lower upper-class free agents that are on the books going into next year. That's not something you'd be able to do if you're paying your quarterback $60 million and your top wide receiver $26, $27, $28 million.
You got to get your financial house in order to a certain extent. And I think that's where the 49ers have been unwilling to maybe raise to the level that Aiyuk wants this thing to get to after the wide receiver market blew up during the course of the offseason. And look, I think getting Amari Cooper for 1 year is in line with a lot of what I've said about the fact that the 49ers, like I've been of the opinion, again, just pay Aiyuk, get him here for this year, and then figure out what you have to do, whether that means you have to subtract or maybe you look to move him in a year. However you got to do it, maybe Deebo Samuel's not around at some point. All of those things. Plus, it gives you a year to evaluate Ricky Pearsall. And like
that was their plan.
They need that spot, whether it's Aiyuk or Cooper. They need that spot to be productive this year. Next year, we'll see. Like next year, you will know how good Ricky Pearsall is. Next year, you may be able to draft or sign somebody else that can fill the gap. The other part of this too, and I wonder because the Browns obviously would do it because they would be getting a younger receiver who would be under contract. Cooper, it's in the last year of his deal. The 49ers would...
They just restructured it, too.
...want a rental. The 49ers would want a rental. But so, to me, you have to get somebody back. Where I differ on maybe a Browns deal, like I think there's a significant difference between the Browns deal and Amari Cooper and a Patriot deal and Kendrick Bourne. And look...
No doubt.
If you're taking Kendrick Bourne back, who's coming off, an ACL, right?
He's still on PUP.
So, if you're taking Kendrick Bourne back... You're obviously going to want more draft compensation from the Patriots because he's a much lesser player than Amari Cooper is. I don't think he's enough of a player coming back to make that trade worth it. And here's where I stand on it. You're not making the trade solely for the draft capital. If you're only making the trade for the draft capital, then to me it's a bad trade.
Yeah, let him play.
The negotiation was messed up to a point where you've let it get like you cannot have a nothing in the Brandon Aiyuk slot for this season, and then at the same time say you expect to win a Super Bowl. I don't think Kendrick Bourne is good enough, and I'm less concerned. Like the draft capital has to be part of the deal if you're going to do this, but I'm less concerned about, hey, the Niners got a 2025 second and fifth or whatever than I am about who's going to be the X wide receiver on September 9th against the Jets.
As well you should be, because, again, it's Super Bowl or bust this season. If they don't win the Super Bowl this season, there's a very good chance, maybe that's strong, but there's a possibility, certainly, that the 49ers are not back in this position again. We think about what the most valuable thing in the NFL is, and it's a very good quarterback on a rookie deal, and they have had the cheapest quarterback in the NFL playing on his rookie deal at an MVP level. And things are going to change when Brock Purdy gets paid. And by the way, I know it's down the line a little bit here, but Brock Purdy's going to get paid, just as Brandon Aiyuk is going to get paid by somebody, and it is going to be a whole ton of a lot of money. And the 49ers are all in on Brock Purdy. Clearly, they don't share the same opinion on Brandon Aiyuk, given, everything they've done over the last 6 to 7 months. I do differ a little bit, though, when it comes to the Patriots move and why the Patriots move would make some sense. I don't think that you can do it with one singular player the way that you could with a Amari Cooper in Cleveland. Because, again, the draft capital that Cleveland would be sending back a second-round pick, that should be what, like 50, number 50 overall?
It's a better second-rounder potentially, yes.
The Patriots should have picked 33. That's where they should be. They're going to suck. I don't care if Brandon Aiyuk is playing 4 different positions because they have cloning technology. They're going to suck. And I think that getting that very early second-round pick and then a couple other players I want to talk about on the other side of the break could make it really interesting for San Francisco, even if it's not obvious right now.
We are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. We'll get into those players coming up next. Do 49er fans even want Aiyuk back at this point? 808 KNBR. And does Brandon Aiyuk really want to have this play out the way that it's playing out?
Who wants this?
That's all coming up next. It's Dieter Kurtenbach, John Dickinson, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus here on a Tuesday. We're at Levi's Stadium. 49ers practice in about 3.5 hours on the field here. It's the 49ers off day yesterday, back at it for the next 3 days. And then they will be on to Tennessee for the preseason opener on Saturday. 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. More on everything going on with Brandon Aiyuk coming up. But continuing today and running through Friday the 23rd, so the rest of this week and then 2 more weeks, 3 chances per day, once during this show, Murph and Marcus, once during Papa and Lund, and once during Tolbert and Copes, to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. Each person who qualifies wins a $50 gift card to the 49ers team store and enters for a chance to win the grand prize. Again, the tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game is the grand prize. What you want to do is be caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. Be caller 10 when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. Tune in today in the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to qualify. The 7 a.m. hour here on these Sports Leaders. So good stuff. Great contest underway yesterday. And 3 qualifiers per day to win that prize. All right, back here at Levi's, talking 49ers, talking Brandon Aiyuk, talking potential for them to have a trade in place with the Browns or Patriots. The ball is in the court of Brandon Aiyuk, Dieter Kurtenbach.
Yeah.
You wanted to get into some players on the Patriots side of things?
Yeah, I think it's important to note because we've talked about the Browns, and it makes the most sense for the 49ers. I don't know if it makes any sense for the Browns, but it makes the most sense for the 49ers to make a deal with the Cleveland Browns because you get a little bit for now, well, a lot for now, and Amari Cooper, who's a damn fine wide receiver, and that's a fact I would have said well before this Brandon Aiyuk thing came to this juncture. And something for later with a second-round pick, and that might not seem like much, but it's a top 50 pick in all likelihood. That's a very valuable thing to have in the modern NFL with the way that these drafts are stacked. A lot of top-heavy drafts as of late. So that's a very enticing package for a 49ers team that needs to get something of significance here. The flip side is the New England Patriots, and this is the other team the Niners have worked out a framework with. We don't have any real reporting on what that framework is, so let's wildly speculate, because that's what we do at 6:53 in the morning here on the West Coast at Levi's Stadium.
You bet your ass we do.
I think a lot of folks have thrown out Kendrick Bourne, former 49er wide receiver. They let go in restricted free agency or something weird like that. It was a weird nuance of the CBA.
Yeah, he priced himself out.
They let him walk, and he's been fine, good in spurts for the Patriots where he eventually went. 8 games last year. What do you have? 37 catches on 38 catchable targets, 11 yards per catch, 5.5 yards before catch, 15.5 air. Tore his ACL. That's the bigger issue here. Tore his ACL. Not a player who is even close to on par with the Brandon Aiyuk or an Amari Cooper. And you say you need to get something at your ex-receiver. I'm not sure Kendrick Bourne is that something. But there's some other players on the Patriots here that I think if you can amalgamate them, you add a couple of guys up. Now you actually have something, and I would honestly say don't even bother with the Kendrick Bourne. Give me the third-round pick out of UCF, Javon Baker, the wide receiver that they selected, and go a little bit further on for the future. Now, obviously, you need to get a good draft pick from the Patriots, too. They'd be idiots, and there's no indication they're idiots, to give up a first-round pick in this deal, considering that first-round pick might be 1-1. But a second-round pick could be exceptionally valuable because now you're picking 33. That's 2 spots down from where the 49ers just selected, and they got Ricky Pearsall there. 33 is an extremely valuable pick, effectively a first-rounder. If the Patriots want to throw that in, that is the gem of the deal. But here are a couple other names. Pop Douglas. Okay. He's a slot receiver, 5'8", little guy, but he had some crazy production last year for the Patriots, who had the worst quarterback situation going in the league. Pop Douglas is a hell of a player, and I know he's not next receiver, but he could really do damage as a Ray McLeod replacement. Move Jawan Jennings to the outside, put Pop Douglas on the inside. Not an every down guy, but a guy who could really affect winning for the 49ers. Mike Onwenu, the right tackle. He just signed a new deal worth $71 million. That's a hell of a player. You bring him in, you can play him at right tackle, slide Colton McKivitz over to guard. I know that'd be a bit much for Colton.
You know what? I'm just gonna stop you.
Too much?
Too much? I think a lot of this. I'm gonna level with you. My eyes are kind of glazing over on that. Like, I think Patriots? I think it's too not you bringing it up is convoluted, but I don't think the 49ers are looking to do all that. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, that's a fair.
Maybe
a fair
it ultimately
assessment.
comes like I don't think they're looking.
It's got to be cleaner.
I don't think they're looking for a slot when they just drafted Pearsall and
right.
Jennings goes there, and then a right tackle. Then you move your right tackle who's maligned.
Let's get down to nuts and bolts here.
Like I think they need. I think they want draft capital.
Yeah.
And I think they want a plug and play wide receiver.
So when you're talking about the Browns, you're getting the plug and play wide receiver. When you're talking about the Patriots, you're getting the draft capital. Those are going to be the hallmarks of either of those deals. Now, you're going to get the other thing in these deals, but with the Patriots, you're getting a lesser player or 2. And with the Browns, you're getting a lesser draft pick or 2. You want that Patriots second rounder. You want Amari Cooper. Sorry, you're not in a position to negotiate and get both of those things at the same time. Wish you were. Would be a lot funner if you were, but this is how it goes. Oh, and by the way, Brandon Aiyuk still could come back. Just want to throw that out there again.
Let's get back into a little bit of, and we've got a text to get to with an interesting question.
We got a lot of text.
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line here on KNBR. Where do you think 49er fans stand at this point?
Buddy, if I could read 49ers fans, I would not be doing this. I can't get a read on it.
The sense that I've gotten is it is pretty split between pay the man his money. Hey, the 49ers really need him.
Right.
He's the number one wide receiver. He complements everybody else. And that is I think the biggest, like Brandon Aiyuk complements Debo and Kittle and McCaffrey and works great with Purdy. And it's just, to me,
there's no downside to Brandon Aiyuk other than he wants to get paid more money than the Niners are willing to give him.
When you get to the Super Bowl and you get to overtime in the Super Bowl and you damn near win it and probably should have won the game.
That's right.
And the goal is to get back and get over the hump. Like, to me, there should be a premium on as much sameness as possible. Now, I know they've shuffled the defense on the defensive line. I know they drafted a wide receiver as well. I know they're not going to have Dre Greenlaw. We've talked about how I think their secondary has looked pretty good throughout the course of training camp. But from an offensive standpoint, with that being the baby of Kyle Shanahan, and really the thing that this team hangs its hat on is,
no doubt,
is offensive explosiveness. I would want everything to remain as close to the same as possible without, is this guy going to, like, I just, that slight little step back to me offensively.
And it'd be more than slight if you lose a Brandon Aiyuk.
I
and get nothing back.
I immediately hearken to anytime Debo's hurt or Trent Williams is hurt or McCaffrey's hurt.
That way last year.
Like, I feel like, and look, maybe I'm overstating this, but I feel like anytime you take one big time player away, the whole thing looks completely different.
Well, we haven't had to find out with Aiyuk, right? He's been on the field all the time. The ways that he was not on the field was because Kyle Shanahan had him in the doghouse. And I do think that there's a little bit of, I don't know the term for this, almost like pretty woman syndrome, if you will, where Brandon Aiyuk comes in and it's looking like a bust early on, right? He's not blocking. He's not running the routes. He's not a bad character guy or anything. He's just not picking up what Kyle Shanahan's laying down. And their relationship is rocky for a while. And then he breaks through. And you could see it coming going into last year because he had a very good season prior. And you say, hey, he can take the next step forward. And he did. And he's a second-team All-Pro. There's a certain entrenchment, I think, with the 49ers. I think with 49ers fans, certainly with 49ers media, where it's like, this guy came up so strongly and he did all these things right. And he's this redemption story on a weird narrative arc, but a redemption story. Like, you don't want to lose a guy like that.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, he was the guy that Kyle Shanahan picked and then molded. And it wasn't, and I'm not going down that path of like,
right. I'm not implying that there was any sort of down.
What I'm saying is like, it takes typically a couple of years for Kyle Shanahan to get a wide receiver where he wants him to be.
No doubt.
It took Aiyuk a couple of years. Like, we'll see about Ricky Pearsall. There's others that haven't been able to do it. Like, to me, once you go through the process of drafting a guy like Aiyuk and having him ultimately turn into the player that he's become,
right,
I think there's a premium on just being able to flat out keep him. And
because he knows what it takes. He knows what it takes to get it done. But again, it comes down to, for the 49ers, when they think about their team of the future, and this is something, as much as they are all in on 2024, they have to keep an eye on 25 and 26 because guys are getting expensive faster than they can keep up. You cannot pay a wide receiver in this modern NFL more than you think he's worth, and the 49ers have set a hard and fast price.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, hour number 2 of 4 here from Levi's Stadium. 49ers practice at 10:25, covering the latest on Brandon Aiyuk. As Matt Maiocco reported last night, the 49ers have a framework of a Brandon Aiyuk trade with both the Browns and Patriots. Maiocco also reporting that it's up to Aiyuk to decide if he will accept either the Browns or Patriots contract terms or remain with the 49ers at their offer or on the fifth-year option. All of those things still very much in play, but the ball in Brandon Ayuk's court at this particular point in time. Matty Maiocco is going to join us coming up at 8:50 to break down the very latest on this. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We've been talking most recently about the Patriots and a potential package. Better pick, lesser player in Kendrick Bourne if you're looking wide receiver specifically.
Or Pop Douglas or Javon Baker or Michael
I like
Winwoo.
Pop Douglas. I do like him of all the guys that you mentioned.
There's some good play. You can talk yourself into it, but it's about the draft.
The speculation on a Browns trade would be Amari Cooper and draft compensation.
Right.
I think a 2 is that's the most likely scenario the Niners would want, a 2 and Cooper.
You can't not get a 2. You can't. I don't think a 1's going to be in play, just given what the Browns then have to pay Brandon Aiyuk. So they don't want to give up all the capital, right? Like, Brandon Ayuk's not that kind of player that you can get a first for. Not unless he was already under a very team-friendly deal.
No, but if you're getting 1 year of Amari Cooper and a 2, I think that's
it's a little now, a little later.
That's valuable. I think that's value. So we're 49er fans in this. 808 KNBR, 415-808-9627. As the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. We're getting into a lot of this. Aiyuk wants the most amount of money as possible. Cleveland and New England might not be franchises he wants to go to. The 49ers reportedly want a veteran wide receiver back. Like, if you're a 49er fan, would you do Aiyuk to Cleveland for Cooper and a second? Would you be more inclined to do Kendrick Bourne and another pick from the Patriots? And where are 49er fans at with Brandon Aiyuk specifically at this point? And does Brandon Aiyuk really want this? Because as we talked about in the first hour, I do think there's some frustration. I do think there's we know you want to get paid. You've also said you want to be here, but then he also said he wasn't going to take a discount to be here. Like which one is it? He's flirted with the Steelers and Commanders. The 49ers do not have a framework of a deal. Those two teams reportedly out as of even an ESPN report furthered that earlier this morning.
Right.
So, I mean, it's a lot to dissect, but where are you at on all of that?
Well, it sounds as if Brandon Aiyuk doesn't have a very good option on the board here, because I cannot fathom how the Cleveland Browns would go and give him the contract that he wants. I really don't get it from Cleveland's perspective. So whatever you out there think about Amari Cooper and a second-round pick, fair play. I mean, you can absolutely hate it. You could be all over it. You could say, I guess. I mean, it's kind of where I'm at. You go, yeah, that works. Is this worth it? Is this worth all the trouble? Probably not. But Cleveland would have to eat a pretty big dead cap hit, like $7.5 million year after year after year, to get rid of Amari Cooper if you trade him. So it's whatever you're paying Brandon Aiyuk, which I guess has to be $30 million a year, which is not what he's worth. Full stop. I know the market went crazy. I know wide receivers are going up like, gangbusters. Brandon Ayuk's not worth that. I apologize to Brandon Aiyuk and his representatives, but he's not. He's not. He never has been. And you can't just ride inflation all the way to a brand new price. That's just greedflation right there, JD. I don't get why Cleveland would make this deal. Now, this isn't to say that Cleveland's a rational actor. They have proven time and time again they're not. And they're a poorly run organization top to bottom. But man, having to eat $7.5 million on Amari Cooper every year for the next 4 years, on top of paying Brandon Aiyuk well more than he's worth, perhaps even $7 million more than he's worth a year, you're effectively paying Brandon Aiyuk $37.5 million a year on the books. I can't justify that. Oh, and by the way, you give up a second-round pick. So I'm fascinated to see, and I imagine we'll get some resolution in the next, hopefully, couple hours, but in the next couple of days at least, on what the offers in terms of contracts are for Brandon Aiyuk, because I really do think this is John Lynch forcing the action and saying, you know what, buddy? You're entrenched. We're entrenched. Prove it. You think you're worth 30. You think the market says that you were worth 30. You get to prove it now. And these two teams have said they're willing to negotiate a contract with you. We're willing to let you go talk about it. Go get your 30, and then we'll make the deal. And I don't think he's going to be able to get 30. For him and his family, I hope I'm wrong. But the only place he might get a 30 is New England. He doesn't want to go there. Well, he doesn't want to go there.
And that's what it boils down to. I think the 49ers are trying to put the ball in Brandon Ayuk's court and say, hey, we love the guy. We've made him an offer. He wants to try and go get more, but there's going to be a price because you're still under contract with us for this year. There's going to be a price for you if you choose that route, meaning a team or a situation that isn't as good from a football standpoint.
There's a little bit of a difference there, JD, right now.
Isn't as good. I'm not gonna maybe that. Isn't as good as the football situation with the San Francisco 49ers in terms of talent around you, ability to win, all of those things. Like when you factor it all in, the 49ers are the best situation. But I think the Niners are also trying to frame this as, hey, if he ends up leaving and we end up doing this deal, this was on him.
That's right.
This was on him. He would rather, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth,
but this is straight up.
He would rather get paid by the Patriots, $30 million, more
about the money.
Rather have more money from the Patriots and lose than a little less money from the Niners and win.
Without question. And I'm fascinated to see how this thing plays out, because John Lynch has basically said, here's our offer, take it or leave it, and then he's added in, and there's the door. The Niners have been saying take it or leave it for a while now. They've given Brandon Aiyuk the door. They have forced movement on this long, stalemated showdown between Brandon Aiyuk and the San Francisco 49ers. And I appreciate it, because as we've been talking about in the days leading up to this, nothing had been happening. We had been making mountains out of molehills. Everybody, media, fans, and national. I mean, because there was nothing happening. Something's happening now, JD. I don't know if it's going to work out for Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know if it's going to work out for the 49ers. This might come out gangbusters for all parties involved. Wins across the board. I don't know. It might be losses across the board. But something's happening, and I'm hoping that the resolution that has been so distant for so long is right up in front of us here, hopefully before the end of the show. Hell, hopefully Matt Maiocco breaks it live on The Leader when he comes on in the 8 o'clock hour.
He's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR. There's also another component to this that I want to get into as it relates to Trent Williams' situation, as it relates to what you alluded to earlier with the way the 49ers handled Christian McCaffrey, and even going back to how they handled Deebo Samuel a couple of years ago when there was a contract issue with Deebo. We'll get into that coming up, and also want to let everybody know again, continue to listen here in the 7 o'clock hour for your chance to qualify, win a $50 gift card to the 49ers team store and a chance to qualify for our grand prize, which is the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. That's coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. So keep it locked right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
And Jennifer, the breaking news is the 49ers have basically agreed to the frameworks of trades that would send Brandon Aiyuk to the Cleveland Browns or the New England Patriots. But now the ball is really in Brandon Aiyuk's court as far as if he wishes to accept the contract proposals from either of those two teams.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach from Levi's Stadium. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. As we roll on here on the Sports Leader, Matt Maiocco with the news of the day. Brandon Aiyuk.
Scoops Maiocco. Congrats to Matt. That was a big scoop for him.
Huge scoop for Matty Maiocco. And, yeah, the 49ers putting the ball in Brandon Aiyuk's court.
Yeah.
And letting him decide. Does he want to be a member of the Browns or the Patriots? Then obviously it comes back to the 49ers. Do they want to do a deal? It does sound like there is an option for Aiyuk to still stay with the 49ers. We'll get into that coming up here on the program as we're with you until 10 o'clock. I did want to get to this text from the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, which is from the 209 asking, why does Trent Williams get a pass in terms of, like, he's sitting out right now, holding out, not here?
He's not even holding in. He's holding out.
You know, the indications are it's just a matter of time, and the 49ers are going to take care of that maybe not as fast, as quickly as they did with Christian McCaffrey.
Correct.
But in a similar fashion.
Yeah, the only thing faster than Christian McCaffrey was how fast the 49ers gave him the money he asked for. That's the only thing faster.
And so I think it begs the question, and I mean the direct question from the 209, why does Trent Williams get a pass in this situation? But I also think it relates, Dieter, to how they handled Christian McCaffrey, how even they handled Deebo Samuel going back a couple of years ago when he requested a trade and wasn't happy, and things ultimately got done right at the beginning of training camp. And even how they handled Nick Bosa, where, they played it out, but Nick Bosa really is the first player in the Lynch-Shanahan era that got every drop from the 49ers. He won. Yeah. And they like to win deals, and I think they've won some deals with Kittle and Fred Warner.
Been on a winning streak. They were the Giants. They couldn't be tamed, and then Nick Bosa came in and just put an end to that.
Yeah, you think I won't hold out week one? Actually, I will.
Watch me.
Yeah.
And Trent Williams is offering to do the same thing. You think I just won't show up to work forever? I can retire at any point. Then where are you going to be? And the answer is not in a very good spot, because you're Trent Williams, and our entire offensive line is predicated on you being the left tackle for this football team. I do think that this is a major factor, though. There is ego involved in all of this, and this is not to knock anybody. You have to have an ego. JD, if you and I were in contract negotiations, we'd have an ego about it. Anyone who has been in a position where they're having to get what they think they're worth has to have an ego. You have to be able to stand up for yourself. And Brandon Aiyuk might be wrong on this, but he's standing up for himself, maybe standing up a little bit too tall. I go back to the great philosopher Draymond Green when he told Paul Pierce at that free throw line, they don't love you like that. They don't love you like that. That's
why
how
not?
That's
why
why
not?
the 49ers do not love Brandon Aiyuk like
hold
that.
that thought, because I do want to ask. I want to ask that question. Why not? I also want to let everybody know again. to stay here in the 7 o'clock hour, because at some point between now and 8, we're going to give you the cue to call in, and you'll have an opportunity to win for sure the $50 gift card to the 49ers team store, but also qualify for a chance to win the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. That's coming up between now and 8 o'clock here in the Sports Leader.
You can be at every 49ers home game. We're going to find out if Brandon Aiyuk's going to be at any 49ers home game.
So you said it.
They don't love you like that.
Why do they not love him like that, in your opinion?
Because he's asking for more than he's actually worth, right? Brandon Aiyuk going into this offseason, the number that was talked about was $22, $23 million. And then the market went insane because the salary cap spiked significantly more than anyone thought it would. Not like Kevin Durant levels back in 2016, but like $13, $14, $15 million more than anyone thought it would. And thank you to Taylor Swift for that, by the way. And that gave a lot of teams the license to do very stupid things. It also gave some smart teams the license to pay very good players top dollar. And that top dollar went up because, hey, it's all sort of kind of just a percentage of the salary cap these days. I know it's not officially tied like that, but when you're an agent, you're probably negotiating an NBA deal once or twice. It's about percentage of the salary cap. So Brandon Aiyuk, over the course of one offseason, having done nothing new, nothing appreciably different, his season was over. It was in the books. The cards were printed with the stats. Went from a guy who was worth about $22, $23 million to now a guy who is demanding and refusing to come off of a $30 million demand. It's not a knock on Brandon Aiyuk. That's what he thinks the market says he's worth. And frankly, you look around the market, and I guess you can make a case. And the 49ers are saying, well, that's not what you're worth, though. The market is incorrect. And we're not in a position to overpay anybody with Brock Purdy's deal coming down the pipeline. And here's why this is coming to a head right now. Brandon Aiyuk now gets to figure out what the market actually believes. They have been operating on a theoretical premise. I am worth this. You get to prove it now, Brandon.
Look, I think the Browns and the Patriots both are willing to pay more than the 49ers. The question becomes
more.
How much more?
Correct.
And how much more is it worth it if you're Aiyuk to say, I want to go down that path or that path, as opposed to taking the 49ers offer and remaining here with a chance to be the 49ers' number one wide receiver, yes, with all these other weapons,
no doubt,
continue the chemistry with Brandon Aiyuk, and have a chance to get over the hump and win the Super Bowl.
Right. But then it comes back to the ego thing. It comes back to they don't love you like that. And it comes back to Brandon Aiyuk sitting here saying, I need a new deal. I need to get paid. Whatever that number is, we'll find out in the not-too-distant future, I'd imagine. But you're letting Trent Williams walk all over you here. Because Trent does have the leverage. Aiyuk doesn't.
Yeah, Trent's
a different beast.
The 49ers' best player.
He's got 2 lockers, right? He doesn't have to practice.
And a gate.
Correct.
And a gate. He's got like a baby rope. Gate. He's got the velvet rope that's like that. Yeah, it's like a, yeah.
And by the way, no one questions it and everyone goes, of course he does. Because Trent Williams is one of the greatest football players of all time.
Hey, guys, don't be coming up into my locker. Just, stand by the gate.
Trent pushes out this sort of, I'm a big, mean man.
Oh, he's not at all.
He is the sweetest. He's the best. I love Trent. And honestly, that's how everyone in the locker room feels. And also, he's a god on the football field. Let's be clear about this. There are levels to what we're talking about. And this is how the 49ers have made it pretty clear there are levels. Christian McCaffrey is of that tier. Christian McCaffrey is an all-time great player. And the 49ers, when Christian McCaffrey said, I don't think I'm getting paid what I'm worth, the 49ers said, how much can we pay you? Just tell us. Please don't leave us, baby.
Well, yeah, and to that point, I mean, Bosa is in the Trent Williams category in terms of they needed him. They didn't have enough on the other side of him.
That's right.
And I think Bosa and Trent Williams are very similar. Bosa's just a decade younger.
Of that tier.
Of that tier.
And Christian McCaffrey's of that tier.
At a premium position.
And everybody else is very, very good.
Like all of that is a huge part of this thing.
That's how good the Niners are. They have all pros and they still have tiers.
What about Debo, though? And again, like Debo obviously is here. He's in shape. He's under contract. I mean,
he looks like he's ready to come out and prove something here because
he does.
When the Aiyuk contract,
well, it's time to get paid again for Debo.
That's right. When the Aiyuk contract seemed inevitable, the path and the 49ers' ideal path was we're going to pay Brandon Aiyuk, and that means this is the final year of Deebo Samuel. They tried to trade him before the draft. They almost had a deal done, couldn't get it done at the last second, and so now it's like, hey, Deebo, nothing but love, but you're here for a good time, not for a long time. You want another contract, you're going to have to show out, but it's not going to be a new contract with us.
I want to go back real quick, and we are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. I want to go back to Deebo 2 years ago.
Right. Messy.
It was really okay. And here's what I wanted to ask you, because I've heard a lot of this in the last 24 hours from 49er fans.
They've been digging up my old clips.
I don't think that, but maybe.
Don't do that.
I haven't seen any of those.
No,
maybe
no.
those.
Fair play. Fair play if you do.
But why was Deebo wasn't in shape, wasn't happy, wasn't here, and then was here.
Right.
Right.
Messy.
It was really messy. They paid Deebo. And again, I know it's different time, different money.
Let's also establish the difference in the caliber of player at that juncture. Deebo Samuel had just come off of one of the single greatest football seasons any of us had ever seen.
He was their best player, not named maybe Trent Williams, but even with Trent,
he was their best player.
Yeah, he was their best player for that season.
And Trent Williams was still at the peak of his powers.
Right.
He was their best player. He dragged them to the NFC Championship game.
As a running back, basically.
As everything. He might as well have been the left tackle for that team. He was everything. Let's also establish that he is Kyle Shanahan's favorite player ever. Like, Kyle has openly stated this. And that matters.
And to that point, I mean, Trent Williams, if you remember, he missed the Week 18 game when they beat the Rams to get into the playoffs.
Deebo Samuel might as well have been the left tackle on that team.
Before they went to Dallas and Green Bay and then ultimately came back and lost to the Rams.
There's no Brock Purdy. That was Jimmy Garoppolo at the nadir of Jimmy Garoppolo. It was a hot mess of a team, of a season, and certainly then of a contract negotiation with Deebo Samuel. He could have demanded whatever he wanted. But Deebo's contract demands weren't egregious. They were a lot, given the wear and tear, and there were some demands on how he could be used moving forward. Those were hangups. These were minor things. Brandon Aiyuk's asking for almost $10 million more than the Niners thought they had to pay him just a couple months ago.
All right, we'll get back into this conversation coming up in a little bit, but we are going to switch gears. Dwayne Kuiper is going to join us. The Giants are hot. 8 of 10.
Can't stop them.
Back to 500 for the first time in over 2 months.
Might never lose again.
We'll get Kipe's take on everything going on Giants. Another good outing for Logan Webb, and then back to the 49ers after that. It is John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, welcome back. Trying to connect with Dwayne Kuiper, as always, as he is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model.
Hey, now. I love a good
and
Honda.
Dwayne Kuiper now joins us here via the UMA guest line as well. Kuip, how's it going? Giants are hot all of a sudden.
In Fuego.
Giants are playing very well. That's right. And this is, I think all of us, this is what we asked for, right?
Without question.
Yeah, I mean,
gotta be
8 of the last 10, but it's the pitching. Logan Webb, another good outing. Let's just start with Blake Snell, Kuip. I mean, let's go back to Friday and another dominant performance and the no-hitter. I mean, we got to get your thoughts on that because he was just spectacular to watch.
And if you remember, I think 2 or 3 starts before the 15 strikeout game, he had every right to think that he was going to win the game. But I think the bullpen spit up one, and they didn't score enough runs on another. I mean, he struck out. Did I get this right? Was the no-hitter his first win?
It was.
It was his first win, yeah.
It was.
So how is that possible?
Well, if you don't go deep in a lot of,
well, you mentioned it. There were 2 games that he had the lead. Toronto and Minnesota. They had the lead.
One, he got
should have won, and then they ended up walking off winning in both of them. But he didn't get the win.
Yeah. So anyway, if you look like today, I just looked to see all the starting pitching around the league, and you see Snell. Well, Snell's pitching for the Giants, and he's 1-3 with a 4.56. And you're going, well, if you're not following, you're like, well, geez, that's not a good matchup for the Giants. But he's been unbelievable, and it'll be interesting. He's going to be like this all the way till the very end, and then he's going to opt out, and then he's going to try to see again if he can get a big deal.
Right.
What threw him off and Scott Boras off is what Yamamoto got with the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
And he hadn't pitched an inning in the big leagues, in the major leagues.
Right.
Obviously pitched a lot of big games in Japan. And I think that threw him off because he wanted the same thing that guy wanted. Well, now, even though he's a year older, he may get not as much as Yamamoto got, but he might get a little bit more than this 2-year deal that he just did. Because I'll tell you what, he's a difference maker. I said before the trading deadline, if one of these teams that look like they can go all the way and they need one starter, if they would have traded for Snell, they could win the World Series. But it didn't happen. What you wanted from Snell is, if you're going to trade him, is a difference maker.
Yep.
And if nobody was flopping out difference makers, then you want him to make a difference for your team. So I know it's a long-winded response about Snell, but he's been terrific, and I think he finally has figured out that this is a nice place to be, a good place to pitch. I think it's taken him a little while to get into that clubhouse and into the culture of that clubhouse, and I think he really likes it now. So hopefully he'll pitch great until the end and then sign an extension to come back.
Kuip, you ain't kidding about difference maker, though, because since he got back into the rotation on July 9th, so this is his last 5 starts, 33 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, all of which came against the Dodgers in that one game, 41 strikeouts. He had 2 one-hitters before he threw the no-hitter. So he's been flirting with this for a while. And when you think about him and Logan Webb and Robbie Ray at the top of the rotation, that is something the Giants obviously haven't had all season. And it's something that makes this hot streak that they're on right now feel possibly sustainable when you have those guys going 3 out of every 5 nights, right?
Well, it was hard to have a hot streak when you got 2 starters. And it's hard to have a hot streak when you're playing a lot of, you're starting a lot of openers. So, they weren't exactly knocking the cover off the ball for any of this. So it was really kind of a bad combination as to why we weren't seeing some type of a hot streak. But now everything seems to be falling in place. Plus, now you got, Babe Fitzgerald.
Yeah, how the hell's he doing this?
Yeah,
man?
Exactly.
And all of a sudden Babe comes out of nowhere. And I walked by him in the clubhouse. He was on a run of 4 or 5 games in a row. And he was going to grab some food, and I was standing in front of him, and I looked at him, and I kind of cocked my head a little bit, and he looked at me, and he went, "Yeah, I don't know how I'm doing it." And that was it.
And the legend was born.
He's a little mystified by, he's not mystified that he can hit the ball out of the park. He's mystified that he's doing it on a regular basis. Usually you spread those 10 or 11 home runs out. He's not. And he may hit 8 or 10 more before it's all said and done. But couldn't come at a better time, my word. And we haven't heard anybody say, I don't know, can he play short? He seems to be holding his own at the second most important position on the field. And if you got a guy hot like that that's playing a good short, well, then you got yourself a really, really, really good player. And that's what he is right now.
Well, and what have you seen as far as is it as simple as playing time? Is it as simple as opportunity? Obviously he may continue to do what he's doing, but he probably won't at that level, but can still be a darn good player, Kay. What have you seen though as far as just the approach and the ability to drive the ball out of the park?
I don't care what sport you play in. There's only a few guys that can go from college to a pro football game or college to a pro basketball game. Or in the case of baseball, if you go from AA or AAA to the big leagues. At some point, the game is going to slow down, and then you're going to be able to catch up to it. But when you get there, everything is moving so fast. Everything is so new that you're kind of just scrambling to get through that at bat, to get through that next ground ball. And then all of a sudden when it slows down, you see so much more coming at you. And your mind and your brain has a lot more patience in trying to dissect everything and throw it back out there. And that's what happens to these young guys. We saw it happen to Ramos, and maybe even a better example is Fitzgerald. It happened for Patrick Bailey last year. I will tell you this about Ramos, though, is now if you're watching the league, they're throwing him high fastballs.
Yep.
And he's swinging and missing.
Yep.
And once the league starts to figure that out, then what are you going to see? You're going to see breaking balls in the dirt and high fastballs. And he's got to lay off the high fastball. And once he does, he'll be back and things will slow down for him. Plus, it doesn't help if you got a thumb that's killing you.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, that's got to be brutal trying to get on top of a high fastball with a bum thumb. That's
yeah.
That's tough.
I tried I tried doing it with a thumb, and it's amazing the stuff you try, paddings and
right.
Try to hit without it, and it's like and then you keep dinging it. I mean, if you get jammed, the first place getting jammed goes to is to your thumb, and then it goes right to your brain because you don't want to get jammed again, and then you start doing different things.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, it'll be nice to have him back. I thought I read a note today that he may be back sooner than later, like maybe even tonight. But I thought it's been fun watching the Encarnacion kid. I mean, I like his at-bats better than Solaire's. And, and he's just got here 3 days ago. Throw some of those guys out there. I mean, see what they can do. And, Chapman's always going to get on a hot streak, and he's on one now. So you got to ride it out. And you got to start narrowing the gap with those teams that are in front of you.
Well, 8-2.
Like pretty good.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And 8-2 in the last 10. We'll see. Back to 500 for the first time in a couple of months, and things trending in the right direction with the young players in the pitching. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Kite, thank you so much as always.
One other thing. If you look the schedule, take advantage of it. But the schedule in September is rough.
Yep.
But I think they're all the teams that are in front of them. So if you're going to have a tough schedule, bring on the teams that you have to beat, and that's why it'll be an interesting September. If they can get a little closer to these teams, and then play them 1-on-1, you got a shot. You have to believe that you got a shot. I don't think you can run to the top of the mountain and tell everybody you're going to the playoffs, but you can run up there and say, we got a shot.
No question.
And I think that's what they're doing now.
No question. Games coming up against the Braves and then the Padres and Diamondbacks specifically over the last month there in September. Thanks, Kai. We'll talk to you next week.
Have you guys been campaigning for Murph and Marcus just to stay away for a while?
No, never.
No, they can definitely start getting up at 3:30 every morning again if they want.
You guys are way more entertaining than those guys.
Hey, from your mouth to God's ears, Dwayne.
All right.
Thanks, Kai.
Remember.
Thanks, Kai.
You got it.
Those other guys are bums.
All right. Dwayne Kuiper joining us here as always. We appreciate it. I was going to sneak in one on Aiyuk there at the end.
He would have brought it.
He definitely would have brought it.
There's no question about that.
But we'll get into that coming up next. Again,
Babe Fitzgerald.
49ers and Brandon Aiyuk and what's going on there, the framework of a trade. 808 KNBR, it's the big hit. And also between now and 8, your chance to qualify for the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. It's all straight ahead right here in the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Maiocco joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to recap the latest news surrounding Brandon Aiyuk after rumors spread that he could be traded to a couple different teams. He will also join the guys at 8:50 this morning, so keep it locked right here on the Sports Leader for all your 49ers coverage on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
syrup for that pancake.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass grand prize.
All right, there it is. Your chance to win right now. Caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. And the winner will get a $50 gift card to the 49ers Team Store and enters to win the grand prize, which, of course, is the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. And you're going to have chances to qualify on each show. This one, Murph and Marcus, Papa and Lund, Tolbert and Copes, between now and the rest of this week, plus 2 more weeks, August 23rd.
You have ample opportunity.
Good stuff there. Caller 10. Talk to John Joe Curley, 415-896-5627. Another piece of business here. Dwayne Kuiper, appreciate him as always.
Yep.
Last segment, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now. For sedan, find savings on every model. Let's get to the big hit.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And Jennifer, the breaking news is the 49ers have basically agreed to the frameworks of trades that would send Brandon Aiyuk to the Cleveland Browns or the New England Patriots. But now the ball is really in Brandon Aiyuk's court as far as if he wishes to accept the contract proposals from either of those 2 teams.
All right, Matt Maiocco with the news of the day. 49ers, framework of a deal, Browns and Patriots, ball in Brandon Aiyuk's court. 808 KNBR. 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation here, as it is John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here on the Sports Leader on a Tuesday from Levi's Stadium.
It's all happening, JD. It's all happening.
Yeah, and quick thought to you. You had a quick thought.
Listen, I don't think Pittsburgh's out on this. I really don't. There's no indication that the 49ers have formally said, you're in. This is not like Survivor, right? They're not blanking out any of the torches here. I think that a lot of this can be viewed, and I've heard informed speculation to this. Can't say it's reporting, but informed speculation just through the tweet vine and the text lines and all that this can all be a ploy to get Pittsburgh, which is where Brandon Aiyuk wants to go, and a team that can make a very attractive trade offer to the San Francisco 49ers to get them to up their bid, because they also have the ability to pay Brandon Aiyuk. So I wouldn't be so sure that Pittsburgh's entirely out. That's not to say anything's happening. I'm not getting us, too far down the tracks here. Right now, it's about the Browns and it's about the Patriots. And if Brandon Aiyuk can come to an agreement with either of those teams, because the 49ers already have when it comes to the trade package, but don't count out Pittsburgh just yet, because if they got back into the race with a viable trade package, I think it'd be the best for the 49ers and for Aiyuk.
Furthering the story just a little bit, Gerard Mayo, the head coach of the New England Patriots. That's still a little weird to say.
Super weird statement.
Super weird statement. The head coach of the Patriots on his team's potential involvement in a Brandon Aiyuk trade. Quote, I know what all you guys want to know. One thing I learned from Bill, I don't talk about players on other teams. So there you go. Short and sweet.
I know what all you want to know is a hell of a line, Gerard. Really, really currying favor with the local press in Boston. Yeah, I know. I know what's up. You guys don't know, but I know what's up, and I'm not going to tell you. That's some real toddler energy right there.
So more on this. We know Brandon Aiyuk wants the greatest amount of money possible, but Cleveland and New England potentially may not be franchises he wants to go to. You talked about the fact that the Steelers, at least for now, and the Commanders not in the mix. Maybe the Steelers could get back into the mix. Those are the 2 teams that Aiyuk has wanted to go to. The Niners presenting options of teams that maybe he doesn't want to go to. So it comes down to money and maybe a less desirable situation for the 49ers and Aiyuk, or stick around and play on the 5th-year option or play on the 49ers contract offer. a lot of different scenarios
so
to get into.
So what you're saying is it's very straightforward here.
well,
it's a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's the question. And I think the bigger question is, at some point, does this thing go too far down the road to where you cannot walk it back? Because I know
you're the 49ers.
Right.
Yeah.
Does it get to a point where you got to just trade him? Because
a level of toxicity has been reached in a certain scenario.
And I've been of the belief that part of why I would have tried to do everything I could to pay him in the offseason to this point to have him already here is harmony. I put a tangible dollar value on harmony for a team that wants to contend for and win a Super Bowl.
And I'm sure the 49ers do too. And then Brandon Aiyuk puts an even higher value on himself. And the two are not meeting right now. I mean, there's not any progress that we can point to between Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers since before the combine. There's a reason they were trying to trade Brandon Aiyuk to anyone who would take him at a price that was hefty, to be fair, before the draft. That's what made the Brandon Aiyuk trade demand so laughable. Buddy, they already tried to trade you. You can't demand something that they already tried to do. That's like quitting after you've been fired. So the fact that we're at this point now, I said it before, I'll say it again. This is John Lynch saying something needs to happen here. Here's our offer. Take it or leave it. And oh, by the way, here's the door. You guys have been operating in the Brandon Aiyuk camp on the premise that there are teams out there willing to give you what you're asking for. Prove it. And we'll find out if Cleveland or New England steps up to the plate.
And what we want to know is where do 49ers fans stand on this at 808 KNBR? 415-808-5627. That is the number to join the conversation. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, also via the phone lines. Do 49er fans want Brandon Aiyuk back at this point? I think it's been pretty split. Pay the man his money versus some of the potential deals that could be out there for the 49ers, whether it is, we'll stick with Cleveland and New England. Some of the likely scenarios could be an Amari Cooper coming back.
That's
if
right.
the 49ers do a deal with the Browns, plus draft capital.
Yep.
Could be a Kendrick Bourne coming back from the Patriots, plus better draft capital from New England.
It better be.
You would get from Cleveland. I know you mentioned some other possible names on the Patriots front, which I think is
like
fair.
a Pop Douglas or a Javon Baker. There's a good right tackle. I mean, you can make it work, but it's about that draft pick because the Patriots are going to suck so hard this upcoming season. You're going to want their draft picks.
And I think there's a sense of, frustration. It's been exhausting, I think, the way that this has played out. Because
it's exhausting doing nothing, JD.
With Aiyuk, kind of playing a role that he hasn't been great at.
No.
And doesn't totally fit his personality with the
He's a bad diva.
Social media stuff and the trade demand that you mentioned and all of it. It's been kind of weird. And then being here at camp and the walk by everybody the first day.
The how you doings?
The
dap
bro
gate.
hug with Kyle Shanahan.
It's all very unbecoming. And it's not the Brandon Aiyuk that I knew. When Deebo Samuel was getting messy, when Deebo Samuel was, putting in his trade demands and stuff, and this is not to impugn anyone's character here, but it was a lot more in line with the Deebo Samuel that we knew. Deebo wears number 1 now. That's not out of character for Deebo Samuel. And by the way he plays, he can wear whatever the hell number he wants. Right? He can act however the hell he wants. And the 49ers came to that conclusion a couple of years ago when they gave him the deal. Brandon Aiyuk, sits in the corner. He's kind of a quiet guy, very sharp guy. And he's been trying to do this wide receiver diva playbook that a lot of other guys have done in the league. It just never was for him. The shoes never fit right. And we're getting to a point now where, again, we're in put up or shut up mode. And that's nice because we've been doing a lot of talking without actually making any progress for quite a while now, and now it's down to brass tacks, and resolution feels imminent, and that resolution very well could be Brandon Aiyuk stays with the 49ers, but we're going to find out what's what here in the not-too-distant future.
And the 49ers shifting their stance here over the last couple of days.
That's
really,
right.
I mean, since the bro hug, and everybody kind of speculated as to, hey, that could mean something is close on the front of maybe Aiyuk signing. It's seemingly
that's on us. That's on us for speculating.
That's fair,
that.
but still, it seemingly has gone the other direction since then. Not that the two are related. I'm not inferring that.
It just wasn't good enough DAP, and John Lynch took it personally, and, I got to get this guy out of here. No, like, it comes down to the the very simple premise of Brandon Aiyuk thinks he's worth something. The 49ers think Brandon Ayuk's worth something. The two sides are very far apart. The two sides are very convicted in their stance. And now John Lynch is giving Brandon Aiyuk the opportunity to prove that he's right, because John Lynch inherently, by doing this, has to think that he's right as well. And we're going to find out again what's what. But man, I also kind of wonder, why did it take so long to get to this point? This could have been done during an actual offseason,
well,
JD.
I think that also relates to, hey, like the best time to trade Aiyuk, if you're going to trade Aiyuk, is not now.
Yeah, and I think every day we move forward, it becomes more not now.
Now, we can debate, and we have for the last couple of hours here.
Last couple of months.
Whether, more specifically, whether, getting Amari Cooper for a year plus a second-round pick makes it worth it now, whether there's a package from the Patriots. Because I kind of hate the Patriots package. Like,
Fair enough.
I'm interested enough in 1 year of Amari Cooper, even though he's not the blocker Brandon Aiyuk is. I think he is the route runner, or even maybe slightly better.
He's better.
As great as Aiyuk is as a route runner.
Yeah.
So
Amari Cooper's like special as a route runner.
Amari Cooper 1 year at 30.
Yeah.
With the 49ers in a full-blown Super Bowl window, plus you're getting a second-round pick. Like, that's actually the first time I would think about, hey, I might do something. I don't love...
It's hypothetical.
Getting Kendrick Bourne and maybe a better pick. Their second is going to be, at least projects to be, the
33, 34, 35. You're doing a snake draft if you're the 49ers in that situation.
Projects to be better than the Browns pick, to be sure.
Yeah.
But then it's just, but you don't know for sure. And that's part of, I think, why you are inclined to do a deal before the draft.
Right.
Like, maybe you're getting a player, where the picks are.
Totally. Again, let's be very clear. The 49ers before this season told every team in the NFL, make us your best offer on Brandon Aiyuk and on Deebo Samuel, because we don't think that we can keep both of these guys and pay Brock Purdy. And by the way, there's going to be other players on this roster that are well known and very important that they're going to lose as well when Brock Purdy gets paid. The entire foundation of this roster has been built on Brock Purdy's cheap-ass salary, and that's about to change about 60-fold. So the entire foundation of this team and how it's built is going to fundamentally change. And this is why the 49ers are so dug in when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk. Wide receivers, are they as valuable as they're being paid? I don't think so. I think the 49ers are saying they don't think so. But Brandon Aiyuk is looking at the marketplace and saying, I'm pretty damn good. And he's right about that. But is he damn good enough to get $30 million a year? Ooh, that's elite company. I don't know if he's truly an elite wide receiver, because as you mentioned earlier in the show, JD, and I think it needs to be hammered home again and again and again, what number is he on the 49ers depth chart of game changers and game breakers? I mean, 71, 23, 19 even still, 85, 13. Come on now.
Ego can be money, and ego can also be pecking order.
No doubt.
Or perceived pecking order.
No doubt.
And I think that's all what Aiyuk is going to have to decipher. And I think the one thing that's pretty clear is the 49ers now are trying to frame this thing as, hey, he didn't want to be here if they wind up going down the route.
Yeah. And I hate doing a PR thing. I really don't, because Farhan's been doing this PR campaign for the last couple. He's looking okay today, given that the Giants are back to 500. But playing PR, no, I don't care about any of that. Play on the field. Put the best team you can on the field. And for the 49ers, they have to come out of this situation not winning any PR war with Brandon Aiyuk. They have to come out of this situation winning football games, because they have a Super Bowl window that's 1 year open.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, by the way, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here on the sports leader. Just had to get that in real quick.
And listen, otherwise, this whole thing would get shut down. And we're going to have Matt Maiocco on later on this hour. I'm interested if any things have changed, but I want to go back to this. I don't think Pittsburgh's out. This is a gut feel right here. There is no substantive reporting. Not that that's really my thing anyway, but there's nothing substantive here when it comes to why I think Pittsburgh can make the best offer to the San Francisco 49ers. I highly doubt, and I think it's evident in how this thing has played out to date, that they have made that offer. But George Pickens, the wide receiver that they have, is unbelievable. He's better than Amari Cooper. Now, he might not be the same sort of veteran, the steady Eddie that we called him yesterday, as Amari Cooper, but this dude, you want to talk about a blocker, George Pickens is about as good of a blocker at wide receiver as you're going to get. He was a big player last year for a Pittsburgh team that sucked on offense. I mean, my goodness, they were messing around with Kenny Pickett at quarterback. It was a mess. And he was still getting big yardage every catch, 63 catches for 1,140 yards last year, George Pickens. He's the guy who, if the Steelers are trading Brandon Aiyuk, you say, okay, we'll take a second or a third or whatever. We want Pickens. We want 2 years of Pickens on his rookie deal. He can replace Brandon Aiyuk. You're getting something for the now, and you're still getting something for the later, not just with a player who's younger and of the same caliber, but also with a little bit of draft capital. I think that they need Pittsburgh to up their offer because that's how the 49ers win this thing.
Yeah, I still wonder if that's even realistic at this point, if the 49ers' ultimate end game, and we don't know, is to keep Brandon Aiyuk. Because I think
that's a very real thing.
Is the potential for that to be the reason for all of this, is just to futz around and
I'm just happy stuff's moving, JD,
and get a little deadline pressure on Aiyuk, because everything's just been sort of, I don't want to say stymied, but it's been
stale at the very least.
Stale. Just, where is he? Oh, he's watching practice.
It's a stalemate.
Shaking hands. Oh, he's not.
They haven't had substantive contract negotiation talks for months, not days, not hours, months.
And when you allow Aiyuk to talk to teams and his representation to talk to teams, it also gives a more firm feel, I think, for the dollars and cents.
No doubt.
Maybe the 49ers decide to match.
Yeah, the Niners might be wrong. The Niners might say, hey, you're not worth this much. And I don't think the market's going to show it. And then the market comes back and says, no, we're willing to do this. And now the 49ers have to make a call. Okay, hey, this is available. We didn't ever have to give Brandon Aiyuk this opportunity. But in order to break this thing up, in order to get somebody to move a little bit in this stalemate, we gave them this opportunity to test the market. They think the market's going to come back and agree with the 49ers. Brandon Aiyuk might like what he finds on the other side of this thing. He might end up on another team because of that. Or again, the 49ers, because they have always had all the leverage here, could come back and say, okay, that's what you're worth. Fair play. You win. Here it is.
And ultimately, the 49ers are going to be judged, regardless of what happens, by if they're better or worse in the 2024 season. That's how I'm going to judge this thing. We can speculate on money and how it would fit down the line and all of that, but I think the one thing to be clear, and where the conversation, I think, can be furthered and continue, is, look, the goal is to win a freaking Super Bowl.
Yep.
Not to accumulate 25 draft capital.
Yeah.
I mean, you need that to be part of the deal to do the deal from just a sheer value standpoint.
Of course.
But this deal and the way that the 49ers have handled it, because I think there are going to be some in the fan base, in the media, that are going to question if Aiyuk ends up on another team.
As well they should.
Like, did the Niners kind of bungle this a little bit?
It hasn't been handled well to this point. I mean, for all the leverage the Niners have had, they haven't really exerted it until now, and they haven't really made any progress until now. And we don't even know if this is progress that's working for the 49ers or working for Brandon Aiyuk. It is messy in a very different way than most of these wide receiver contract negotiations are messy. Most of these wide receiver contract negotiations are messy because, well, they're out there self-promoting and doing diva stuff. And I guess Aiyuk did that to a degree. But this is messy because now we've taken months worth of work, months worth of progress, and it's got condensed down into a couple of days here. Right? This should have been done months ago, JD. We should have a clear idea of what the market actually says months ago. Trade him before training camp starts, all these things. I think the 49ers misread Brandon Aiyuk and his steadfastness to actually hold in and hold out for a better contract. I think they misread him. I think they thought he would crack, and he is clearly not.
All right. He's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR. We have a couple of people on the lines that we'll get to. Coming up next, Matt Maiocco at 8:50 as well, as this is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The man of the hour, Matt Maiocco, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to recap the latest on Brandon Aiyuk, and he will join these guys, JD and Dieter, at 8:50 this morning. So keep it locked right here on the Sports Leader for all your 49ers coverage on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here on a Tuesday from Levi's Stadium. 49ers practice in about 2 hours. We are in for Murph and Marcus here on the Sports Leader. 808 KNBR is the number. We're going to get back to the phones here coming up in just a second, but we also want to congratulate Joe in Novato. Joe in Novato.
Big ups, Joe.
He won the $50 gift card to the 49ers team store, and he qualifies for a chance to win the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. The winner of the grand prize to be announced on this show with Murph and Marcus on Monday, August 26th. So thanks to everyone who called in. If you missed out on this show, don't worry about it, because you got 2 more chances to qualify later today during Papa and Lund and during Tolbert and Copes. Remember, 3 chances to qualify every day from now until August 23rd. So be sure to stay tuned right here to KNBR, the Sports Leader, your home of 49ers football for the last 20 years. Back to the phones we go. 808 KNBR, the number, and that's where Nick in San Francisco checks in as we continue to talk all things Brandon Aiyuk. Hey, Nick, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, guys? How's it going down in Santa Clara? Not
Doing
foggy
well.
like San Francisco?
No.
Pretty clear.
Sun is out.
Oh, man, what's that life like?
It's good.
It's strange. We're inside.
Yeah, exactly.
We kind of want to be outside.
It's odd when you're anywhere, Nick, where it's dark when you start, and then it's like it feels like you're just in a different world.
Yep.
That's fair. It's like Vegas right there. It's dangerous.
Exactly. A little bit of that without the fun, without the other fun that comes with Vegas
or the peril.
Fair enough. Well, I just wanted to make this quick. I'm not blaming Aiyuk on this one, and I'm not blaming the Niners. He's doing what he thinks is right, trying to get paid. I get that. Look at all the wide receivers who got paid this year. Niners obviously don't want to, guessing they also really can't to make everything else work out. I still think there's a good chance that he comes back, because I think it's going to come down to, does he really want to get paid at that top market rate, or does he want to win? Look at the other teams he's being floated to right now. How much will they pay him? Probably more. But Cleveland's not going to win this year. New England's not going to win this year. And he obviously has camaraderie and likes being here. I think, the hugs and all that kind of makes it funky, but I think that also shows how much he cares about this team. So I think the ball's in his court to determine what he wants to do. And I ultimately think there's still a good chance that he will prioritize winning over getting paid top of the market, still get paid well. And I think that's where the Niners and him are at right now.
Thanks, Nick. Good phone call. I mean, it's all a negotiation, right, Dieter? It comes down to that at the end of the day. I mean, Aiyuk's been trying to do his thing here for the last few months. The 49ers have been hardline in their stance, and now there is movement. I do think we were at a point, at least getting closer to a point, where there needed to be some movement. I think there's some that would question, well, why is it, why August 5th? Is that the time that this thing started to have to go in a different direction, where they were ruffling things up a little bit? But, it all boils down to negotiation.
And as Nick pointed out, it comes down to money versus winning. And I would imagine the New England Patriots, because who the hell do they need to pay, can offer Brandon Aiyuk an exceptional contract. Does Brandon Aiyuk want that? Is that the kind of life he wants to live? I would think that it might be worth $4 or $5 million a year, $6 or $7 million a year even, to be playing in San Francisco, to have the profile of being a San Francisco 49er, which is still dramatically underrated when we talk about large fan bases, large brands in professional sports. Not having Drake May throw you a football might be worth a lot of money. And then, Cleveland might be just right down the middle option. As you noted earlier, I want to echo your point here. Like, I do think that folks generally sleep on the quality of the Browns. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender. They're obviously not the favorite in the AFC North.
They beat the 49ers last year with P.J. Walker.
Handedly. And I would be remiss.
Jake Moody missed a kick at the gun, but
they kind of kicked their ass.
They did. I remember the one thing I remember about that game was, and I covered that game in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And I remember
I'm sorry.
being there early. I actually don't mind Cleveland. Not my favorite, but I digress.
I do.
I've spent a lot of nights there covering a bunch of NBA finals, like over a month actually in my life. I did the calculation.
I did a week in Cleveland, obviously for the NBA finals, and at a certain point, I'm like, I'm just going to eat at Chipotle every meal. Like I can't do this anymore.
So it was. The one thing I remember, to your point on the physicality, that was really kind of the first time I was like, damn, the Browns have a little chop to them. They've got some chops.
Yeah, imagine if they had a quarterback.
Ended up making the playoffs. Yeah, it was P.J. Walker that day. Moody missed the kick at the end that the 49ers would have won despite not playing a great game. But I remember being down in the tunnel at 3.5 hours before kickoff. Nobody's really in the stadium, and there were some ops people. And the Browns, they have the big dog pound. They have these huge dogs that the players walk through, right? These huge angry dogs,
mastiff
big
statues.
Some teams will have the helmet in the corner.
Yeah.
Well, I have these massive angry looking dogs.
Okay.
And right next to it, this guy was coming in with a boombox, and I'm like, what is going on here with the boombox? And basically, the Browns took the Niners boombox shtick.
They stole it
that day, and the Browns came out all in their white that day and had the boombox going like, you guys ain't anything. And then
they kind of proved it.
Came out and physically. Just one of those random things that stand out to you about that. But yeah, the Browns are not a crap team.
No, they got a hell of a head coach. We'll see what they have with the quarterback, but they have talent across the board, a good offensive line. The defense obviously has one of the best players in the NFL in Myles Garrett. Got a great secondary, Denzel Ward. This is a team that is, their total in Vegas is set at 8.5 right now. That's the same as the Rams. That's the same as the Chargers. And those are two teams that a lot of folks, including myself, are hot on coming into the year. So, don't sleep on the Browns as sort of a middle option between the 49ers and the Patriots. They can make probably a better offer. I don't know why they would, but they could. It seems as if they're in it to win it here. And, hey, not a bad team for Brandon Aiyuk either.
The other question is, though, and you just mentioned it, does he really want to go live in Cleveland? I mean, I think that is a fair part of it.
The Chipotle was nice. It was a positive Chipotle downtown. I was just sick of Cleveland, man. I was sick of Cleveland. Lovely people. Actually, that's not true. They hate me there.
Mike in San Francisco, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Mike.
JD, Dieter, good morning, gents.
What's going on, brother? Yeah, doing well, man.
Good. Good to hear. I want to pose a question, offer a solution, and also give a thought on my way exiting stage left. So the question is, do you think it'd be good to look outside the box and inside the trenches and living in, the great reality of the day at Cleveland and say that Jedrick Wills Jr., an offensive lineman, he plays left tackle, but I'm sure we could move him to the right side. He's a great pass blocker. Gives up a sack every 191 snaps for his career.
Outstanding offensive lineman.
Yes. And with our two guys banged up, I'd propose that instead of going after another wide receiver when we have Juwan Jennings, I forget the rookie's name. And
Ricky Pearsall.
Slick Rick.
Pearsall. And thank you. And also Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle catching passes that protecting Brock Purdy and getting some leverage on that line of scrimmage might keep Patrick Mahomes off the field for the final drive of the Super Bowl if we get back there. The last thing I want to say, and I'll take my answer off air, is just have a nice day, gents. I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, thank you.
No worries.
That's
if
all right.
If you got it, text it in. We'll get it on.
Yeah, exactly. Well done, Mike. I mean, keeping
Mike.
it together there. Yeah, outside the box positionally, would they look at other positions? And you mentioned that a little bit earlier. I wasn't really down with it, but it's
tough.
Did your homework on it.
It's tough. I mean, I think the Patriots with Mike Onwenu would be a good option. I said that Jedrick Willis is an outstanding offensive lineman. you have to forgive me. I'm holding on to his draft profile.
Sure.
He has actually been kind of ass as of late, according to PFF, which is not the gospel. I'm not this guy who goes, oh, PFF said this. I don't recall very much watching, left tackle Jedrick Willis. I think he's in a pretty tough spot with a constant rotation of quarterbacks as well. He was one hell of a prospect, though. He was the 10th overall pick in 2020 coming out of Alabama, and I remember him very much as a prospect. That would not be enough. There is a very real thought in just rudimentary Googling and such coming out of Cleveland, which is a pretty tough media market, at least for the Browns, that they shouldn't extend this guy. So to get a guy who, at least of Browns media, whatever that's worth, isn't keen on extending, who was once the number 10 pick, that's not enough draft capital. That's not enough capital in general to be the backbone of a deal. But I do like the idea for the 49ers of not necessarily just going for the X receiver, not just going for a guy who would be a plug-and-play replacement for a Brandon Aiyuk. As positive as that would be, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying don't do it. What I'm saying is Ricky Pearsall is here. And you do have Juwan Jennings, who is outstanding and probably could rise up and fill that role fairly well. I feel pretty confident about that, given how Juwan Jennings has looked in camp, certainly how he played in the Super Bowl, how he played last season. They extended him for a reason. I think they're okay at wide receiver. They're not going to replace the right tackle. They're not replacing McKivitz before the season. They're all in on him, right or wrong. That's how they feel. They don't want to pay another offensive lineman. They'll just give that money to Trent Williams with his new contract.
I still think the most important thing is getting a receiver. I think the Niners are comfortable in what they have at these other positions right now, and they're not trying to mix it up too much. I think
that's fair.
I think they want some added value in terms of draft capital, and then they want, in a perfect world, somebody that can, for 1 year, be a stopgap for Brandon Aiyuk not being around.
This is why player-for-player trades almost never happen in the NFL, because teams like the guys they put on the roster. They spend a lot of time putting together these rosters. Player-for-player trades, it just gets murky real fast.
All right, we're going to get to Mark and Clovis on the other side. 808 KNBR, still time for more phone calls. Matt Maiocco at 8:50, and the cooler of content is coming up next as well, right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Marcus. Keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, back with you here from Levi's Stadium. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus here on a Tuesday. With you until 10 o'clock. Papa and London, of course, Tolbert and Copes, and then Giants baseball. Giants trying to get over 500 for the first time in a long time. We'll see if they can do it against the Nationals in D.C. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to join the conversation here. Before we get to Mark and Clovis, though, on the phones, Dieter, you got a little bit of something?
A little something. We might, it might be nothing, might be something. We'll find out here in the not-too-distant future. But Mike Kadlick, who covers the Patriots for CLNS Media out of Boston.
And is that like akin to draft buzz? Or
It's better than that.
Okay. I'm not trying to shade your guy. I know you vouched for him during the break.
I'm vouching with the minimal amount of vouch. I'll give a smidge.
He's at practice, though.
It is, yes, he is there. This is a guy who I have vetted. It appears that he is there. There's videos and photos to prove it. I don't know if he's any good at analyzing, but he can certainly figure out that Kendrick Bourne, he would know his number, is not out for the stretches at the beginning of Patriots practice today. Might be nothing, might be something, but if we're on stretch watch, Kendrick Bourne not stretching.
Okay. So, and Kendrick Bourne, one of the players, rumored, even reported, I guess.
Strongly insinuated
that the 49ers would be interested in if they do a deal involving Brandon Aiyuk with one of the teams that Matt Maiocco is going to join us at 8:50, reported that they have in place the framework
That's right.
of a deal. It's on Aiyuk to choose. What does he want to do? Cleveland, New England, or potentially stay?
But as the 49ers just found out when they signed Eflin, the center, and he then immediately got injured in stretches. I mean, it's probably worthwhile to take some precautions if you're the Patriots and you have the framework of a deal worked out here when it comes to Kendrick Bourne, who is currently on PUP.
808 KNBR, Mark and Clovis checking in here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Mark.
How are you guys doing today?
Good.
We're busy.
Well, I have a different take on this altogether. We all know that the players want to play, and I think what really gets lost here is that the agents are the guys who really drive this, because they're pumping up their players. They're saying you can get more. Look at all that this guy is going, and the real bottom line is the agent's looking for his dollar, and he gets paid one way or the other. Whether they play or not, they get paid. I mean, we just look at baseball, for example, Snell. And then that pitcher at Arizona who told Boris to go take a hike. I mean, they finally figured it out after a while.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, so I think that's part of the problem. It's the players want to play. Like I said, Aiyuk's out there. He wants to get out to do it. And I'm sure, whoever his agent is saying, hey, stick it out. They're going to give in. If he doesn't want to get traded, he'll play.
Thanks for the call. The agent's name is Ryan Williams. He's also John Lynch's agent. It should be noted. That's fun. I will say this. I don't disagree with some of this call. I have to disagree with then not taking it far enough. Yes, players want to play. And yes, agents want to get paid, not just for the player themselves, but for themselves, right? They get a cut. The agent works for the players. If Brandon Aiyuk thinks that this has all gone horribly wrong, this can come to an end almost immediately. Brandon Aiyuk actually calls the shots. He takes advice from Ryan Williams. He takes his counsel. That is what he pays him to do. But Brandon Aiyuk is in control of this. He's a 26-year-old man. He's a multimillionaire. He is in control of the situation. And as you noted with Jordan Montgomery of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who told Scott Boras to take a walk, Brandon Aiyuk at any point can say, Ryan Williams, you got to go. You've botched this thing to high heaven. And I've suggested many times, not just on these airwaves, but in my columns and on Twitter and the like, that he should do that. He should fire his agent because his agent has given him very bad counsel to this point, and I don't think that's changed even with the developments of the last couple hours.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 if you want to continue to join the conversation either via the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or via the phone lines here on the Sports Leader, as it is JD and Dieter here on a Tuesday. Let's go ahead and get to our cooler of content for today.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, short and sweet today, Dieter, in the cooler of content. This was a funny clip. We had the report yesterday from, what was our buddy Cam Marino?
Cam Marino of NFL Draft Buzz.
And you mocked him, and I said, I don't know.
I don't know if I mocked
Maiocco
him.
and Mary Kay Cabot aggregated him, and, when their stories.
Buddy, we were
with
looking
actual
for
information. They had actual information. Cam Marino is kind of.
They used Cam Marino as the anchor to get in. Credit to Cam Marino on that, but the credibility is on the line, and it ain't looking so hot right now.
And I'm paraphrasing here. Maybe you have the tweet up from yet, but Cam Marino reported yesterday afternoon that the 49ers and Steelers had agreed to a deal done for Brandon Aiyuk.
He led it with breaking,
yes.
The Steelers and 49ers, and this is Cam Marino's report, which I think has been debunked. At this point, it's certainly not accurate, but he said that the Steelers and 49ers had agreed to a trade that sent Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
None of those things have
Content creators gone wild, Dieter.
Tweet's still up, though. Tweet's still up. I don't think he's tweeted anything since.
And you, on the offhand that the 49ers end up pivoting back to Pittsburgh, he'll say, see, I got it right all along. Well, don't tell that to Tom Pelissero and Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network, who absolutely went in on Cam Marino for his reporting of what happened with the 49ers and Steelers and having an Aiyuk deal done. Here's a little snippet of that.
But again, Brandon Aiyuk seems like he is going to be a rich man once he gives the green light and once the 49ers have the trade compensation in place with whatever team they're going to trade him to.
So once again, maybe a trade happens an hour, a day, a week from now, but it doesn't mean the fake tweet that you put out already ever is going to end up being right. So everybody can pull those down now, but you won't because you want to get that little check from Elon at the end of the month.
There you go. Tom Pelissero, Mike Garafolo.
Subtle. Understated.
I mean, they just flamed him.
Yeah. Well, he was wrong. And he's praying that my suggestion that the Steelers might not be out is
the Steelers get
right.
back in, and then he'll go, yeah, see?
They were never out. They were never out.
And I stand by my reporting.
I stand by Matt Maiocco's reporting on these matters. And by the way, that has been now corroborated by countless insiders from all the teams. And it is common knowledge across the NFL at this juncture. Matt Maiocco breaking it. And we'll see if he can break anything with us here in the not-too-distant future, coming on at 8:50, right?
Yeah, 8:50. In 10 minutes, Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area and our 49ers insider here at KNBR as well. We appreciate him. And that closes very quickly
Open and close.
Our cooler of content.
Can't leave the door open. The ice will melt.
Sometimes you take a big ice chest out to the beach, if you're in Tahoe or something like that. Sometimes
individual coolers.
This was like one of those little, not styrofoam anymore. Not styrofoam anymore because that's bad.
No, we want the
for the
compostable.
environment.
Right.
But yeah, you take a little. Yeah, the little cooler bags.
Listen, I got a little lunch. My toddler's got a lunch.
Just enough for a couple of rock stars.
That's right. Don't give that to my toddler. That would go very poorly. Very poorly.
So yeah, small little cooler.
Small cooler. Nothing wrong with that. A little insulated lunch bag.
Tuesday. I wanted to get into this, and I want to give credit. Tim Kawakami, I saw him. He made this point, and we got a couple of minutes here, so I just wanted to. And actually
Tim going in on Twitter right now.
Before I get to that, we actually do have some actual breaking news.
Oh, I want to hear this.
We have some actual breaking news.
Thank you.
From Shams Charania.
Shams time.
Switching a little bit in NBA note. Shams Charania reporting Lauri Markkanen and the Utah Jazz are expected to agree to a massive long-term contract extension and sign Wednesday or later, making him untradeable for the entire 2024-25 season. That according to Shams and Tony Jones and Anthony Slater, all of The Athletic. So
they're chipping in.
That is it.
And that's it for the Golden State Warriors, everybody. Have a good season.
No Lauri Markkanen for the Warriors, assuming that deal is signed tomorrow or at any point.
Incredible move by The Athletic and by Shams here to, in the photo that they included with the tweet, have Draymond Green getting laid up upon by Lauri Markkanen. Just a little bit of salt in the wound here, because I have maintained for a long time, JD, that it's Lauri Markkanen or bust for the Golden State Warriors. And buddy, welcome to bus time. It is, it's going to be a long, long season for one Wardell, Stephen Curry, and one Draymond Green.
Yeah, so that is, we'll get into that probably tomorrow because we're talking a lot. I mean, maybe between now and 10 o'clock.
KNBR. I mean, you tell us.
808 KNBR, the Warriors out on Lauri Markkanen. And
don't be coming at me with some Zach LaVine nonsense.
It sounds like, I mean, this thing for a couple of weeks now has been like not in the cards.
Yeah, it was not trending towards
Jazz
the Warriors' direction.
hell-bent on Podziemski. Warriors hell-bent to not move Podziemski or Kuminga. Jazz didn't really want Kuminga.
It looks great, though. Really,
They'd rather pay Markkanen, which I agree with. I mean, of course, you'd rather pay Lauri Markkanen than...
Well, one of them's an all-star, and one of them's a number 2 option in the NBA, and the other one is Jonathan Kuminga, who now has to be a number 2 option for the Golden State Warriors. And as I said... that's a wrap, folks. This is going to be a very long season for the Dubs.
Yeah, no doubt. And now we'll get into, obviously, where they can go from here. But the Warriors have been very confident in the team that they have.
Brandon Podziemski better kick ass.
Not only Podziemski, but Kuminga, if he's around. Again, I know the reporting has been that the Jazz weren't as hot on him.
It sounds like, to me, JD, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it sounds like they're trying to operate on 2 timelines. And oh boy, I'm getting PTSD over that right now.
Yeah, not something that has worked to this point. All right, Matt Maiocco is going to join us next. We'll get back into the 49ers conversation with him as it relates to Brandon Aiyuk. It is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with our KNBR 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Maiocco.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco on the Sports Leader.
All right, it's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, and Maiocco here on the Sports Leader. Do we have him? I missed that. We do have him.
Matt Maiocco's here.
Okay, Matty's good to go.
The man of the hour,
so
by
out
the
to
way.
the UMA guest line, our buddy Matt Maiocco joining us here on the Sports Leader. I'm not even going to ask you the question, Matt. My favorite question for you, this might be the last time. What's the latest with Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers, brother?
Do you want me to email my story from last night to you?
You finally came up with an answer last night, Matt. I love that. I love you for it.
Thank you. I finally came up with an answer. And as I was going to bed late last night, my wife says to me, "Where have you been? All I've heard you is just been on the phone talking nonstop for the last 7 hours." So, it was incredible, like the amount of information that has come out that I was able to report last night about just where things stand. And I think it's black and white right now. It's, the 49ers have 2 trade proposals that they've agreed to. There's 2 teams that Brandon Aiyuk wanted to go to, but neither of those teams have provided the 49ers with the kind of trade compensation that they want. And meanwhile, at least 3 of the 4 teams, I don't know exactly what Washington, I don't know that they ever came through with an offer. So they're completely out of it from what I understand. But the other 3 teams basically have their deals that have been presented to Aiyuk. So, Pittsburgh has their deal. However, they can't work out the compensation with the 49ers. So they're kind of effectively out. That's the way I worded it. And then the other 2 teams, things are buttoned up. Things are ready to roll when and if Brandon Aiyuk gives it the green light. So he has the 49ers have trades in place, the frameworks of trades in place with New England and with Cleveland. And then Aiyuk and his representation have basically contract proposals in hand from both of those teams. And now the ball is squarely in Brandon Aiyuk's court to determine which one of those 2 or neither of those 2 that he ultimately decides that he wants to accept.
Let's touch on the last part of that, and we'll get into more detail on the teams, the Cleveland, New England options here. But what's your sense for if Aiyuk chooses the third option, which is to come back and play for the 49ers? Would that be on their best offer in your estimation and what you've heard, or would that be on the 5th-year option at this point?
Well, I just don't see a scenario where he plays on the 5th-year option at $14.125 million when he has, one team willing to pay him well more than twice that amount, and another team willing to pay him roughly twice that amount. And then as far as the 49ers, I don't know exactly where things would stand if he says, I don't want Cleveland, I don't want New England, I want to remain here. That I don't think that's been something that he's talked to the 49ers about. And so how these things generally work is, a team will give a contract proposal and then kind of like, hey, we want to know the answer by this date. And when that deadline comes and goes, then it's not quite starting from square one if they resume contract talks, but then I'm sure a lot has happened since the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk were originally negotiating, and so they kind of have to figure out what made sense in March. Does that still make sense for the 49ers in August? And in Brandon Aiyuk's own words, when he was on the Pivot podcast, he talked about how he thought there was a contract in place and that he was ready to sign, and he was looking for his suit because he thought he was going to be coming to the Bay Area to sign that contract. And so something happened, right? And, I doubt that it was the 49ers saying, hey, on second thought, we want to pay you less money. That doesn't make any sense. But what did happen around that time was that the wide receiver market changed, and it changed quite dramatically. And Amon-Ra St. Brown signed for $30 million a year. So that's kind of where things are at. I've kind of put out the idea that if Brandon Aiyuk remains with the 49ers, it could be for basically a one-year deal where the 49ers say, hey, look, $14 million isn't fair, and everybody realizes that. So, potentially the 49ers could kick in a little bit more guaranteed money. I don't know what that number would be. Let's just say $20 million. Let's just say, let's replace your 14 with $20 million. Give you some incentives, both personal incentives, individual incentives, and then also team-related incentives, so that it pushes that number up if he hits those. And then at the end of the season, you kind of reevaluate things, and maybe it's just like, hey, nobody's going to leave anybody hanging in the off season. What the 49ers could do at that point is something similar to what the Chiefs did with L'Jarius Sneed, which was franchise him, but make sure you trade him early in the offseason so that this thing doesn't have, a drama lasting 2 full years.
Matt, do we have any better idea, more concrete idea on what the trade proposals are from the Browns and the Patriots right now?
Well, I think it's, what I've reported is the most likely scenarios are that the Browns would include Amari Cooper as well as draft picks, potentially a second-round pick and more, and the Patriots, and there would be some money, I think, involved in that as well, where the Browns have paid Amari Cooper. And so I would think that the 49ers would pick up some of Aiyuk's salary to kind of soften the blow for the Browns. And I think the 49ers would still gain cap space, but maybe not as much if it were just a straight deal with no money exchanging hands. And then for the Patriots, I think the most likely option would be Kendrick Bourne. They don't have a whole lot of wide receiver options out there. And so when you're taking on Kendrick Bourne instead of Amari Cooper, yes, you would have Bourne for more years at a lesser salary and higher draft picks. And think about it: if you get a second from the Browns and a second from the Patriots, more than likely that second round pick from the Patriots is going to be a better pick. And so if you're at the 49ers, I think I heard you kind of refer to this earlier, Dieter. I mean, if you're with the 49ers, best case scenario is you're picking in the 2025 NFL draft, you're picking number 32 and number 33.
Snake draft for the 49ers, exactly. Going full fantasy football. Now, by the way, they'd be doing that having traded their starting all-pro ex-receiver to the New England Patriots. And again, as you noted, not getting back a player of the same caliber, as good as Kendrick Bourne was for them. I mean, Brandon Aiyuk has been a massive, massive upgrade. Kendrick Bourne also on the PUP. I hate to take away from the Brandon Aiyuk conversation, but amid all of your conversations yesterday, any clarity on where things stand with Trent Williams right now?
I mean, I don't think things are happening, to be honest with you. And, I think that where the 49ers are looking is to kind of follow the same template that the Rams use with Matthew Stafford, with what the Dolphins use with Tyreek Hill, which is, those guys are under contract for multiple years, and you don't necessarily add any money to sweeten the pot as far as average per year, maybe a little bit, but it's mostly about the guaranteed number. You convert non-guaranteed salary into guaranteed money, and I don't know what Trent Williams' options are. Well, I guess I do know. I mean, he either shows up, and with each day, $50,000 in fines are being accrued, and those are fines that cannot be rescinded by the team. So if you're Trent Williams and the 49ers are saying, we're not going to give you, an $8 million a year raise or whatever he's looking for, and I don't know that that's the number, but I just throw that out there because he's scheduled to make $20 million this season, and now the top offensive linemen in the league are making 28. But he has to know at 36 years old when he should be in camp and when he needs to put on the pads in order to get himself ready for week 1. So his options are, just try to get as much from the 49ers as he possibly can, both in guaranteed money and maybe a pay raise, but also factoring in if the 49ers aren't going to meet that money, what's he going to do? Is he going to decide that he doesn't need another $20 million paycheck, basically, to play one more season of the NFL football, or is he going to say, you know what, I've done my time, I've had a darn good career, and that's it. So I don't know. I don't think he's going to retire. It would kind of seem illogical to me that he would pass up $20 million, at least $20 million. So I think it's just a matter of kind of a waiting game to see when Trent feels like his back is against the wall and he needs to be in training camp to get ready for the regular season. And that might be after the second preseason game. It might be after the third preseason game. It might be 10 days before the season opener. I just don't know the answer to that.
Matt, I want to go back to the Amari Cooper prospect and potential and the Kendrick Bourne potential. How do you see those two specifically fitting in for 1 year in the Kyle Shanahan system? Obviously, we know Kendrick Bourne's been here before, but with the goal to get to and win the Super Bowl, how's the fit for either or both at this stage of their career specifically?
Well, I think Amari Cooper is a really good receiver. And, if you look at the numbers from last season, they're comparable. Brandon Aiyuk's numbers were better, but they're comparable. And Brandon Aiyuk had the guy who finished fourth in the MVP voting throwing to him, whereas, help me out with the names. I don't even remember.
P.J. Walker was the guy when the Niners lost to him in October.
Yeah, there was some Joe Flacco.
Yeah,
Flacco.
Joe Flacco on the other side of 40,
I think there was
coming
a Jeff
in off
Driscoll.
The street.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think for 1 year, Amari Cooper's not a bad option, and it would be more than likely just for that 1 year. So you would save a little bit of cap room. You would pick up draft picks for the future, and I think the 49ers could, certainly tell the locker room and show the locker room. And by the way, Amari Cooper, I don't know him, but everything I heard, by the way, when I was in Canton, I was talking to plenty of people from Cleveland, including people on the Browns payroll. So everything I heard about Amari Cooper was very positive.
All class.
Just a solid pro. Nobody has anything even remotely negative to say about Amari Cooper. I guess the only thing is he's 30 years old, but he's playing at a high level, and he just doesn't have, from the Browns standpoint, my question to the Browns people were, well, why would you trade him then? And the answer is because he's 30 years old. And if you get Brandon Aiyuk for 4 or 5 years, that kind of settles that position for a long time. That you don't have to worry too much about that, and you can add other guys, but Brandon Aiyuk's kind of your focal point. But I think the 49ers can definitely push the notion that things are still all in for 2024, while also building the foundation for the future with more draft picks.
Matty, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Scoops Maiocco, baby.
And just to reiterate, the ball right now is solidly in Aiyuk's court. He can either choose the Patriots, he can choose the Browns, or he can choose nothing and just see what develops with him and the 49ers.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, good stuff from Matt Maiocco, NBC Sports Bay Area.
We'll see Matt in like 50 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see him here clearly on the road, heading down 680, maybe over to 237.
Who's to say? Who's to say what route he'll take?
Here to Levi Stadium.
I'm just glad he took whatever route he took last night because it was he beat everybody to the punch on the biggest story of the day. I mean, this has been like the biggest story in the NFL, I'd argue, for the last couple of weeks, if not sort of a main storyline for the last couple of months. And we were looking for something, Matt, I'll use Matt's analogy, to move the ball, right? And the ball has been moved, and it has been placed right in front of Brandon Aiyuk, and the 49ers have said, what you going to do with it? What you going to do with it? Here's your chance, big guy. Prove it. Prove it. You think the market's going to pay you that? Here's the market. Get to getting.
Yeah, good stuff there, and we'll continue to keep everybody updated on what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is the number to join the conversation. How does this thing end? And I'm interested just to hear where 49er fans are at this point. Is it still bring him back, pay the man his money? Is it a situation where it's, no, I'll take Amari Cooper in a second? Because I think it is split. I don't love the Patriots. I'm less concerned about the pick.
It's not clean enough.
And Kendrick Bourne and Amari Cooper to me are completely different levels of player.
You would have to get You would have to get Kendrick Bourne and somebody else in order for me to feel good about it. And that draft pick.
And stylistically, I know, and I think it was Mike Silver who made this point, and I mean, we've talked about the blocking, and Cooper's not a great blocker, although I think you're a little higher on him than maybe I am.
He's a bigger body.
On him as a blocker, but it's like Bourne or Cooper, like it's crazy to kind of say this, but Bourne is more Kyle Shanahan's type of a guy.
Well, he's been in Kyle Shanahan's exact system, whereas with Cooper, we're sort of having to imagine what it would look like. And it's not a stretch at all. It doesn't take much imagination to imagine what Amari Cooper would look like in a Kyle Shanahan offense. He plays for Kevin Stefanski. That's a Kyle Shanahan disciple. But Kendrick Bourne was here. Kendrick Bourne was a very good player, not of the level of a Brandon Aiyuk or an Amari Cooper, but a very good player for Kyle Shanahan, who priced himself out, knows what it takes to get the job done for Kyle Shanahan. And you know what? If they really like Ricky Pearsall and they feel like Jawan Jennings does have another level to give him, adding a Kendrick Bourne into the mix, I don't think it'd be a win. I still think you're probably taking a bit of an L for the 2020. You're definitely taking an L for the 2024 season, but you could do worse. You could absolutely do worse.
Let's also reset the other breaking news here within the last 20 minutes or so via Shams of the Athletic.
Charania, baby.
Yeah, and also Tony Jones and Anthony Slater, all the Athletic guys in on this.
I think they had a conference call.
Laurie Markkinen, I think it's more of a group text.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
I think it's more of a group text.
Slater's a prolific texter.
I think it's more of a group text. Laurie Markkinen and the Jazz expected to agree on a massive long-term contract extension and sign Wednesday or later. Well, why is Wednesday or later important?
Explain.
Because there is a 6-month waiting period for a trade.
A moratorium, if you will.
On the day that any renegotiation or extension between the Jazz and Markkinen would occur. The trade deadline is 6 months from today.
That's
in
right.
the NBA.
Mark your calendars.
Today is also, not to get too in the weeds, the first day that Markkinen is eligible. So Markkinen could do that deal today and be eligible to be traded on the day of the trade deadline.
But he's not doing that.
He's not doing that. He wants no part of that. He wants to sign the long-term deal with the Jazz and get basically a no-trade clause.
De facto no-trade clause
for a year. For 1 year. And by doing it tomorrow or Thursday or
any day that's not today,
between now and the start of the season, Markkinen can do that. So the gist of this is
the Warriors are screwed starting tomorrow and every day from that point on.
The gist of this is Lauri Markkinen's not coming to the Warriors.
And that's a big problem.
And so the Warriors now find themselves in a position where we're going to find out if they had 2 or 3 other things potentially lined up to try and improve this roster, or are they going to double down on the notion now with Markkanen not only off the board until the trade deadline, but off the board until a year from now?
You got to eat a year.
To just, hey, Pajemski's our starting 2 and Kuminga's the starting 4 and hanging on to Wiggins, who I still think they've been really looking to try to move.
They have.
But they're not.
To the point where they kept him off of Team Canada.
But they're not going to send him in just any old addition by subtraction kind of a deal either. So, I think, what do they do now is the big question. And the other question off of that is, where does this leave them in the Western Conference? And we'll get into that more specifically coming up. But, I mean, this is not a good day for the Warriors, even though it's been trending this way for the last handful.
JD, amongst all of that, and you say, oh, what's the next deal? This and that. I don't see any other paths. That's not to say they don't exist. It's just to say that we've been thinking about this for a long time. We've been talking to people about this for a long time. There's no obvious move. It was Lauri Markkanen or bust, and now we're in bust potential. And amongst all of that you just dropped on us, good knowledge, sounds to me like the Warriors are doubling down on 2 timelines, and I can't do it again, JD. I just can't do it.
If they're doubling down on the team that they currently have,
that's no timelines. And you can't divide by 0.
There's some potential for disaster.
This is combustible with Steph Curry, by the way, eligible for an extension this time next year.
Even though I've said I like the moves that they've made. We'll explain it all coming up next. What does it all mean? And if anything happens with Brandon Aiyuk, we got you covered on that. It's a busy news day for the 49ers and Warriors. We got you covered. JD and Kurtenbach on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader. We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us about unfiled tax returns.
This is something that affects a tremendous number of people, and the number one reason people don't file is a plain old simple, they just didn't have the money to pay the taxes, and then the second year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1, and by the way, they still don't have the money, and it becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle. Another reason is because they don't have their receipts. No problem. We'll get everything that the IRS and state has on you. So then how are you going to pay your taxes? No problem. We'll go ahead and we want to make a deal for you with the IRS. But what if you say to me, Steve, I have all my receipts and I keep them in this very big green trash bag in my garage, but I'm not really into this bookkeeping thing. No problem. The whole bookkeeping department does this for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse not to file, and it's going to cause you a lot of harm. There's all these newly hired IRS agents that are looking for you. You don't have to put up with this. You don't have to live like this. You don't have to subject your family, your business, and yourself to this. Just call us. We'll explain all your options. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. The only thing you have to do is call us.
All right, that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Lauri Markkanen is expected to sign a long-term extension with the Utah Jazz on Wednesday or later, making him untradeable the entire 2024-2025 season. That is according to Shams Charania of The Athletic. Give us your thoughts. Call or text in now to 415-808-KNBR.
assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, 808 KNBR. Busy day, a lot of news relating to the 49ers. Our thanks to Matt Maiocco, who joined us in the last segment.
Scoops.
And, yeah, Scoops Maiocco reiterating that the 49ers have the framework of a Brandon Aiyuk trade with both the Browns and Patriots in play. Matt Maiocco also reporting now it's firmly the ball is in Aiyuk's court to determine what he wants to do. So if anything
Here's the ball.
happens with that, we'll get back into that coming up at the bottom of the hour and any further news related to that as well. Let's get into the other breaking news of the morning.
This is huge.
And that is via The Athletic, which reported that Lauri Markkanen and the Jazz expected to agree to a contract extension signed on Wednesday. So that puts the Warriors out on Lauri Markkanen. He would be untradeable for the entire 2024-25 season. In that report, Dieter, and we'll get to what is coming up for the Warriors, but in that report, the most aggressive offer.
Okay, very important wording.
For Markkanen was the Warriors, which included Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks and pick swaps and second-rounders.
Oh, so what you're saying is it was a half-assed offer.
Utah wanted Brandon Pajemski, but Golden State would not include him.
Yeah, okay. This might go down as one of the all-time blunders for the Golden State Warriors and perhaps the end of any relevancy that this operation has, because we knew that what happened last year wasn't good enough for Golden State. And now your core guys are a year older. And in the case of Kuminga and Pajemski, that could be a positive thing. In the case of a Steph Curry and a Draymond Green, not so much. Yeah, I don't know what the hell Andrew Wiggins is, so your guess is as good as mine at this point. If the Golden State Warriors truly, as it has been reported by multiple outlets, drew the line at Brandon Pajemski, they're going to have to wear that for a decade. For a decade. If Brandon Pajemski is the straw that broke the camel's back when it comes to getting a guy like Lauri Markkanen, who we all agree isn't some superstar, we all agree isn't some game changer, but is exactly what the Golden State Warriors needed to take a jump in a Western Conference that's loaded, to go from a team that could maybe make the play-in tournament to a team that could and should make the top six and be in the mix in a Western Conference filled with parity. If they drew the line at Brandon Pajemski, who is a very nice player, a young player, a cheap player, but ultimately a glue guy for a good team, of which he is not on currently. He's a glue guy for a team that doesn't need adhesive right now. It needs a number two. If they drew the line at Pajemski, and they're going to stand their ground on Pajemski, they have made a colossal error, in my estimation.
Well, and I look at it right now, and I think, this team is a 7-12 team in the Western Conference. I think 7 is their ceiling.
That's right.
Right now.
There's no top 6 for this
which
squad.
is play-in tournament. And look, I think Lauri Markkanen would have been the clear-cut number 2 on this team, and it would have put him, not a guarantee by any stretch, but would have given them a chance to be in the top 6.
You're in a position with Lauri Markkanen, which is now, again, let's reiterate, not happening. But had you gotten Lauri Markkanen, he's a perfect complement to what Draymond Green gives you. So now you have a front court where you do have a shooter to complement Draymond Green. So you're not playing lineups where you have 2 non-shooters on the floor, or in some cases for the Warriors last year, 3 non-shooters on the floor. You're back to playing 4-out basketball with Draymond Green able to patrol on defense and to be able to run the point on offense. You're in a position where Steph Curry doesn't have to carry the same kind of offensive load that he had to carry last year. An offensive load that, we need to be honest, made Steph look kind of old at points last season. There was a lot of weight on the little guy's shoulders, and there were times when it didn't look like he could carry it. And now what you're doing, if you're the Warriors, is you are saying we are all in on Podziemski, yes. We are all in on Kuminga, and we're also all in on a guy like Andrew Wiggins to come through and provide secondary scoring on a nightly basis. Buddy, I don't think that's going to work out for you.
Well, we'll see about Andrew Wiggins, because also included in that report from The Athletic was the fact that the Warriors are going to explore smaller deals at this point.
Andrew Wiggins' deal is still a big deal because of the salary that he makes. I know it's a team-friendly contract, but the smaller deals, like, what are we talking about? This is tiddlywinks.
Well, again, so in terms of, I think maybe impact, right? More marginal moves,
We're
right?
talking about here, we'll trade your problem for our problem.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it worked out for him once. Or I guess go back to the well. All you might do is bring in a bigger problem. They did that last offseason.
Can you trade Moses Moody in the final year of his deal for somebody that's a veteran that, might be a better rotational fit?
Sure. But again, we're talking tiddlywinks here when this team had one big problem the entirety of last season. They didn't have a number 2 scorer. Not just a reliable one, which Lauri Markkanen would have been. They straight up just didn't have one. Sometimes the guy would show up and give you 23. Most of the time it wasn't. It was Klay Thompson was a number 3. Andrew Wiggins was like a 4. Sometimes he'd be a 3 if he wanted to. Chris Paul was never that secondary option. They were just drowning and begging for somebody to give them secondary offense. When Steph Curry was on the bench, this team was cooked. It was like the Greek national team or the Serbian national team when Giannis or Jokic are on the bench. It's an entirely different sport that they seem to be playing, and it doesn't involve putting the ball through the basket. And they did not solve their biggest problem. So going out here and saying, oh, well, we can turn Moses Moody in a second-round pick into somebody who's a little bit better, the hell does that do?
Again, all they can do right now, though, is try to improve on the margins, which, again, as much as I think they're a 7 seed at best, and again, at worst, it could be 11 or 12 and not even getting into the play-in tournament.
What happens if Steph misses 25 games?
Well, and they didn't have to deal with that last year.
That's right.
They did not have to deal with that last year, which I think offset the fact that that was the one area where Jordan Poole actually had helped them, was that he was able to step in as a starter.
As painful as it was to watch.
They never really had to deal with that because Chris Paul, yes, was injured for a decent chunk of the season, but Stephen Curry played so much to where the Warriors could still navigate it and wound up even with a better record last season than they did the season prior to that.
The 10 seed, JD.
Yes.
And all they did this season was reshuffle the decks on the SS mediocrity. Like, what did they do? You could make the argument that they're slightly better.
I do think their bench is better, but to me, what you can't count on is I think that DeAnthony Melton helps them in some ways. I think Kyle Anderson helps them in some ways. I think Buddy Hield offsets some of the shooting that you lose with Klay Thompson. He does literally nothing else well on the basketball court other than shoot, though.
I mean, and you can make the same argument about Klay at a certain point.
That being said, I think they are putting too much on the improvement of Brandon Podziemski and the continued growth of Jonathan Kuminga. To rely on that being the reason they level up.
Not just that, they're asking those two players to go into different roles now. So the idea,
Podziemski, yes. I don't know about Kuminga. I don't know.
Kuminga, whether
we'll
they
see
want to or not, it's happening. He has to be the number 2, if not for this team down the line.
No, that's fair.
He has to step up, and it's such a step up from where he was that I can't imagine that even subconsciously it's not going to affect. It's one thing to say, hey, these guys are in these roles. We're going to keep them in these roles, and we expect them to get better at their roles. It's a whole other thing to ask both of those young players to, hey, take on new roles, but also be better. It's a bridge too far for me.
And we'll get back into Brandon Aiyuk and everything going on with the 49ers as well. But 808 KNBR, if you want to react to the breaking Warriors news here of the morning, we can do that. I also do want to get into just, what's on Kuminga a little bit here and just how that relates to, what they might look to do in terms of any of the options that are still available to him, which are
cruddy,
necessarily great options. So we'll do that coming up. We'll also reset Matt Maiocco, who joined us with the latest on Brandon Aiyuk. It's straight ahead right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, the ball right now is solidly in Aiyuk's court. He can either choose the Patriots, he can choose the Browns, or he can choose nothing and just see what develops with him and the 49ers.
All right, Matt Maiocco earlier right here on this show. It's Murph and Marcus with JD and Dieter in here on a Tuesday from Levi's Stadium. We're about to head out to practice here when things wrap up at 10 o'clock. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The phone number to join the conversation. Quick final thought on the Warriors before we get back into the 49ers. And we talked about, what can this Warriors team do? And we'll talk more about the Warriors tomorrow now that Lauri Markkanen is set to, via The Athletic, sign an extension with the Jazz. So he's off the board for the Warriors. Within that story, and there were a lot of little pieces to that story, the Warriors not interested in players such as Brandon Ingram or Zach LaVine.
Nor should they be.
And so I know there had been, some sentiment like, hey, would you trade Wiggins for LaVine? Obviously, more salary would have to go and all of that. Like I was okay with looking at maybe using Chris Paul and others to get LaVine back before the Markkanen stuff heated up. I do like Brandon Ingram is just not a fit.
No,
a system fit at all.
He's not a system fit in New Orleans. And they built the system partially around him, and he's still not capable of playing in it.
Somebody is going to get him for very little, but I don't think anybody really wants to pay him. And again, it's just like, as crazy as this, like, would you want Ingram instead of Wiggins? Like, I mean,
he's not giving you anything on defense.
He misses time
there's
a lot.
There's a big bet there on Wiggins. I mean, honestly, the entire season is a big bet on Wiggins for the Golden State Warriors, and that's not a bet that I feel very comfortable in the Warriors winning.
All right, back to Brandon Aiyuk and back to the 49ers and back to you had an update on Patriots practice. Kendrick Bourne was not practicing today for the Patriots amid the reports that the 49ers have deals in place with the Browns or the Patriots, and the decision is up to Brandon Aiyuk to choose a path. Whether it's go to Cleveland, go to the Patriots, or remain with the San Francisco 49ers. We did talk about Kendrick Bourne not being on the practice field earlier. What else did you have from roll call in Foxborough?
Who knew that stretch would be so important today in Foxborough? Mark Daniels of Mass Live reporting that Matthew Judon was at Patriots practice at the start and is no longer there. Now, he is currently in a contract hold-in situation with the Patriots. He is their star, if they have a star, defensive end, a very good football player previously of the Baltimore Ravens, has been an impact player for quality teams, one of which is not the current New England Patriots, and he wants a new deal, much like Brandon Aiyuk. He is holding in, much like Brandon Aiyuk, and I'm starting to wonder if we have a pretty good idea of what this trade package is now from the New England Patriots, which have the 49ers, they've already agreed to it. And if that deal would be Judon, Kendrick Bourne, and a draft pick, and my speculation would be a third in this scenario, so about pick 65 in next year's draft, and compare that to what Cleveland is reportedly and very strongly insinuated by Matt Maiocco offering, which is Amari Cooper, who is a much better wide receiver than Kendrick Bourne, and a second, which would be around pick 50. And ultimately, it's not the 49ers' decision. It's Brandon Aiyuk's decision. But I kind of like both of these trade packages now that we have maybe I'm overdoing it, but a bit more clarity as to what it could be.
I hated the New England package before Judon was in it. I like it more with Judon in it, but Judon is somebody that's due to be paid.
That's right. It'd be a one-year thing, a lot like with Amari Cooper. But you do get Kendrick Bourne, who's kind of an intermediary there, has a few more years on his deal, has been here before. And, of course, you still get a very enticing draft pick, even if it's a third rounder, not terribly far away from a Cleveland second rounder, just when you expect where they'll end up in the standings.
Yeah, so maybe that is the play there, and it could be much ado about nothing there as well.
Totally. Yeah, no, this is surface stuff right now.
As the reports continue to come in, and everybody's kind of wondering what's going on. What all things being equal, and you're right, it is Brandon Aiyuk's choice, Dieter. Mm-hmm. What deal between the Cleveland deal and I still lean Cleveland deal. I still lean, I think Cleveland deal. I don't know. I don't know about the Kendrick. I think they need the receiver more than they need Judon.
Oh,
basically.
I disagree. You see, now, JD, you and I don't disagree strongly on much. We'll find little nuggets, and we're kind of parsing it out and getting. If this is the Patriots deal, if it's Judon Bourne and the third-round pick, I think that is an absolute hammer of a deal for the 49ers, and that you take it. And by the way, that's the better contract. If we're listening to what Matt Maiocco just said, that's the better contract that's been offered to a Brandon Aiyuk because the Patriots are like, you could have as much money as you want. We need you desperately. We need a number one receiver for this quarterback that we just took out of North Carolina, Drake May, who hasn't been looking very good so far. So we need to get somebody big in here the same way as Stephon Diggs came in and helped out a young Josh Allen and so many other quarterbacks in the past who just need that number one guy, that safety blanket, if you will, to kind of get over the hump in their NFL careers. Judon would start opposite Nick Bosa. And
he would.
JD, I'm out at practice. I was not big on the Leonard Floyd signing. I think Yetur Gross-Matos is an interesting player, but he's more concept than reality.
But aren't you already admitting, like, if you, like, hey, that didn't work, like, your big go-get defensive line replacements aren't working?
Yeah.
Like, you're admitting that 2 weeks into camp?
I could have told you that, though. If you just listen to me, JD, I could have told you that Leonard Floyd, who had 1 sack in the final 8 weeks of last season, by the way, when the Bills needed him most to have big games, he totally disappeared down the stretch. I could have told you that this was a dangerous thing to do, that it was a dangerous signing to go all in on Leonard Floyd, and that it really wasn't even as bad as Chase Young and Randy Gregory were last year. It wasn't that big of an upgrade. I like Yetur Gross-Matos. He's a nice, interesting piece. You can't be relying on the guy. He has played a lot in the NFL, and the fact of the matter is Carolina, who had no reason to let him go. Like, it's not like he cost a lot of money. They just said to him, whatever, get out of here. That's fine. I think the 49ers need defensive line reinforcements. I'd like it at defensive tackle. I don't mind it at all at end. Now you're very deep there if you have Matthew Judon adding a premier defensive end, and that's what he wants to be paid as. You let someone else deal with that at the end of the season. You get Bourne, so you're not losing it at the wide receiver position, but you lean on the depth you already had with Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, and Juwan Jennings, who could step up into a bigger role. And then, by the way, you're still getting some draft capital. And I should be very clear, this is my speculation based on some of the moving parts that are happening right now as to what the trade package would be. But Matthew Judon, according to Mass Live, was at camp for the Patriots right now. The Patriots, Coach Gerard Mayo's talking, and he's kind of being rather candid with, hey, this thing's pretty far down the line here. Judon showing up to practice and then leaving is interesting. Kendrick Bourne, who is out there for practice every day, even being on PUP, not being in practice today is interesting. And then again, if you're dealing with the Patriots and you're not getting a draft pick, what are you really doing here? I think this has to be the move. As good as Amari Cooper in a second-round pick would be, I think this has to be the move for the Niners.
Yeah, we shall see. And again, the ball in Brandon Ayuk's court as to what he wanted to do. Obviously, the 49ers have deals in place per Matt Maiocco that they're comfortable with.
Frameworks.
And yeah, they have the framework of a deal. So I think, if Ayuk comes to them and says, all right, I want the Patriots money, then you pivot to that deal and you say, sorry, Cleveland, that's that.
Yep.
And this is the same with Cleveland if
these
he
deals
decides
are very
he wants to go there.
At the very least, these are comparable deals. The 49ers would be coming out fine in either one of them. And we can parse which one's better. I think the Patriots one's better. You think the Browns one's better. But these are fair deals. Does it help? It might be a big L for everybody across the board. It might be a big L for Brandon Ayuk.
Well, it could be a big. It could be a big win for everybody too.
True, absolutely.
I mean, it could be Cleveland gets a young guy, and on more on the timeline of maybe others on their team, including Deshaun Watson, who's 28, I guess now.
Yes, I mean they're a hot mess. I don't want to treat them as rational actors here, JD.
No, but again, they were a playoff team last year. They could get an All-Pro wide receiver.
Yep.
And I think that could work. And he would fit, I think, in their system, even if he's not playing with as good a quarterback. So I think that could work for Cleveland. I think it could work for the 49ers. Again, I know some are down on the Amari Cooper component to it. I'm actually not down on the Amari Cooper component to it. If you can get a second in addition to that, even if it's more of a mid to late second, 15 to 20, depending upon what happens.
Pick 50-ish.
Of the second round
overall,
50. and so I think I think that could help, and then I think Amari Cooper could help the 49ers, and so I think that could work for both. I don't know what the Browns would be. I don't know what the Patriots would be totally getting out of it, other than
a number one receiver for a young quarterback.
Yeah, I mean even that is fair,
and having a guy that you can trust to be open again and again and again. They're bringing in Van Pelt to be the offensive coordinator here. He's run a very similar system to Kyle Shanahan. Get this. Everyone wants to run the Shanahan system, and we do know that Brandon Aiyuk can do it at a high level. And what Brandon Aiyuk gets out of it is a lot of misery and a lot of money. And perhaps those two things can cancel each other out, because the Patriots are just gonna suck. They're gonna be terrible, and they're gonna be even worse if they have to give up what I think they have to give up here, being their best defensive player. Well, maybe second. They got a couple of decent guys. They got Jabril Peppers and they got Christian Gonzalez, but Judon is an established NFL player of quality, and man, the Patriots are going to stink, which is why you got to get a draft pick off of them. I mean, that could be really, really valuable.
What's your sense, real quick? We got about 30 seconds on the timeline for all that. Like, do you think this is coming down in the next half hour? You think this is coming down at 2:30 this afternoon? Do you think it's going to linger into the next couple of days?
What time is Kyle Shanahan done talking today?
It would
in
be
your guess.
Yeah,
12:15.
I would say 10:25, 11:55. Yeah, 12:15 to 12:30.
Yeah, whenever Kyle Shanahan's
roughly
done, that's when it will break. That's my guess, because that's how some of these teams do business.
And then Kyle Shanahan, I think his next scheduled media availability after today, I believe, would be post-game on Saturday in Nashville.
You get to handle this one, Nick Sorensen. You wanted the job? Here you go, buddy.
That's pretty funny. And Chris Forster, I think, as well, coming up.
He'd give us some great quotes. They would cancel his availability.
All right, 808 KNBR, final segment, straight ahead. JD, Dieter Kurtenbach, in for Murph and Marcus and the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report. Sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Health Report brought to you by Sutter Health. Elliot Ramos, Bob Melvin optimistic. Ramos can return to the lineup for the Giants this afternoon against the Nationals. He's been dealing with swelling in his right thumb.
Seems bad.
Since July 27th.
Yep.
And, he last started in center field on Saturday, and the Giants lost to the Reds. They've won a couple of games since then. It might be getting Elliot Ramos back in this one today. This evening on the East Coast, Tyro Estrada left wrist sprain. He started his hitting progression yesterday. Wilmer Flores traveling to Los Angeles yesterday to undergo a procedure on his knee as well.
I'd never heard of this procedure that he's getting done on his knee. It's like non-surgical to fix the inside of the knee.
Right.
Wild stuff.
Right knee tendonitis for Wilmer Flores. So that your injury report, sponsored by Sutter Health, from doctors who never stop answering your questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org. Your injury report there. What's up, Dieter?
Is Brandon Aiyuk going to be a Californian by the end of the day?
Man, it sure doesn't sound like it.
It feels like this thing's moving.
Feels like it's moving, and it feels like it's moving toward him making a decision.
It feels like we're projecting a bit here, though.
Possibly.
We want it so bad. We want resolution so bad.
I look, to be honest, like I think it would really benefit the 49ers if he just said, you know what? I've given it thought. You've forced me into some action here. I want to stay and take that best offer. But again, I think it boils down to ultimately that, how much money are we talking about?
It sounds like
per
with the
year.
Patriots, it's a lot of money.
Is it? I mean, are the Patriots willing to do north of 30?
I think so. We got to go back and parse it a little bit, and I didn't want to hammer Maiocco on it, but it did sound like, and I guess KNBR.com/podcast, it did sound like he said 28 from the Browns, 30 from the Patriots. I might have misinferred that, but that's what I heard. I noted it down. I thought that was kind of wild, and I should have hammered it home. Bad journalism. Should have hammered it home at the moment, but I let it go. Just Scoops Maiocco took me off my game, but it sounded like 28 from the Browns and 30 from the Patriots.
And the 49ers are still closer to 26.
Yeah, I have no indication whatsoever that the 49ers have changed their offer since before the Combine, and that was between 25 and 26.
And so what would you choose if you were Brandon Aiyuk in this situation?
I would take the Browns. It seems like the best of both worlds, right? You're on a team that's not as good as the 49ers, obviously, but you're not on a team that's ass like the Patriots. And you're getting very good money, better than what the 49ers are offering. And by the way, of course, someone would mention state income tax because they love to bring up that loser argument. But they would say, oh, well, you can make more money in Cleveland. Yeah, you're living in Cleveland. So there's your trade-off. Regardless, more money than what the 49ers would offer, less money than what the Patriots would offer. It's a little bit of a gray. It's a little bit of, giving some to take some. But that's probably where I'd go. And for the 49ers, it's an offer that you think is better if we're going off of the offers that we think are on the board here. And that offer would be Amari Cooper and a second-round pick, which is somewhere in the mid-second round. That's a pretty good deal. It's a pretty good deal for the 49ers. It's a pretty good deal for Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know what the Browns get out of this thing, but it's a pretty good deal for them, I guess. They feel like it. And everyone feels like they can move on, and no one really feels like they came out gangbusters. Maybe that's how it should always end.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it boils down to, Aiyuk potentially choosing money over winning. I mean, I hate to boil it down that simply.
The 49ers have made it, they have made it that simple, JD. You don't need to apologize for boiling it down. They have made it very clear. If you want to take the highest offer, go ahead. But let everybody know that you're the one doing that.
What do you think of the fact that this is to the point where it is in terms of just how the negotiation has played out? I know I'm right before the Warriors news broke. I had, and I'm trying to find it here. It was Tim Kawakami.
Two phones.
Well, no, yeah, Tim Kawakami had said, and he's hinted at this a little bit. I just wanted to bring it up because it triggered something in my mind.
Kami got you triggered.
Yeah, not in a crazy way, but just the Bosa negotiation. And I've thought last year I was right at the forefront of, hey, you're not losing to Nick Bosa. That was something I said all summer last year. I said Nick Bosa is going to win this thing because Nick Bosa will sit out actual games if it gets to that point.
He not only had leverage, but he was willing to use every ounce of it.
And so, Tim had put out he said he suspected that losing that negotiation might be affecting the approach to Aiyuk. They let Bosa drag on and on and on. They surrendered and lost. Mm-hmm. They don't want to do that again. Because the Niners never really want to be that franchise that they want to get the best deal they possibly can. They typically make their guys work for it. They pay them well.
They're prudent.
But they don't, I think, want the perception to be that they're going to cave. When you do cave, it's like future Hall of Famers.
That's right. And
that we're going to cave on. And not just great wide receivers or not just great players at any position, but future Hall of Famers.
That's right. But it is different because they had not lost.
Because Bosa, Trent Williams, and even McCaffrey
asked, they said yes.
Yeah.
There was no negotiation. They said, how much do you want,
have the potential for that.
Anyone that you would refer to as sir just gets whatever they want from the 49ers now. And the problem is Brandon Aiyuk thinks that he's a sir. He thinks he's of that caliber. And other teams might agree, but the 49ers don't. And it comes back to the ego thing. And it's, again, not to impugn the character of a Brandon Aiyuk. He needs to think of himself in a very high stature. He is worthy of very high stature, but he's not as good as he thinks he is. And that's not to say he's far off, but he isn't. He's a second-team All-Pro, not a first-team All-Pro, and there is a difference. It might be parsing, but there is a difference. And Brandon Aiyuk is out here saying, I'm your man, I'm your ex-receiver, I'm an All-Pro, pay me what I want. Do what you did with Nick Bosa. Do what you did with Christian McCaffrey. Do what you will do with Trent Williams, because ultimately, here's how this ends with Trent Williams. They say, how much do you want? Please come back to work. We need you so badly. Please, 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 baby, don't leave us. That's how it ends with Trent Williams. Brandon Aiyuk is saying, I deserve that treatment as well. And the 49ers have said repeatedly, to the point where they don't even have to reiterate it anymore, no, you aren't. And that really sours a relationship when one party thinks there's something and the other party says, actually, nah, we were just friends, Brandon. I don't like you that way. And it does feel like resolution's coming here. And I don't think that resolution is going to end with Brandon Aiyuk being a member of the 49ers because
and look,
sour grapes.
Here's the deal. No matter what the money winds up being, no matter what the decision winds up being, hell, even if Aiyuk ends up staying, this whole thing is going to be evaluated based on how the 49ers do this season.
It's not even that, JD. It's going to be evaluated by how they do in September. Like, how they come out of the gates is going to be vitally important. This is a team that already has big stakes from week one on because of the way their schedule is backloaded and because of the challenges of their schedule with rest deficits and, of course, the first place that they have to go up against because of their standing in the league. September is vitally important to them. And Brandon Aiyuk, even if he does come back, his current holdout is hurting their chances in September. I know we're not in put up or shut up time of training camp yet, but he's behind. And the 49ers offense is behind because they don't have a Brandon Aiyuk. And this is probably why John Lynch said, hey, let's make some movement here. It's put up or shut up time.
It really is. So we'll see. We may have the big breaking news at some point here. Keep it locked right here on KNBR. We got you covered. Papa and Lund throughout the next 4 hours. Tolbert and Copes as well. And, we'll be talking about it tomorrow. What a day.
What a day, JD. Let's have another one tomorrow.
Let's have another one tomorrow. Really looking forward to it, Dieter. Excellent job. As well. And just always, man, a lot of fun. Back here tomorrow at Levi's Stadium. Papa and Lund coming up next. Thanks to John Joe Curley.
Yep.
Thanks to Kipe. Thanks to Matt Maiocco.
Yep.
Thanks to Young Tony. Real quick.
What'd you learn, Young Tony?
I was going to tell you guys, the Giants are 8-2 since Murph left, and apparently they go on a run when Murph leaves. So we'll see if Birdsong can keep it going tonight.
Yep, Birdsong.
I say dump Murph. I really enjoy getting up early.
Damn, nice.
All right. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. As you listen to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We had the report yesterday from, what was our buddy Cam Marino?
Cam Marino of NFL Draft Buzz.
Everybody can pull those down now, but you won't because you want to get that little check from Elon at the end of the month.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I think it could happen in an hour, and it could not happen at all. Because the truth of the matter is, I thought last week something could happen, and it didn't. And then I thought it could happen again over the weekend, and it didn't. And here we are on Tuesday, and nothing's happened. And things have come and gone. And so that's my point. If it hasn't happened by now, something has to change. And so it could happen in an hour, or it could not happen at all.
We're playing your song. We'll get to Brandon Aiyuk in a second.
They wore all black yesterday?
Yeah, I liked it. You look good in black. You're the man in black, Johnny
Very
Cash.
slimming, John.
You
Very
look good.
slimming.
I gotta be.
That's why we're opening with my outfit from yesterday.
Well, maybe you were mourning Brandon Aiyuk possibly being traded.
That was after I got off the
But
air.
I did enjoy you and Shawnee. But I was like watching, and I was telling my wife, I go, I don't know that Pop's ever gone Man in Black, but it's working. Man in Black was working for you.
Well, the
pre and
blazer
post.
that I wore last night, you really can't wear a dress shirt with it. You have to wear a T-shirt. So I only could pull out a black T-shirt. So,
I love your song.
I mean, we're starting
going.
with that. Fitzmagic and
why not?
Chapstick and Logan Webb.
No, we're going to start with Brandon Ayuk, but I wanted an ode to the Man in Black, which was you.
You know, I did not mention it on the air when we first started. By the way, Sean Estes walked in the studio yesterday. His flight was an hour delayed.
Right.
He walked in at like 2:35. And if he didn't, he had carried his bag on it. He checked his bag. He would have been wearing a T-shirt and jeans on the show. But the first thing he saw my outfit, he went, Ring of Fire, walk the line. You are Johnny Cash. I am going to Folsom.
No, I liked it, man. I'm a big fan. I wear a lot of black, not during the day. But like at night, if I go out, it's almost all like not full black, but I wear a lot of black.
Very slimming color.
It's a great color. It makes a statement.
Yeah.
Black makes a statement. And,
although black is not really a color, it's
right.
an absence of color.
Right.
White and black. Don't tell Al Davis that. You put black on, he's going
exactly.
to sue you. And if you have any silver trim,
But it was nice. You had a good look
segueing
last
over to
night.
the story of the day. I'm not going to Folsom.
Yeah.
Brandon Aiyuk is from up in that area. Went from Rockland, and his mom was a huge Niner fan. So when we got off the air, you sent me the Matt Maiocco tweet, and I've been texting all morning with Matt Maiocco is what I think Peter Schrager called him this morning. He's the best in the Bay Area, John. He's been out there for 20 years. It's not Lee Iacocca. What do you call him?
Yeah,
Matt
something
Maiocco?
like that. Yeah.
Mangled his name.
Yeah.
But the bottom line
Maiocco.
is that Matt went to Canton. He heard things, and he reported on it when he got back. But you sent me his story and his tweet right after I got off the air last night wearing all Johnny Cash black, that there's a framework of a deal between the 49ers and two teams, the Cleveland Browns and the New England Patriots. And, we just heard Schefter say it could happen in an hour. Maybe it happens the next 4 hours or 3 hours and 56 minutes during our show. Maybe it doesn't happen at all. Maybe Aiyuk doesn't agree to the terms with the two teams he would have to agree with, and that would be Elliott Wolf and the New England Patriots, and Andrew Berry and Paul DePodesta in Cleveland, and Jimmy Haslam and the ownership there, and obviously, the Patriots owner. So anyway, but what Schefter was saying, he doesn't think there's an agreement on a trade, is what he's saying, and there still may be room. Adam Peters, obviously, you're making the big deal with the Jaden Daniels angle, and that's between quarterback and wide receiver. They played together at Arizona State, but that's Adam Peters. That's John Lynch's right-hand man here when he arrived. The first thing you do is call Dove Valley and let John Elway let him out of his deal. And Adam Peters is now the GM in Washington, so that would be a trade between them two. Then you got Omar Khan, who took over in Pittsburgh. Would they be in the mix? So I don't know where it's at, but I clearly texted Matt Maiocco, whatever the hell.
What does he run, Chrysler?
And one of the big three. Yeah. I said, do the Niners have an agreement on trade details with any team? And he said yes, with the Browns and the Patriots. So now if that's true, the 49ers have agreed to a deal. It'd be up to Aiyuk and Ryan Williams and his representatives to do a deal with one of those two teams. Can't do a deal with both teams. That'd be a way to get them paid. And then we'll get into it over the next several hours. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us in the 11 o'clock hour, 11:30. She's been covering the Browns forever. We talked about this yesterday, and you know what I think of Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper would fill that spot. He's a different player than Brandon Aiyuk, but he's a highly productive guy who wins, whether it's against elite man coverage. He can beat any coverage. His feet are electric. He is a tremendous route runner. He's always been, as he walked in as a rookie as the 4th overall pick of the draft to the Raiders years ago. And he didn't lose any of those abilities in Dallas and Cleveland. We played against him last year, and he was as good as ever. Does he block? I don't know. I think he's a willing blocker. He's gotten older now. The other part of the equation, John, and Matt is saying that there's an agreement in place also with the New England Patriots, and I think – we talked about Amari and a pick coming the other way with Cleveland. It'd be Kendrick Bourne. And we know Kendrick Bourne well. He was here before Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk and Jawan Jennings. To some degree, to me, he was the Jawan Jennings before Jawan Jennings. He is a nasty blocker inside. Can he play the true X position? Well, he was here before Aiyuk and before Jennings. And he was out there with Deebo when they went to the Super Bowl. And they lined him up a lot inside. Where he was really effective was not only the red zone, but the low red zone. Remember the touchdown pass he caught from Garoppolo to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers with 75 seconds to go early in the 19 year? I mean, that was Kendrick Bourne, just double moves around the goal line. So, he would be like Jennings. He would be a third and KB, we called him, and a chains guy. He's not Amari Cooper, is his ability to run routes, John. And then the other part with Kendrick Bourne that is complicated is he tore his ACL in October last year. He only played 8 games. He's not physically able to perform right now. He's on the PUP list. He was out stretching this morning. He stretches in New England's training camp, but he does not practice with the team. So, where's he at? You got a safety coming back from an ACL tear. You got a linebacker coming back from an Achilles tear. Does he have to start on PUP? Would he start right away? But according to Matt Maiocco, he's got me screwed up now with the pronunciation of his name.
Maiocco.
He's saying
Matt
the framework
Maiocco,
of a deal is, thank you, Peter Schrager, that there is a framework in place. The 49ers have agreed in trade compensation with both Andrew Berry and Paul D. Podesta in Cleveland and also Elliott Wolf in New England.
The Cooper thing would intrigue me because I don't think you take a step back this year. And the morning guys were talking yesterday about a second-round pick, and I was like, there's no way they're giving you Cooper and a 2. I understand he's older, and some money would have to go the other way because Cleveland paid a bulk of his contract. They restructured it. But Matt was saying that potentially it would be a number 2. I'd take that in a heartbeat if they can't work something out with Brandon Aiyuk. The New England trade doesn't make me happy at all because if you got the second-round pick, yeah, that could be a high second-round pick. New England might be the worst team in the league, especially given the division they're in. But Kendrick Bourne was a guy who dropped a ton of passes, and he may know the offense and he may be able to block and do all those kind of things, but he's a massive downgrade from Brandon Aiyuk, and you'd need Ricky Pearsall to step up big time. I'm not a Kendrick Bourne guy, so I don't love that move. If that's what they do, that's what they do. But like you said, and we were talking about this conversation yesterday, Brandon Aiyuk would have to want to go to New England and accept their contract or go to Cleveland and want to accept their contract. My third thought in this whole thing, and a lot of people haven't brought this up, could this also be the 49ers saying, I'll tell you what, as part of negotiations, go out and see if that contract is there, because John Lynch believes he's right, and Brandon Ayuk's camp believes they're right in terms of what they're asking for. So go out and find the contract. And if the contract is there to pay you that $30 million AAV, then fine, we'll make the deal. But if it's not, and it's close to what we've been offering you, then let's have further discussions. In other words, it doesn't have to be an either or here. It could be Cleveland. It could be New England. Somebody could jump in at the last minute. They could be negotiating to make Pittsburgh up their offer too. But it also could be the 49ers and the Aiyuk camp say, go out and find it. Go out and find the deal. Because if it's close to what we're offering, then okay. But if they're offering 30, we're offering 26, and that gap just can't be bridged, okay, we'll trade you. But if it's closer than you think, then maybe we have something to talk about. Isn't this possibly also about negotiations still?
Yeah, but if Elliott Wolf got John Lynch on the phone and they agreed to a trade package, and likewise with Andrew Berry in Cleveland, I would think you would ask him, what are we talking about to sign the player? What do we have to give him Justin Jefferson money at 35 with 88 guaranteed? No. But A.J. Brown's making 32, Amon-Ra's 30.
But that's their conversation with that team, right? That's not the Niners negotiating with them. That's Aiyuk's camp.
No, I don't know. I think if you're going to go as far down the road to have this get out, and I don't know, it's like not a HIPAA law with medicals, but before I even say what I'm going to give you, if I'm Andrew Berry and I put Amari out there, now Amari's name's all over the place. You don't want Amari thinking that. So I'm not going to engage in that unless, what is it going to cost to sign him? Where are you guys at? And maybe John and Parag, and they say, we can't tell you. Ask Ryan Williams. Well, then you call Ryan Williams and you know. So I think to me, the sticking point was getting the teams to agree with the compensation package the Niners would require. And if it's Amari, you would probably take back a lesser draft pick. If it's Kendrick Bourne, and they love Kendrick Bourne, doesn't matter if we like him or not, Kyle Shanahan loves Kendrick Bourne, and he does fit in here. When I was asking yesterday, anybody in the building know Amari Cooper? Amari's really quiet. I'm sure there's somebody on this staff that knows him, but he's different. He'll fit in. He's fine. He's a good teammate. He's not going to cause any problems, but he's quiet. Aiyuk's quiet too, but Aiyuk's a leader, and he's been there from the start, and he's been in a lot of big moments. So with Bourne, they know him, but Bourne's coming off an injury, so you may want to get more draft picks or maybe another player. Kendrick Bourne would be one of the players. Maybe you can get something else from Elliott Wolf in New England. But I think if they're going to take it to let's talk a trade package, they have to have an idea of what it would cost to sign Brandon Aiyuk. Now, and just talking to Maiocco last night and this morning, Aiyuk's got to decide what he wants to do. Do you want to leave this team and watch this team at last win a Super Bowl? And you go to New England and you go 5-12 this year, and you go to Cleveland, and Cleveland's a good team. They were a playoff team with Flacco, but they're in a tough conference. They're going to make it all the way to the Super Bowl. Do you want to walk away from all of your brothers? You asked for a trade demand, and now we agreed to one. We didn't do it back around draft day. Now we have one we like. We have a couple of them we like. Go work out the contract, and you make the call if you want to go. So I think this is kind of a sad day. I don't want to see Brandon Aiyuk go. They don't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk. But what was the number he was looking for when you look at the other great wide receivers? And CeeDee Lamb is still out there. You got so many guys. Jalen Waddle's making 28.5, Devontae 28, DJ Moore just got redone at 27.5. Cooper Kupp, nobody talks about him. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He's making 26.7. Is Aiyuk going to get more than that? Are these teams willing to do that? So I think we're going to find out. And the 49ers are on the field right now. It's activation. They're going to start stretching, and they're going to go back to practice today. So I think what it is, John, is the Niners get stalled out. There was just no progress at all. They had a number. They agreed to a trade with a couple of teams, and now it's up to Aiyuk and his camp. And he'll see if he can get that deal. But does he really say yes? I want to leave this football team that I've been so close. Look at his career and all the heartbreaks that he had with the Rams in 21, with Philadelphia in 22, and last year in the Super Bowl. Does he really want to sit home in February and watch the Niners win a Super Bowl when he's on a different team?
We'll continue to talk about it. Got a couple of more questions for you. Give us your thoughts, Brandon Aiyuk, potentially to Cleveland, Amari Cooper, and a pick to New England. I'm not a huge Kendrick Bourne fan. Maybe people are more than me. And picks to a team that's not very good. In fact, might be the worst team in the league, given the division that they're playing in. Give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and call in line the same at 415-808-5627. We'll get into that. There's a ton more to do, but let's start with Brandon Aiyuk. We'll start next only here on the Sports Leader.
Matt Maiocco, who's out of NBC.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Maiocco. Yeah, that guy. Maiocco. Matt Maiocco at the Copacabana. Joined JD and Dieter this morning. Said the ball is in Brandon Aiyuk's court, and it's up to him to make a decision. Check out that podcast and more at the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. What's that guy's name again? Maiocco. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state. Now, that is not Chris Nolan and the Nolan Law Firm. Do you know that they are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years? Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Beautiful day today. It's still summertime. So remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident you're in great hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. This is Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, get this, more than $1 billion. That's a billion with a B.
Matt Maiocco
in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, like Matt Maiocco. But you pay nothing up front. I don't know how I'm going through this. You paid nothing up front, no early rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Billion.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Matt Maiocco.
Hey, it's Matt Maiocco.
Matt Maiocco.
I thought they were playing this because I looked like Barry Manilow.
No, we haven't brought that up in a long
Who
time.
are my two doppelgangers?
Barry Manilow,
Joe Namath, and Willie and Barry Manilow.
And Johnny
Cash.
Cash.
I sing like Joe Willie.
Yeah.
And I throw a football like Barry Manilow. So,
although you've never been on the sideline with Susie Colbert, like Joe Namath.
As far as you know, Jim.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Speaking of sidelines, I am hearing Brandon Aiyuk is at practice.
Tell you, man, it's another negotiating tactic. He's not going anywhere.
Here's one interesting for you from New England.
Yeah.
Pass rusher Matthew Judon has left the Patriots practice early today. He was escorted back into the team facility mid-practice.
Well, the reason that's interesting, too, unless it's an injury, of course, but he said yesterday.
Been injured. He's coming off a terrible injury.
Well, but he said yesterday he would play under his contract, that he try to hold out or hold in or whatever, and he would now play under that contract he announced yesterday. So that's an interesting one. Would you need another edge? You always need another edge. I'd take him over Kendrick Bourne. I'll tell you that.
Take them
I'm
both.
Not a Kendrick Bourne.
Take them both. Kendrick Bourne is a good guy, and they love him in the building.
All right.
Kyle is
quickly.
talking today, by the way, at 12. So
that's going to be good.
We'll take you live to Levi's. They're back on the practice field to hear from Kyle Shanahan.
Hi, Kyle. This is Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports. I got a question. How many different ways can I ask about Brandon Aiyuk? Remember, continuing today until Friday, August 23rd, you're going to have 3 chances a day, one during Murph and Marcus, one during this fine show, Pop and Lund, one during a great show in Tolbert and Copes, to qualify to win two tickets to every 2024 regular season Niners home game. Each person who qualifies a $50 gift card to the Niners team store, and you enter to win the grand prize. That's right. So be caller 10, not right now, to 415-896-KNBR. Put that in your phone, 415-896-5627. When you hear the special Tim Ryan cue to call. So today, tune in during the 11 o'clock hour. So 10:23, almost 10:24 now. So sometime during the 11 o'clock hour, we will play that sounder featuring Tim Ryan. You'll be caller 10 during that time and that time only to 415-896-KNBR, and you will qualify for a chance to win 2024 tickets to every home 49ers game. Best of luck. And by qualifying, get a $50 card to the team store. And maybe you could buy an Amari Cooper. Maybe you could buy a discounted branded Aiyuk. Maybe it'll be 50% off. I don't know. So
you know who's on the schedule this year? The New England Patriots come in late September.
I said I had a question for you. So you're Brandon Aiyuk. Let me put you in his shoes for a minute. Because he's got to approve one of these deals, or maybe it's a negotiating ploy. He goes out there, his agent goes out there, and they say, you know what, we're only a couple million apart. Let's just bridge the gap and let me just stay here. Because to me, New England is at the bottom of the barrel. They're one of the worst teams in the league, and Drake May is throwing me the football. So I've basically gone, this isn't Tom Brady's Patriots. I've gone to the abyss. And even though Cleveland beat the 49ers, give them a ton of credit. Jordan Elliott is now a 49er, and I think they're a good team, but their over-under is about 8.5. And I want to, like you said before, I want to win with my boys. We're this close. We want to win a Super Bowl. Okay, I've gone out. I've seen what the other side is. The grass is not always greener. I'm not convinced he's going to go to one of these teams, and I believe that this is a great negotiating ploy and kind of a last-ditch effort to say, okay, you really want to leave us? Do you really want to go? Because you've got between Cleveland, New England, or here. And I'm biased, there's no question about it, but I'd rather be here for a little bit less than than New England with a rookie quarterback and a bad team, or Cleveland. That makes sense to me. But I'm not Brandon Aiyuk.
I'm not going to speak for Brandon. I have no idea what he thinks of it, but he did request a trade. So as far as I know, Brandon Aiyuk is on the practice field today. He's not working out, but he's with his teammates. So it's an odd deal. We thought the Jimmy Boomerang a couple of years ago when he was working out, professional sports is strange. It's a business, the highest level. You got to figure it all out. Aiyuk did request through his agent Ryan Williams 1 week before they went to training camp. He asked for a trade. As far as we know, he's not rescinded that offer or that request. So let's look what we can get. He asked for a trade. Let's see what's out there. And Amari Cooper would be stylistically a really good player who would fit in nicely in our wide receiver room. He does not block like Brandon Aiyuk. We get an extra pick from them. We'll talk to Mary Kay Cabot about that possibility. And they, a lot like the Christian McCaffrey trade, the Cleveland Browns reworked his contract. Amari's not happy, but he's quiet. He's a good pro. All these younger guys are passing Amari. He's the OG in the league. And, he had $20 million a year for every single year for a long-term contract. And they wound up writing him a check. He got almost all of it. So you trade for Amari Cooper right now, like McCaffrey went with the Carolina trade. That deal was restructured. You don't have to pay him that much money, so that would save you a lot of money. Plus, you get a really good football player as far as pure wide out route running ability is ineligible. They're comparable. He doesn't block like that. So we looked into it, and that's a trade we would consider. Then who knows what the New England trade would be. If it is Kendrick Bourne, you probably get more draft picks coming back the other way. As your point is, you'd have to project New England to have an inferior record to Cleveland. So that pick, whatever round it would be, if they're comparable, would be better to ask for it back. Plus, maybe you can get another player, and Matthew Judon is out there as well. So I think it's now up to Brandon Aiyuk. We'll see. The one thing that could be something for him is if, and I'm sure Ryan Williams is talking to these teams, at least to get an idea. The 49ers agreed to trade compensation with both Cleveland and New England, is what Matt Maiocco is reported, and he's standing by that just minutes ago. So go talk to those guys. See what Andrew Berry, Paul DePodesta, these are analytics guys. They pay a lot of money. They're the ones that gave the quarterback the most guaranteed money in the history of pro football. And all those draft picks, $230 million. See what they'll pay you. And then likewise with New England, it's not Belichick there. It's obviously Elliott Wolf. So let's see if he gets the deal he wants. Maybe he goes back to the Niners with that deal, and they have to do something with it. But right now, John, this is up to Brandon Aiyuk to decide where he wants to play. And if the reports are true, and I've reached out to all the reporters that are at practice because they're going right now and they're walking in. Have we seen any pictures of Aiyuk there? I mean, if you were told by your agent that two teams want to trade for you, would you be at Niners practice today with your possible former teammates?
I agree.
Brandon's a strange guy. I mean, I don't know. I didn't think he'd show up and be a hold in, and they can waive the $40,000, unlike Trent's $50,000. Because he's a veteran guy, you gotta apply those fines. It's a new CBA. So anyway, I think it's up to Brandon Aiyuk to figure out what he does. I think we've somewhat, and I hate to say this because it could drag out for another couple of weeks or into the opener against the Jets, but I think we have reached a tipping point here. You either accept the trade, do a deal with one of these two teams, or you come back to us and now you know what your market is, and we do a deal. Hopefully, I would say by next week at this time, when they go down to Southern California to scrimmage with Dennis Allen's New Orleans Saints and their really good defense, we'll have resolution one way or the other where number 11 is going to play. Is he going to stay here and be a Niner, or is he going to move on and play somewhere else?
Yeah, no, I would think that this isn't going to drag out for more than a couple more days, that there's a decision to be made and he's got to make it. But a lot of times you look at actions versus words. So if you had that decision to make, and apparently he does, and I believe Matt Maiocco and all that kind of stuff. But like you said, do we have confirmation that he's still hanging around the facility and he's still in meetings and he's there today?
People are there watching practice, and they said Aiyuk is on the sideline, but
like I said, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because then you should be huddling. If you're making that decision, wouldn't you be huddling with your agent? Wouldn't you be talking over things?
Maybe he did that last night, and he's moving on, and I don't know. I mean, this what Maiocco found out is somewhat old news. That's been done hours before. I think, I don't want to give up Matt's sources and everything, but he went to Canton and he was around people, and he came back with a whole different impression on how this was going to go. So, the news cycle's about 24 hours late, so this may have been something they were working on all day yesterday during the off day. So he may have said, no, I don't want to go there, and, I'm the Cleveland, New England, no, and we'll work it out here. I'm not sure. But apparently Aiyuk is practicing. Kendrick Bourne is not, and Matthew Judon left practice early in New England. So, I mean, it's the time of the year. These are all veteran players, or they're not practicing all the time, obviously. But with Aiyuk, it's a hold in. But it is interesting, isn't it? I mean, is this deal weirder than the Jimmy deal a couple of years ago?
Nothing's weirder than that. But because I thought Jimmy was definitely got it.
This one's kind of weird.
Just because we were on the back, we were there and we're watching, but all the people were turned to watch Jimmy throw. That whole thing was so weird, and we definitely thought he was gone, and then he came back. But I mean, this rivals it. But if we're just looking at actions here, if he had decided to leave the organization, he's not on the field today. He wouldn't be hanging out. He wouldn't be going to meetings. I'm not saying he's made a decision, but we've all said what we wanted. I remember my dad telling me years ago, you better be careful with leverage because once you get it, you've got to use it. Well, maybe he thought about New England for the very reasons that we just said, and he looked at Cleveland and for the very reasons we just said and said, you know what, maybe a couple million is not worth going to New England to the abyss with a rookie quarterback or going to Cleveland. It's Cleveland after all, and Deshaun Watson's kind of a hot mess right now, and I love Debo, and I like my guys, and Kyle's my guy, and whether you want to read anything into the bro hug, I mean, obviously they're close enough to do that. Bill Belichick's not bro hugging you, not that he's in New England anymore. But, it's a cool atmosphere, and maybe, just maybe, he wants to stay. And if they're within a certain distance, and I don't know that they are, but let's just for the sake of conversation, it's not my money, but is $2 million worth going to New England for? Is $2 million worth going to Cleveland for? Maybe it is for Brandon Aiyuk, or whatever the guaranteed money is. Maybe it is. But you pointed out the Jimmy situation. Look, if Jimmy can come back to where he came back from, then nothing's ever over till it's over, Yogi Bear. I mean, it would be crazy to think that. I didn't think Jimmy was coming back. That's the
Jimmy
difference.
was hurt, but they basically moved on from him as a player.
He wasn't in meetings or anything. He threw a little bit and went home.
No, he was injured. He was not on the roster.
No, but I mean, when he was throwing, it was like there was no point to be in meetings because he wasn't going to be on the team.
Well, we talked a lot. There was a time there where he pretty much told me he was going to go to Seattle or the Rams. When they got hint of that is when they wanted to bring him back, and also they knew Purdy was going to beat out Nate Sudfeld. There were a lot of things going on there, and Trey Lance just wasn't quite ready. They kind of needed Jimmy. So Tom Pelissero was just on with the Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen show. There's still, this is what Tom said, there's still active conversations with more than 2 teams. So I don't know what, if John agreed to a trade package with Elliott Wolf in New England and Andrew Berry in Cleveland, the fact that you agreed with 2 teams means you're not locked into any one. If you agreed with 1 team, then you kind of need to do a deal with that team if Aiyuk does agree to a contract revision. But if it's 2 teams, you can go either way. So Pelissero is saying there's more than 2 teams involved. So would Pittsburgh and Omar Khan get back into it, or Brandon Peters, John's good friend with Washington, would he get back into it?
All right, give us your thoughts, 415-808 KNBR. What side would you take of this whole thing? Do you just want Brandon Aiyuk back? Would you take the Cleveland deal, the New England deal? Is there another deal out there? Or are you just like, man, we're not trading Brandon Aiyuk? Give us your thoughts at 415-808 KNBR on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and call-in line, 415-808-5627. About 10:50, our good friend Kevin Franzen will join us. We'll talk Nats and Giants. We've got to get into that a little bit. We'll do that next to prep you for Kevin. And then Mayor Kay Cabot is going to join us. She covers the Browns for Cleveland.com. She's been covering the Browns forever. She'll join us at 11:30 to decipher the Browns side of things. All that to come. It's Pop in London on the Sports Leader.
got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking, and my friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4. This is the best rate they've had in years. Listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto was locked in, folks, recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time right now to call Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another loan and another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto. Ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in at a lower rate with no closing costs. In a matter of days, you can do all this with absolutely almost no paperwork at all and usually no appraisal at all. And if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now to Loan Pronto. They can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. So call 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Phone number again, 415-808-5721.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Now the pitch is swinging. There's a high drive. Deep left field. Way back there. It is gone. A home run on the second pitch of the game. Before I could even talk about how many home runs Tyler Fitzgerald has been hitting, he hits another one.
You cannot stop Tyler Fitzgerald. You can only hope to contain him, and the Nats didn't. So a leadoff home run by Tyler Fitzgerald. Matt Chapman contributes a 3-run shot. Logan Webb was good enough, and the bullpen took over, and the Giants are at 500. The Giants are at 500. The Giants are at 500. They had struggled to get to 500. They get the 4-1 win against the Nats. Now, Mr. Birdsong, I'm a big fan. He goes to the mound, and we will talk to Kevin Franzen all about it in about 9 minutes. our good friend, but you got to start somewhere. You got to get rolling somewhere, and at least the Giants are to 500, so we can talk about them now as a contender.
Yeah, but they got to get way over 500, and they this is a streak, and it all started when Robbie Ray pitched at Dodger Stadium that Wednesday night. They lost the next game to the Dodgers and Blake and Logan Webb. Game got tied late in the game. But anyway, then they swept Colorado, that 4-game series, split with the A's, and 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati, and then they win last night. I mean, they had a stretch in late May when they were last at 500, when they were 10-3, but they're locking in now. And it's the power of the left side of the infield. I mean, Matt Chapman is on a real run. He had a home run Saturday in the comeback. They wound up losing. Big home run Sunday, big defensive play Sunday in Cincinnati. Then last night, he gets a 67-mile-an-hour first pitch, big eephus pitch from Patrick Corbin, and he's smothering it. He's all over it. And then, obviously Tyler Fitzgerald is otherworldly right now. In the second pitch of the game, he gets a home run. 11 homers the last 17 games. Look at the list of shortstops to do that since the modern era started. Not many. So he has been a revelation, but they've got to get not only to 500, John, they got to get way over 500. And I mean, the Arizona Diamondbacks just keep on winning. And Zach Gallen did not have a good outing last night, and they come back and win in Cleveland. They are beating quality teams. I think right now the two scariest teams in the National League, Philadelphia and the Dodgers, have flattened out a little bit in Milwaukee. They're obviously good teams. But I wouldn't want to play Arizona or San Diego at all in a short series. Rodriguez is coming back, I think, tonight, Chad. Eduardo Rodriguez will make his Diamondback debut. Mm-hmm. They're going to get Merrill Kelly back. They won last night. Jock Peterson had a big home run. I mean, they're 9 over. San Diego is 9 over. Atlanta is 9 over. Right now, those are the 3 teams. You got to run down one of them to get in, and that's not even talking about the Mets and the Pirates and the Cardinals. And you do have tiebreakers with the Mets and Pirates. The Cardinals, you have the last 3 games of the year. You're going to have to beat San Diego and Arizona probably twice. In both those series, you got each team twice. You got to win 2 out of 3 twice, go 4-2 against them, and maybe that even won't be good enough. I'm trying to do the math. If can 3 teams from the National League West take all 3 wild card spots? So you'd have 4 of the 6 in the National League would be Dodgers, D-backs, Padres, and Giants. I like the way the Giants are playing. When you get into starting pitching like this, you can go through a stretch where you're 9-3, John, and I think they can start to get even way above that. But they got to get. I mean, right now Arizona and San Diego are 9 over. Those teams could easily wind up 15 over. The Giants got to get that high.
That's what I mean. They've got to go, 13-15, 12-15, something like that, and the pitching's got to carry them because the offense has been inconsistent. Hayden Birdsong versus Mackenzie Gore, so it's another lefty on the mound for the Nationals, so expect a similar lineup to last night. Then Blake Snell gets another shot at it, then Kyle Harrison. That's the way things are going to go. So let's talk to Kevin Franzen all about it. We will get back to Brandon Aiyuk, and if there's any breaking news on that situation, we'll let you know, but we'll give you the latest after we talk to Franny. Of course, the former Giant and friend of the show and former KNBR employee.
Niner fan.
Calling.
He was meant to be at Philadelphia when Aiyuk scored that touchdown against the Eagles. So does he want to trade Brandon Aiyuk?
I'm going to go ahead and say no. We'll ask him about it. But he'll join us coming up next. He's doing TV for the Nationals. We'll discuss the Little Giants. He is, as you said, a huge Niners fan, so we'll get into all those things coming up next. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Tell him Franny sent you.
Greg Papa on KNBR, and I ask you, do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or wear bifocals? So CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. CLR custom lens replacement is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're older to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. I've had the procedure. John Lund has had the procedure. Tens of thousands of procedures have been done by Dr. Craig Binding and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And they can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation. They are available at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, and no cataracts the rest of your life. lasereyeclr.com, or you can call them at 877-GET-2020.
Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
353 lifetime average with 5 homers and 35 at-bats. And there's a high drive. Deep down the left field line. Speaking of home runs, goodbye. High up into the bleachers, almost to the back row, down the line. And that is a 3-run homer. Matt Chapman makes it a 4-0 Giants lead.
Thanks for joining us. We'll go back to some Brandon Aiyuk talk, but our good friend Kevin Frenzen, TV analyst for the Nationals, former Giant, friend of the show, former employee here at The Leader. He joins us courtesy of the guest line, and apparently Papa, where he is, has no air conditioning, and it's rather hot, so he's complaining and crying.
Where is he?
Dude, it's 90 here in the apartment. It's 90.
Can't you open a window?
Get a fan.
What? This is
Suck it up.
I opened up the window. It got hotter, which is amazing.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, it's been a scorcher back here for a little bit, but we're looking all right. You know, I'm sweating bullets. Got a shower coming up soon. It's gonna be great times.
Then you'll just be hot and wet, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, that's
no
great.
doubt.
Are we going to get any rain?
No,
I'm hearing tomorrow and Thursday maybe rain. Are we going to get any rain during this series,
Pop,
Franny?
Like there's one thing that you try to do, and that's cover all the bases. I don't really look at the weather. I don't care.
Seriously?
I have one job to do.
First thing I do in the morning is check the weather.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can't do it. I can't be the meteorologist.
You just know it's hot. It's 90 and 90. 90 degrees, 90% humidity. We just heard the Matt Chapman home run. What's wrong with Patrick Corbin? What has gotten into him? He had the one good year
for the last 5 years.
Jeez, and what was that pitch? We always think back foot slider like bomb, and you told us about the cutter he's throwing now. Was that an eephus pitch? What was he trying to do there?
I mean, every once in a while he'll throw that. It's just like just a slow slider. It used to be just a slow curveball that he threw in. When I was with the Phillies covering those games, it was JT Real Muto that was always doing damage on that pitch, and you're like, okay, just eliminate that one. There, you'll be good. You'll be good. And then he threw it yesterday, and you can't throw it against guys. Like you can throw it against Patrick Bailey a little bit, like sometimes on the front foot more than anything. But Chapman's never on the front foot. You can't do it to those guys. Those guys are the ones that like get the foot down, keep it there, and it just like you remember it was a Rookie of the Year. The guy just licking his chops when he floated the pitch at the end.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's what it looked like with Matt Chapman because he unloaded on that ball. And what's wrong? You know what? I don't know. Stuff's just not as sharp as it used to be. Finds a lot of barrels. Mistakes are hit out, not as foul balls. The one thing that, I think on the broadcast side, when you're around these guys so much, you learn a lot about them. And the fact that, he's making $36 million this year. He made a healthy chunk in everything. Wow. This is a guy that has a lot of pride in his job, obviously. But how many guys have we seen say, go away and be like, yeah, I just don't have it. Yeah, shoulders barking, elbows, nothing. And so you take a lot of pride, I think, on the broadcast side of covering that, and not trying to make that like it's an excuse, but like, dude, it's real. When the guy that's getting paid the most has taken it, for the team quite a bit, and he continues to go out there. I mean, that's impressive. And he's had some good games this year. He's had some some poor ones, but at the most part, all I've seen is a guy like that has led by example and taught the young kids, about going about your business. I'm not talking about on like just the results on the field, but how to do things. He takes everybody out for dinners. He's the one that pays for everything on the team flights and everything. So, besides the stuff, I get that's the whole thing when you're going through a rebuild and retool that they've done. You want a guy that's going to be able to lead and show them the way, and he's the guy that could do that.
Our good friend Kevin Franzen joining us. Of course, the Giants are in Washington to take on the Nationals once again. I know you cover the Nationals, but I know you keep tabs on the Giants too. What do you think of what's happening with Tyler Fitzgerald?
It's awesome. It's so cool. Pat Burrell and I were talking about it yesterday, and it's the exact thing that I think every young kid goes through in the big leagues, where you feel like you got to get 2-3 hits a night to stay in the lineup. You feel like Elliot Ramos, Tyler Fitzgerald right now are the guys that you can look at and go, that's what confidence is, right? Where if there's a random 0 for day right now for Tyler, like he knows he's going to be out there the next day. You know what I mean? Like, and that is a huge factor in a guy's growth. And everything that, he's hitting anyone that sits out there and says, oh man, you got to hit these good pitches. No, you hit mistakes. You hit pitches over the middle plate. He's not missing those. That's exactly what a good to great hitter does, right? Is he doesn't miss the mistakes. And he's taking advantage of it. You love those opportunities that you see guys, go on these streaks. Because it doesn't look like he's trying for it, but everything off the bat, like he hit one to right center yesterday that you're going, the way he's rolling, that like there's no doubt. There's no doubt that ball's going out. And it got caught up the track, and I was like, yeah, all right. maybe that tree was shaking a little bit. No, I'm kidding. But then he gets back on things. But you're looking at a guy that the ultimate confidence boost right now, and good for him. Those are awesome to watch. Doesn't matter what team you're covering.
Fitzmagic was early last night. Second pitch of the game, he got that 0-1 sinker from Corbin and took it out. 11 homers the last 17 games. So,
wait, we're going Fitzmagic on this? There's only one Fitzmagic.
Yes.
There's only one Fitzmagic in this world.
He's got a big beard.
That guy's a 7th-round draft pick.
The Hobbit.
Good career.
So the guy tonight, Giants are seeing a lot of left-handed pitching, so Tyler's going to lead off again tonight. Lamont won't be in there. Mackenzie Gore. They're going to see a lot of fastballs tonight. First of all, the one thing with him is he wears number 1. He's still getting used to pitchers wearing the single digits, Franny. Only been 5 pitchers previously in the history of baseball to wear number 1. So he came from San Diego in the Soto deal. But just give me your thoughts on what kind of pitcher we're going to see tonight in Gore.
Power arm. His idol and guy that was with him in San Diego a little bit was Blake Snell. Man, there's a lot of mentality, the similarities there. Now, the stuff within the zone hasn't been Blake, because that's not, no one else has Blake stuff. He's going to attack, and at times he gets away from his fastball, and it just puts him into bad counts. Then the fastball gets whacked, right? Like it's a 298 average against right now with his four-seamer, and it's live at the top of the zone. It's got great extension. He's like the 95th, 96th percentile in extension on that one, so it plays up even more. His whole thing is if he can't land that fastballs early in a count, it's not good for him. He has a nasty changeup that he doesn't trust. I've talked to him quite a bit about it, and I'm like, hey, man, he had one game against the Marlins. Marlins are terrible against lefties anyways, and it's not a good team, like, just in its whole. He had 25 swing and misses, and a bunch came on the changeup. He threw it second batter of the game, and ever since then, he hasn't really thrown it. And you're going, why not, dude? Like, the fact that you threw that changeup in the second batter of the game, had 2 swing and misses on it, Brian De La Cruz, it changed the whole mentality of that dugout. You could just watch. Like, he beat them. So early in the game, watching him, how he lands that fastball, where he lands that fastball, and if he's able to put guys away early, whether it's by a strikeout or by soft contact, that's the biggest thing, because he averages 19 pitches an inning. 19. So you could think those outings aren't very long. So hopefully tonight he gets back in the zone, because the stuff is absolutely electric when it is, and we'll see.
Kevin Franzen joining us previewing the Nationals and the Giants. The Giants don't trade Blake Snell at the deadline. He throws a no-hitter, obviously, awesome. But you know this rotation. Did Farhan do the right thing by keeping this team together and trying to make a playoff run?
Why not? Like, the Blake Snell thing is just different. Like, you just again, I'm going to sit there and say, in talking to a lot of people around, I don't know how many people are willing to take on the contract without knowing next year and what prospects we're going to get back. And for me, give yourself an opportunity to convince Blake that this is the place to be. The guys that, so we've seen the stretches. Is there, in the last, Scherzer would be maybe the only one I could think of. Verlander, yeah. I mean, but there is no better pitcher in the game when he is dialed in. Since what? Pedro and Roger Clemens, maybe Randy Johnson, than Blake Snell? Because that stuff in the zone, that's the part that separates him from everyone else. Is Blake Snell in the zone is one of the nastiest, if not the nastiest pitcher in the game. And by the way, sorry, I was going to celebrate real quick. I don't want to be a spoiler alert on that one. Anyway, when you think about Farhan and everything that's going on. I believe that he did the right thing in keeping Blake Snell, because, again, when Robbie gets, around the 8 start mark, when he gets around that 9, and you could see things going, Robbie Ray, Blake Snell, Logan Webb, good night. Get an opportunity for those 3 to be. And Hayden Burnsog, I mean, that kid, that's some special stuff, too, right? So you get to the postseason, why not? We've seen how that works, in San Francisco, so... it's one of those deals where you got to get hot at the right time, and you got to keep it sustained for a long time.
And they just did activate Hayden Birdsong, so he is back. Spencer Bivens sent back down. Kurt Casale goes on paternity leave, and Jackson Reitz is up. So the Giants finally got back to 500. They haven't been there since they were 29-29. But you watch the entire league, obviously, and do your show on Sirius. And the Padres just are playing so well. They're 9 games over. Arizona's beating everybody. Even though Zach Gallen had a bad outing last night, they beat Cleveland. Jock Peterson had a big home run. I mean, the Braves, Padres, and Diamondbacks, Franny, are 9 over. Giants have a 4-game series with the Braves when they get the Tigers this weekend at home. But next week, they've got 4 with Atlanta, which could be huge.
Right.
I mean, which one of those teams, if you had to pick the 3 National League wildcard teams, who would you pick? I mean, San Diego and Arizona are right now playing as well as anybody in baseball.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it can't be sustained because the other thing is Arizona's about to get healthy too, for the most part. Water Rodriguez and everything that coming on, off of the IL. We don't know exactly how it's going to be, moving forward because of it's a shoulder fatigue that he had an ailment. As Merrill Kelly maybe at the end, we'll see. So that's something to look at. The Padres are, they're effing nasty. My God. Like we saw, so they're 6-0 against the Nationals this year, and they took to them. But right after is the trade deadline, and when they added the arms that they did into that bullpen, it just added less stress to that starting staff. And so if they can get hot, and this is with all without Fernando Tatis Jr., right? I mean, this has been a team that has really clicked, and you wonder how it moves forward. They're exciting. The question truly to me is going to be Atlanta. Can Atlanta sustain all the injuries that they have throughout the year? Can Max Fried continue to stay healthy after he came off the IL? That's another question. If they can't, I feel like that's the team where the Giants are going to have to jump. If you're to say 3 teams, I would probably choose the Padres, the Diamondbacks, and the Braves just based on where they are, where they can be, and who they have left on the schedule, I think. Because the Giants, ultimately, it comes down to them. If they win series, they will have a shot. But being so far back right now, as far as, that's air quotes, it's going to take series win after series win, the 4-game, 3-game, 4-game series wins. They're going to have to do. They can't split. They got to find ways to go 3-1 in those to continue on to get themselves really back into the true conversation about they're legit.
Do you want the 49ers to trade Brandon Aiyuk?
No. What are we doing? What are we doing? I wanted to get in on this. God.
I know you did.
They don't want to trade him. What's he doing?
No, hey. I know who pays your paychecks on this one. I get that. All right?
They don't want to trade him, Franny. They don't want to trade him.
They don't. No one wants to trade him. But here's the other thing, too, is that, for Brandon, he knows, where he's going to get the most wide-open looks, right? He does. He's got to be smart enough to understand that. He's going to go somewhere else. He's not going to get the same looks. He goes and stays here, and, sometimes you have to take a little discount here and there. I get it. You put your life on the line. But he's going to put up numbers in San Francisco all the time. So, I just wonder, could Brock ever take just a little amount and not have to go for the full $60 million a year? Could you imagine that?
No.
That would break everything. The NFL would hate the Niners more than anything. Be like, no, Brock Purdy needs to make $60 million a year. Not happening.
Yeah. Well, you're a former athlete.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
The one thing.
What if I told you what was the greatest thing to happen to Patriots dynasty?
Tom Brady taking less. He was never the highest paid player.
Oh, Giselle.
Giselle was.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, it's not.
Women weak in legs.
She was making $60 million. She was the bread maker. She didn't. They didn't have to go to the top. And everyone's like, "Oh yeah." Well, that helped. That helped. So yeah, look. At what point do you realize you need all these guys around you? Right? I think Tom understood that. As great as he was, that was probably one of his greatest assets. Understanding, I need all these guys here for me to win. And so I wonder at what point it helps, for Brock, understanding, can he win on his own? No. Can he win with all these guys? Hell yes. He's proven it.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, man. Anything else? You okay?
No,
you got some fans? Got some fans in your room there so you can cool off?
They just brought this portable AC unit in here.
There you go, see?
I'm hoping in another 5 hours it'll be cooled down to about 70, so we're good.
All right, man. Hang in there.
Boys, it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, our pleasure.
Franny.
Tell him Franny. Yeah. All right, man.
Yeah. All right, boys.
Good to talk to you.
93 degrees and sunny all day today.
93 plus all that humidity.
70% chance of rain tomorrow and 70% on Thursday. Damn.
You used to that humidity out there? Man.
I've only gotten used to the cold.
Yeah, not the humidity.
Not the humidity.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
All right, man.
All right, guys.
We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Franny.
You're the best. That is Kevin Franzen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, man, he doesn't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk. He's outraged, sounds like.
Giselle's the most valuable player in the NFL. We just needed the trainer to come in about 15 years ago, John.
Yeah.
Got that marriage broken up.
Yeah.
That would have been forced him to take more money.
Yeah, then he would have taken more. He's saying that, he's saying that because Giselle had all the money, he didn't have to take it.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Damn. Should have thought of that.
Do remember, it is the 11 o'clock hour. We told you, continuing today through Friday, August 23rd, you're going to have 3 chances a day. Once during Murph and Marcus, once during Pop and Lund, once during Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season home Niners game. Each person who qualifies will also win a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for a chance to win the grand prize. So caller 10 at some point this hour. The 11 o'clock hour is the key hour today for us. 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. That's the only number to call when you hear, not now, but when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan during the 11 o'clock hour, which is this hour. So listen for it. Tim Ryan, something about a groin. Yeah, so make sure you listen during this hour. All right, we'll get back to Brandon Aiyuk. What is the latest? We'll tell you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dwayne Kuiper joined JD and Dieter this morning. They discussed the Giants back at 500. It's a monumental day with a win over the Nationals yesterday. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social. Tuesday is a perfect day to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. You see, he has all the answers to all your tax situations, including when you can't pay your taxes. That sounds like a big one. It's going to keep me up at night, Steve. What do I do?
You call us and let us take care of it for you. I have seen this case over and over and thousands of times over ruin lives, businesses, marriages, and it doesn't have to be. The number one reason people don't file returns is they don't have the money to pay it. And the second year comes around and they say, how can they file year 2 and they didn't file year 1? By the way, they still don't have the money. And it ruins their lives. Another reason is you don't have your receipts. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. And if you owe money and you can't pay it, that's no problem either. We'll go ahead and we'll ask the IRS for a deal, a sweet deal, a good deal. What if you say, oh, Steve, I have my receipts. I keep them all in a big green trash bag in my garage, and I'm not really into this bookkeeping thing. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department that can do that for you. The bottom line is there's no good reason to not file your returns, especially with all these newly hired IRS agents coming to track you down.
just call us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll just go to the government and we want to do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve, take care of me. Call 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Plus, listen to what Steve just said. You're not having to deal with the IRS. He's going to take care of everything. Even if everything's in a trash bag, whatever the case may be, it's keeping you up at night. You got those unfiled tax returns or you can't pay your taxes. Call right now. Steve, what can you do for me? 888-TAX-DEAL. 1-888-TAX-DEAL or go to moskowitzllp.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
You have to find a scenario where the Niners are comfortable with the compensation, and you have to have a situation where the player is comfortable with the contract. If the player's not comfortable with the contract, he's not accepting the contract, and therefore the team's not trading the assets it would take. And the 49ers aren't trading him unless they have an offer that they think is fair and right. And if they don't have that offer, they're not trading him. There are two parties that have to be satisfied. Each one can say no.
Adam Schefter, often worked up over this Brandon Aiyuk situation. Hey, pal, we've been dealing this for a long time. Settle down. Papa and Lunch, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Before we get into Brandon Aiyuk, there's a rumor, Pop, that your partner, your other partner that you cheat on weekends with me with, is in this building right now. I don't know that that's a fact, but somebody said that. So we're going to try to get him to come down the hall. And
how's his groin? He's there, not at training camp? You're talking T-Rock?
Could he do it live? Well, do it live. It would be awesome if Tim Ryan could recreate that live for a contest. I don't know if that's illegal because there's a lot of contest rules.
I find that shocking that he's not at practice today. He's at every single practice.
Yeah, but, he's got to get paid by Ford. Not, he's like Purdy, man.
Could have come in yesterday during an off day, but he probably wanted to play golf. So
yeah, probably.
What we're hearing is that Brandon Aiyuk is in the building in Santa Clara. I was told he was on the field, but it was just by fans that I'm not sure they saw the right person. So he is in the building, or at least he was, but nobody's actually seen him on the field. And the Niners are practicing right now, sans Tim Ryan. We are going to talk to Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland. She's been covering the Browns as long as Maiocco has been covering the Niners, or even longer, I think. So we know that Cleveland's in play, and we know New England's in play. But I just saw a rap sheet on Inside Training Camp Live, and they're wall-to-wall Niners today. Chris Rose is out there, Pelissero's there, Steve Weiss is there. It's all Niners. And he's saying that there are multiple teams involved, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are very much involved back in this, and that is Omar Khan. So when you're looking, and we'll talk to Mary Kay Cabot about it, when you're looking at the teams in the AFC North, you got Baltimore and Cincinnati are probably the two best teams in that division when the Bengals get their quarterback healthy. And then the other teams, the Browns and Steelers, are fighting it out to try to make a deal with John Lynch and then satisfy Ryan Williams to do a deal. So if you're John Lynch and you're looking at the Pittsburgh roster, I mean, do you have to have a wide receiver coming back? The one guy that would be intriguing, although just watching him last year, he's got a lot of refinement. He's big and strong. George Pickens, but he'd have to get coached up quite a bit to be able to run the full route tree with the 49ers. He's a big body guy, so in theory you could teach him to block, and he would be that guy. But if we wanted to go another position group, and it wouldn't be a straight wide receiver for wide receiver trade, and draft pick compensation would be involved. They got some edge rushers there in Pittsburgh. The obvious one is Alex Highsmith, but he makes a lot of money. Nick Herbig, who we saw last year in the opener against the Steelers, to me, he's like T.J. Watt Jr., the way he rushes the quarterback. They've also got the veteran Marcus Golden. Now, the Niners do have a good front, so maybe that wouldn't be the area you'll be looking at. Safety's always somewhere. I think they got to upgrade at some point here. Minka would probably not be in play. But I'm just looking at if Omar Khan wants to get available, and apparently, according to Ian Rappaport, the Steelers are very much involved. It's not just the Browns and Patriots. Then, who on that Pittsburgh roster is intriguing, and wouldn't you love to get it, two guys in a bidding war in the same division where it's Andrew Berry in Cleveland bidding against Omar Khan in Pittsburgh?
I don't think you'd get Pickens. I know they really like him. Roman Wilson was a third-round pick out of Michigan, who's a nice young wide receiver, but then you have two rookie wide receivers. But I could see you going after that. They've got a couple of nice guys along the offensive line that I don't know that they would trade. Zach Frazier's a nice center out of West Virginia. Troy Fontana, who's a played tackle and guard at the University of Washington, was their first-round pick. I doubt you could get him from them. Herbig is a really nice player, and he went, as you said, to Wisconsin. He's a nice player. Highsmith makes a ton. You're not getting Joey Porter Jr., I don't think, one of their corners. He's nice. Minka you probably wouldn't get as well. So could you get Roman Wilson in a pick as well? We can read some tea leaves here. If Brandon Aiyuk was intrigued by the possibility of going to New England or Cleveland, and the report is that the 49ers have worked out trade compensation with both those teams, but as Adam Schefter was almost hyperventilating there and talking about the situation, it's twofold. It's Brandon Aiyuk agreeing to go to those teams and them working out a contract plus the compensation. Apparently the compensation between Cleveland and the Niners or New England and the Niners has been worked out, but word is that he would want to go to the Steelers. He clearly does not want to go to the Patriots or the Browns, or else that deal would have probably happened. So now other teams get involved. I don't know who leaks this. Probably not the 49ers. Probably the agent, something like that. But, Pittsburgh is interesting, but they haven't worked out a deal. The word from Matty is that they were out on the Steelers because the Steelers didn't want to give up what the 49ers would want. So maybe Aiyuk would want to go to the Steelers, but the other side of it is they'd have to work out proper compensation with the Niners, and that hasn't happened at this point. So that's
but they are working. I mean, Rap Sheet just reported that Pittsburgh is involved, and they're making a push to get back involved. They don't want them, going in the AFC North. They're trying to block that. So, I mean, the interesting thing is that the 49ers And Maiocco was really clear when I texted him. I said, have they agreed to trade terms with other teams? And he said yes, to the Browns and to the Patriots. But if you agree to trade terms with multiple teams, you don't have to trade them to either one of them. If you agree to trade terms with one team, say you made a deal with Andrew Berry in Cleveland, then if Andrew Berry can get Aiyuk signed, you're really going to look bad if you don't make the trade. You can get out of it until you sign this trade sheet and file it with the league. You can do whatever you want. But the fact is that I got to trade with you and I got to trade with them as well. So it's a fluid situation. Now we got a third team that wants to come in, and we'll see if Adam Peters in Washington wants to get in, and Bob Myers is close to them, and he didn't think the Niners would trade Brandon Aiyuk the entire offseason, but this is starting to creep into the Bosa timeline, and they don't want to quite do that, or break records with this signing. They don't want to do that. So now at least they're talking to it. So I think it is interesting. Most of the observers that I've talked to think that he just stays where he is. That he really he asked for the trade, but he really doesn't want to be traded. He wants to stay here, but he's trying to motivate them to move along. And the Niners kind of sat on it for a while, but then a couple of weeks ago they started to look into trading him, and they agreed. If you have a package coming back the other way that you're cool with, and Amari Cooper is a hell of a player, and they love Kendrick Bourne. I don't know what the details would be from Pittsburgh. We want to hear more from Mary Kay Cabot on where Amari's at, final year of his contract. We know Amari is a player. He had a great game against the 49ers last year when they beat the Niners there after the 5-0 start. I mean, he made some great catches. He's played well against him. He played well against him as a member of the Cowboys in the playoff game when he beat K1 for a touchdown. He's a tremendous route runner. You can move him all around. The one where he beat K1, he lined up in the slot and ran a corner route to the end zone and got it. He looked like Cooper Kupp. I mean, Amari Cooper's all that. He's going to block. But then the Browns just restructured his contract.
So you're going to have to put some money in there.
Well, no, not that way. I think Cleveland would have to. They just paid him all that money. They paid him $18.5 million, John, and then but that's what Carolina did and Fitterer did when they traded McCaffrey. They restructured his contract. They gave him a huge signing bonus, and then so why Amari Cooper is so appealing to the Niners? He's a really good player. He's a tremendous route runner, one of the best in football. He's a veteran guy. Maybe doesn't block like Aiyuk, but on top of that, Flying J just paid all of his salary almost. We only have to pay him like $1.5 million. So what is Cleveland going to have to do if they take Brandon Aiyuk on their salary and give him a new contract? It's going to be a big bump up from what. Now, if they do sign him to a long term, they can spread it out. But, how would they make that work? And then, the Niners going to trade and just have Amari for one season? Would they want to get him signed to a long-term deal? He's a veteran guy. So a lot going on. But I think the key thing is now we thought it was two teams and the deal terms were agreed to with Cleveland and New England. But Pittsburgh is back in play now, apparently, according to Rap Sheet.
Well, again, I just think there's writing on the wall here. If Brandon wanted to go to either of those teams, New England or Cleveland, he'd be going to New England or Cleveland. He's at the facility again today. So if, like you said, the news cycle is 24 hours old. So maybe he had the off day to think about it and decided, I don't want to go to a rookie quarterback in New England to the abyss. I don't want to go play in Cleveland. What else we got? And so maybe they're engaging other teams because the 49ers did say to his side, go find that deal that you think is out there. And maybe Pittsburgh has that, but they don't have the compensation right. The other two teams have the compensation right, but Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to go there. Because would Brandon Aiyuk be in the building if he wanted to go to Cleveland or New England? I doubt it.
Well, he'd have to clean out all his stuff. The equipment guys could do that. He could be he could be there because he doesn't want to go anywhere. And a lot of the point I was getting to, a lot of the guys who covers the 49ers think that he's really does not want to go. And he does not. He was trying to motivate them with the trade request, and so this will spur action one way or the other. But, he could be getting phone calls while he's there. He could be cleaning it out. Who knows what he's there. But he was there in the building this morning. He's not on the practice field as far as we know. We'll talk to Mary Kay Cabot about the Amari Cooper side of it. And then, practice will wrap up in a little bit in the right before noon. And it'll be interesting to see, just how honest Kyle Shanahan can be with the members of the media when he does talk, and we'll take that live at some time in the noon hour. But, it's out there now, and Kyle doesn't really want to give a lot of information on this, so we'll see exactly what he does say off the practice field today.
All right, Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us coming up next from Cleveland.com. What does she know from her side of things? If there was a deal to be made and it was Amari Cooper and maybe a second-round pick, which is what Matt Maiocco said this morning with the morning show, that might be something. Let's ask her what she is hearing. What is the latest? Pop and Lund, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Let's get the Cleveland side of things on Brandon Aiyuk next, only here on The Leader.
It's your friend and sportscaster, Greg Papa, but I'm here on behalf of Golden State Window and Door Design. They are proud to be a Marvin direct dealer with showrooms around the Bay Area. For your convenience, builders and designers could find the largest inventory of Marvin windows and the support from a factory-trained sales team that makes Golden State a top competitor in every category. You'll benefit from Golden State's delivery fleet, which is the largest in the Bay. They have vehicles built to handle excessive size and are capable of delivering specialized deliveries across challenging back roads or just down the street. So visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click on Windows and Doors for inspiration and the many options available to you when you're ready to take the next step with your client. Click Request an Appointment to visit the window and door design showrooms near you. Find out why contractors and builders have relied on Golden State for 70 years. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
P.J. Walker with Kareem Hunt to his left. Takes the shotgun snap from Ethan Posick. Goes one down the left sideline to Amari Cooper. Slipping down to the field. Amari may go all the way. 30. Now he's pulled down from behind, saving a touchdown there is Oren Burks. What a play by Oren Burks as Demo Lenore.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Matt Maiocco. What did Peter Schrager call him? Matt Maiocco starting all of this. Once again. Maiocco. Our good friend Matt Maiocco. Poor Matty. That could be down to Cleveland and New England, but then maybe some things have opened up with Pittsburgh again as the Aiyuk continues to turn. Let's get the Cleveland side of things. Our good friend Mary Kay Cabot, who has covered the Browns for a long time, Cleveland.com, at Mary Kay Cabot. Make sure that you're following her on social media, and she joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're good. We just played that cut of Greg making the call with Amari Cooper. But what are you hearing on the Cleveland end of things in regards to these Brandon Aiyuk rumors?
Well, I've pretty much been hearing the same kinds of things. And the thing about Cleveland, the thing that makes Cleveland's offer attractive is the fact that Amari Cooper would be part of it, or at least that's what San Francisco wants from Cleveland. That is what I'm hearing. And why wouldn't you? If you can acquire Amari Cooper in this trade, you're really not losing anything this year. You can accomplish all of your offensive goals. You'll have your number one receiver. You'll have one of the best receivers in the NFL. I've been so impressed with Amari Cooper. His hands are amazing. His route running is amazing. He can win the contested catch. He hasn't lost a step, even though he turned 30 in June. So I can absolutely 100% see why Cleveland's trade package, if what's being reported is exactly what it is, I can see why they would want that one, because Murray would be a tremendous addition for the 49ers.
Now, we know his ability. I was there when the Raiders made him the 4th overall pick in the draft, and as a rookie, he just walked into the NFL and ran routes. He beats man coverage. He finds softness in zones. You can move him all over the formation, put him inside or outside. He's a beautiful wide receiver. There were some drop issues here and there in his career, but as you say, he solved that. Just the one thing, because Kyle Shanahan is just demanding in the run game with the wide receivers, no block, no rock. And Amari, early in his career, Mary Kay was physically challenged by a lot of people, and you could reroute him and move him around. We know his feet, we know his hands, we know his ability to separate. Is he more than just a willing blocker? Will he block the way Kyle Shanahan requires his wide receivers to block, Mary Kay?
He might have to pick that up if he's playing for Kyle. That might be something that he's going to have to do more there than he probably is asked to here. Here it's basically see ball, get ball, and it's quite often a go ball. And he can, again, he's very tough. I mean, he's winning the contested catch and all of those kinds of things, but he's not necessarily out there blocking all the time like I've seen other receivers here do, such as like a Jarvis Landry or someone like that. It's not that he can't do it. I mean, he really has added to his game, I think, every single year. As you mentioned, he really took care of those drops. I never see him drop a ball. His hands are absolutely phenomenal. But I guess that's probably one area of the game where he would have to maybe pick it up a notch. But he does so many other things well that perhaps you could live with a little bit of maybe not having the blocking be exactly what you need it to be.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us. She covers the Browns and has for a long time. Brandon Aiyuk, possibly one of the teams that he could go to reach compensation with him. Going the other way, I like Amari Cooper. I think he's great. I think he's close in ability to Aiyuk, but Aiyuk is just a little bit younger. I had heard somebody talk about doing Cooper and a second-round pick. That sounds like a lot for me. What would be proper compensation if they did come to a deal with the Browns?
You know what? I have heard the second-round pick as well, and that seems to make sense considering that Amari, at least right now, would be sort of a one-year proposition for the 49ers unless they decided to go ahead and do an extension with him. I don't know if that's something that they would be interested in doing right away, or they could revisit that during the season or after the season. But given that and given the age difference, I think the Browns would have to give up more than just Amari and I know they don't want to give up their first-round pick. They haven't had one in 3 years from the Deshaun Watson trade. So I guess the next place to look would be that second round.
All right, the other part of it would be to get him signed. And Andrew Berry's there. Just tell me how, first of all, the structure of Amari's deal. When Jerry Jones signed him, he gave him a 5-year deal for $100 million, and it was nice and easy, $20 million every single year. The Browns did, convert a lot of his salary for this year into a signing bonus of almost 18.8. So the Niners, if they made a trade, they wouldn't have to give him very much. It'd be 1.2. So explain Amari's contract, and then how would Cleveland, if they just trade Amari Cooper and paid all that money, they're not going to be happy about that, Mary Kay. So, how would they fit Aiyuk's salary if they have to trade for him, and then obviously appease him on his contract demands?
Well, the Browns have options for moving money around, and they're some of the best in the NFL at that. If they needed to, they could borrow from Deshaun Watson's contract. They have not restructured him this year. And so there are things that they can do. And, again, they're some of the best capologists, and they always find a way to find that money.
I would think maybe the 49ers would kick in some money, or no? Do you think that it would just be what we just talked about compensation-wise, or would they want some money back after paying Amari that money?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing they might have to negotiate some of that out. Not sure how that would work considering, the way that the deal is structured this year.
You were talking about what kind of player he is, and, when we had him in Oakland as a rookie, I mean, he was painfully shy. Some interviews were really awkward. I was amazed watching him evolve from afar with the Cowboys and with Cleveland. Mary Kay, just, he's older now. He's moving into his age 30 season. I know your wide receiver coach in Cleveland was just talking about Amari as a leader. I mean, Aiyuk's a young guy who's quiet, but Amari would walk into that room and he'd be the OG. But just as far as the way Amari handles himself off the field, do you think there any issue in bringing him into the 49ers locker room from the outside?
No, not at all. He's a tremendous leader. Players love him. Everybody here in the Browns organization really loves him. He's a team guy, says all the right things, does all the right things. And so there would be no issues with him. I absolutely think that he would be a welcome addition to any team.
Plus, the system that Kevin Stefanski runs, like a lot of teams, there's a lot of Kyle Shanahan elements to it. Is that exact thing very similar? Because I would imagine that Amari could easily fit into the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk could easily fit into the Browns.
I would think so. There are very, very similar elements to both. And obviously across NFL offenses, there are just such similar concepts anymore. The Browns are doing spread concepts, RPOs, different things like that, choice routes. But I do think that it would be an easy swap for both players to go in and pick up their new roles with their new teams. And as far as Amari is concerned, last year I watched him adjust to 4 different starting quarterbacks, and he had no trouble with that. Other people did. David Njoku actually did have trouble adjusting to how the ball was coming in from 4 different guys, but not Amari. And he always says, it's my job to go out there and catch the ball. It doesn't matter who's throwing it, how it's coming in. I have to catch it. And that's something that he's really demonstrated here. I think he would have no trouble developing that timing and chemistry with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, when the Browns beat the Niners in Cleveland last year, and we heard the Amari 58-yarder, he had 4 catches in that game. P.J. Walker was the quarterback early in the year before Joe Flacco took over. So what are you hearing? You're as well connected with the Browns as anybody there. You've been covering the team for so long. Brandon is in Santa Clara. He checked in the building. We heard it was between Cleveland and New England and Elliott Wolf there, but now we're hearing Omar Khan, who's a rival of the Browns, obviously, in the AFC North. So what are you hearing? Is this a possibility, a probability? How would you categorize a potential Aiyuk for Amari and draft picks trade, Mary Kay?
I really can't handicap it at this point because it's so fluid. It can go either way. He could stay in San Francisco. He could go to the Patriots. They could reach a stalemate and nothing could happen for a while. So I think it's just something that everyone has to keep an eye on. I do believe, that the Browns have been interested. I do believe that the 49ers want Amari from them. And it really comes down to, does Brandon Aiyuk want to come here? And if so, is he happy with the compensation package from the Cleveland Browns? And if he is and he signs off on it, then it will happen.
Mary Craig, thank you so much. I know we've talked to you for years, but thanks for your insight. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Sure, sounds good. Thanks a lot.
You got it.
Thank you, Mary Kay.
At Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com. She does a tremendous job. She knows the Cleveland Browns. She's been doing it for a long time. So there's the Browns side of things. There's a Patriots side of things. Maybe there's a Steelers side of things to this as well. But again, Brandon Aiyuk in-house at the facility like he has been, not practicing on the field. And we are essentially at nut-cutting time. So what's going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk? We'll give you the latest insight into that as well. Plus, we will talk more and get more insight into that. But that's Mary Kay Cabot giving us her insight. By the way, Tolbert and Copes this afternoon, Andrew Baggerly before Giants baseball against the Nationals, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Anything breaking, we'll let you know. The latest on Brandon Aiyuk. Of the things that have been talked about, what would you like to have happen? Maybe you'd like to get Kendrick Bourne back and a higher pick, as New England's not very good. You got Cleveland, potentially Amari Cooper. What do you think of that? Or is it just, hey, man, we want Brandon Aiyuk, try to get this worked out for the 49ers? Which direction would you go if you were John Lynch? Let's get into that conversation. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
Nothing wrong with that groin. Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass grand prize.
Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, close doesn't really mean anything. Close is sort of like, the only thing that matters is where does Brandon Aiyuk end up playing football for the 2024 season? I would agree with what you guys said yesterday. Does not seem likely that it is with the 49ers. And, you know, he does not have a no-trade clause. We make a big deal, as we should, of no-trade clauses. But, man, he has a lot of power. And, you know, the fact that he would be getting a new contract with whatever team he lands with, and we have talked about it, the Cleveland Browns, the New England Patriots, and the Pittsburgh Steelers, all very much still in it. The fact that he'd be getting a contract extension with that new team means he's got a lot of say in where he goes. And
all right, that's Rap Sheet, the latest on Brandon Aiyuk. Just to reiterate, Matty Maiocco, who was on this morning with the morning guys, and he had this stuff first. They've given Brandon Aiyuk permission to talk to teams, negotiate a new deal. Cleveland and New England have satisfied that, but there's two sides of this. You've got to have Brandon Aiyuk want to go there, and so far, Brandon Aiyuk, according to reports, was in the building today. So would he want to go to Cleveland or New England? Maybe he's cleaning out his locker, but that would be unlikely that he'd still be hanging around. Pittsburgh apparently back into this conversation. That's a place maybe Brandon Aiyuk would want to go, but they haven't satisfied the trade requirements of the 49ers, so here we are. So we're going to continue to discuss that at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Congratulations to Jonathan Diaz from San Jose. He won a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and qualified for the chance to win 2 tickets to the 2024 regular season 49ers home game schedule. The winner of the grand prize is going to be announced on Murph and Marcus August 26th. Thanks to everybody for calling in. If you missed out today, don't freak out. You're going to have another chance today during Tolbert and Copes. And remember, you have 3 chances every day through August 23rd. So stay tuned to the Sports Leader, your home of 49ers football for the past 20 years. And every single day, each of the shows gives you a time during their show when you need to be listening. We told you earlier in the 10 o'clock hour that 11 o'clock hour was the time to be listening for the Tim Ryan Sounder, which on our show is nothing wrong with that groin. I tried to get him to do it live, but he had a lot of things to record down there, so we just did a bro hug. My chest is caved in, and I think I have a broken right arm, but it was nice to see Tim Ryan again.
Hi, Tim Ryan here for Ford F-150.
Exactly. That's what he was doing. And he was like, bro, you're screwing up my rhythm. But it was nice. Get a bro hug from Tim Ryan. Feel very good. Got a little oil on myself from his hair, but it all good.
Well, the Bay Area is going to get a bro hug from the best bro hugger that I know, Kyle Shanahan. He's going to be talking in about 7 minutes and 20 seconds as they are coming off the practice field. So we'll get the latest on what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, and we'll see how much, he wants to share or not share about what Matty reported. So should we fire up an emergency Danny big poll here on the topic?
Danny, can you get it up? I mean, you had to get the poll up twice last week. Can you do it twice this week?
And Deadline. Remember Deadline? Selling Snell. And
yeah, we did the sell Snell.
Friday before the deadline.
By the way, that was 50-50 right down the middle. We've never had that. The Snell.
Well, we have, because we made it simple with the sell Snell, yes or no, sell him or not. This one, trade Aiyuk for Amari Cooper, that's Amari. Trade him for Kendrick Bourne in the package from New England. Talk to Omar Khan and get a package from Pittsburgh. Or don't trade him at all and suit him up. So when you go to the team store, you can still buy that number 11 jersey. So,
or 50% off if they trade him.
Nice.
They'll do that. It's like the Jimmies. All right, so that's it. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, New England, or no. That's it? That's the poll? Because we can give you 4 choices.
What does he want to do?
Daniel's, he just gave me the head shake, yes.
And if you trade him to Cleveland, you're getting Amari back in theory. You heard Mary Kay say the Niners want Amari Cooper back. Kendrick Bourne's a Kyle Shanahan favorite, so New England will attach that. I don't know what they would want from Pittsburgh.
ACL and Bourne. Ugh. I don't like it.
And then just keep him.
Or keep him, yeah. Which could be the case. All right, we'll get Danny's poll up shortly, and you can vote. If we have the 4 choices, then we can't go 50-50. We just had the 2 last time, which was nice and convenient. But we'll get that. We'll get Danny's emergency poll up, and then we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan. Clearly, people will ask in every different way about Brandon Aiyuk and the latest things. We'll see how Kyle can tap dance through that because he's pretty darn good at it. He could always say, hey, I'm not involved in that stuff, although he is involved in that stuff, especially when it comes to offensive playmakers. So we shall see what's going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk, and we will hear from Kyle Shanahan, like you said, in about 5 minutes. And it's always fun because there's tons of reports, Ricky Pearsall and those kind of things, because no matter who comes this way. Now, if it's Cooper, it's different. And to me, look, I'd like to keep Brandon Aiyuk. That would be my number one choice if I was voting today. But if you're telling me I can get Amari Cooper in a 2, because Mary Kay Cabot said the same thing, she thought because of the age difference and so forth, I mean, you're saving a ton of money on Amari Cooper. He's a quality wide receiver. He's a little bit older than Aiyuk, which is why you get the compensation. But if you can get a number 2, which probably is to the mid to the late round, Cleveland is probably a playoff team in the AFC. I don't know that they're a Super Bowl contender. But if you can do that, I think you're not hurting yourself that bad in the Super Bowl window. I think the point of the Niners is trying to still stay in that Super Bowl window as much as possible with this trade and possibly get more compensation. And with Cooper, I don't think you're falling off much, if at all, at the wide receiver position short term, and you're getting a pick back. So to me, if you have to trade him, that would be the one. But I still come back to the fact that if Brandon Aiyuk liked Cleveland or liked New England, if the report is correct that they came to compensation, then Brandon Aiyuk wouldn't be at the facility today, and he'd be off to Cleveland or New England or wherever the heck he was going to go.
So as far as Amari versus Aiyuk, I mean, if it's a, 3rd down and 5, and you want, like the play against Green Bay where you moved him in the slot and he beat Keyshawn Nixon and kept the season alive. I mean, Amari Cooper is a legit number 1 wide receiver. He is a perennial Pro Bowler, one of the great route runners. He had the best year he's had in the NFL. I think, and Aiyuk is been a good route runner. They're different. Aiyuk's got really long arms. He's got big hands. He does whip his body around. But, I mean, if you went into a lab and made a wide receiver just a pure route runner, you'd make Amari. He's just superb, and he's always been. He can line up anywhere. You can move him. I think Kyle would do. You could jet sweep him. You could play with it even more. He did have a bit of a drop problem periodically in his career, but Mary Kay saw him all and he caught. He's got great hands. I wondered why he would drop balls. Sometimes I thought the physicality when he was younger, when he would go over the middle, he'd shy away from contact. He'd get a little bit of alligator arms, and teams, Pac-Man Jones in particular, but they all try, Marcus Peters, they tried to press him and just beat the hell out of him. The thing now is he's such a veteran receiver. You get up and press him, he's by you, and you got a problem because he can run any route. He'll turn you around and flip you down. He's just that good. So as far as a pure route runner, it'd be hard. I think it's a coin flip, but I think Amari, just because he's a veteran, is probably better. But Aiyuk has gotten so much better the last couple of years. But where you lack something, and with T-Rock there, you always hear Tim talking about the pin and the pull play. The genius on that play is Brandon Aiyuk and those big wide receivers on the pin. So, whether it's a toss crack or whatever you want to call it, Cleveland called it with Callahan a toss, but it's the pin and the pull. The pull is Trent Williams from left tackle getting out and picking up wide. The pin is Brandon Aiyuk cracking down on Myles Garrett or, defensive end. Can Amari Cooper do that? Will he do that? Can he do that at this stage of his career? So, I mean, as far as 3rd and 5 and we're throwing the ball and we're all going out, Amari's right there. You're not losing anything. You may be gaining something, as good as Aiyuk is. But when you're running pin and pulls and trying to get to the edge with 19 structure full to play that McCaffrey hit the edge on against Pittsburgh, that ex-wide receiver's got a block, or any wide receiver. So, how do you handle that? And then as far as just the money, Trent Williams is also holding out, John. And no one's talking about Trent very much because it's all Aiyuk. But the fact that Cleveland and Andrew Berry, to appease Amari Cooper, they didn't give him more money. They just wrote him a check for $18,790,000. He's only got a cap hit, as you mentioned, of $8.744 million. His base salary this year, is paragraph 5, is $1.2 million. So if you just trade Aiyuk, and in theory you have to pay him the 14.1, but restructure it, whatever it is, it's going to be hard to get it down to a cap hit that low. So you could trade Aiyuk, get Amari Cooper and a draft pick, and now all of a sudden you got more money to go sign Trent Williams and get him in the building as well. So this is why it's appealing, and we'll see what Kyle says about it. But I mean, my vote would be do not trade Brandon Aiyuk. And I love Amari Cooper. But 10 targets a game is what Amari's going to get. What is he going to do with the other 60 snaps or so on offense as far as blocking? He's not going to block like Brandon Aiyuk. So I would vote don't trade him. But if you just can't get a deal done with him and you got to move on, the Amari Cooper is a nice alternative.
And I would even expand that out is because are you going to lose Demo? Are you going to lose Ward? There's other guys on this team that need to be signed. So by getting Amari Cooper for a year, maybe what that does too is that buys Ricky Pearsall some time. A year in the system, Ricky Pearsall is ready to take over that spot. Amari Cooper's only under a 1-year deal, so you're still in that window. You're not losing much, if anything at all, without Brandon Aiyuk. I understand the blocking side of things. But short term, then you can use that savings. Now Trent Williams is back. Long term, Amari Cooper's off the books. This is a perfect case scenario. Cooper's off the books. Pearsall is ready to take over that position. And now, because you didn't pay Brandon Aiyuk all that money, you've got money to possibly pay Demo and Charvarius Ward, which to me, that's where people aren't looking at this whole thing. If the reason why the 49ers won't give, I think, Brandon Aiyuk all this money is obviously it has to do with Purdy, but it also has to do with the fact that as you look at your roster composition, what do you want it to look like? Do you want those 2 wide receivers making all that money? This is a defense and punch you in the face kind of a team. So to me, I want at least one of those corners signed. So if I take on Cooper and I have that money, first thing I do is Trent Williams. Second thing I do is either talk to Ward or Lenore. Lenore's younger, so maybe I go Demo Lenore. But I got to get one of those other guys signed. So now all of a sudden, I've signed one of the corners with the savings. I've signed Trent Williams with the savings. And there's not that big of a drop-off in the short term to Amari Cooper. And then people are throwing around a second-round pick. And now I get a second-round pick, which is another cost-controlled player. Now we're cooking with gas. It's not that I don't like Brandon Aiyuk. It's just using your resources, your money, given the fact that Brock's going to make so much money that you're not going to be able to keep everybody. So now it's Brandon Aiyuk. I didn't lose much. I got Cooper. I signed Trent. I signed one of the corners, and I got a second-round pick, which is another cost-controlled player. That doesn't sound too bad to me.
Yeah, so the Niners are off the field. Nick Bosa is sitting down with Chris Rose and Steve Weish on Inside Training Camp Live. He's got the hat going backwards, not seeing the new hairdo. I do see that stash going on there. So the other side of it is Kendrick Bourne. And Bourne is signed through 2026. The problem is, I don't know where he's at physically, but he tore his ACL on October the 30th. He's on the PUP list in New England. He's not practicing. He's stretching, and then he's going back in. You've already got a safety coming back from a torn ACL and a linebacker coming back from a torn Achilles. Your PUP list is going to be expansive. Bourne's not the route runner that Amari is, obviously, but he can be effective with those double moves, especially inside. He was so good in the low red zone when he was a 49er, scored a lot of touchdowns, not only inside the 20, but inside the 10, inside the 5-yard line. He's special that way, and he does block. He blocks his ass off. I think he's Jawan Jennings and Brandon Aiyuk before those guys got here. He's been here since 17 when Kyle first got here, and Kyle does love him. So the Kendrick Bourne component is also there. You'd probably get more back from New England as far as a draft pick. So I'll be anxious to see how the fans vote, whether to send him to Cleveland for Amari, New England for Kendrick Bourne, Pittsburgh for some other package, or just keep Aiyuk. Aiyuk is still on fire.
Adam Schefter reporting Steelers and 49ers re-engaged in conversations midday today regarding Brandon Aiyuk. As of Monday night, the 49ers-Steelers talk stalled, but there have been future conversations today in an ever-fluid situation that involves other teams as well. So a whole lot of nothing. I just think that Adam Schefter feels like he needs to write something. So the Steelers and 49ers talked, re-engaged, but still nowhere, which I think is what we already knew, but I could be wrong.
Well, but Maiocco said last night that they agreed to a trade with two teams, Cleveland and New England.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're bringing a third team into it as well. So by getting it out there through Maiocco or whoever Matt got his source out there, you've got Omar Khan, back engaged, and maybe Brandon's not, that into going to Cleveland and not that into going to New England, but he wants to go play for his doppelganger, and he plays Mike Tomlin. He wants to play with Mike Tomlin. I don't know, but of this story that you've got a third team, and now the other side of it would be with Adam Peters re-engage in Washington, and that's a deal. Obviously, Adam was instrumental in drafting Brandon Aiyuk. It's not just the quarterback there in his relationships with BA. It's Adam in his relationship with with John Lynch and Kyle and being in the building. So that would, making a trade would be interesting if they make a big trade. And then, Adam Peters sitting down and signing him to a contract would be fascinating if he gets back involved.
All right, the early results are back from Danny's emergency poll. What should the 49ers do with Brandon Aiyuk? Very simple question. Trade with Cleveland, that's Amari Cooper and a pick. Trade with New England, that's Kendrick Bourne and probably a better pick, which I don't love. Trade to Pittsburgh, we're not sure. But like you said, there's a lot of different ways they could go. They've got some young receivers. They've got some edge guys. They've got some players on that team. So what would they get in return? Or then keep him right now through about 300 quick votes as we just put this up. 44% say keep him, 25% Amari Cooper deal, 18% Pittsburgh, 13% New England. And I want to reiterate the fact that Cleveland and New England have met apparently or reportedly the 49ers asking price, but I don't know that Brandon Aiyuk wants to go there, or I think he would go there. And Pittsburgh hasn't met the price, but reports are that Brandon Aiyuk would like to go there, but they haven't met the 49ers requirement. You got to fit both the requirement of the contract for Brandon Aiyuk and satisfy what the 49ers want in return. And so we're kind of on different ends of that with Cleveland, New England, and Pittsburgh. And somebody else could emerge.
Like Washington.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
So
Kyle's a few minutes away. I think it'll be interesting to see. I assume a lot of the questions are going to be about Aiyuk immediately and how he's, going to handle it. And just as far as his, the one thing is if he's in the building. Why is he in the building? What's he doing there? And is it just another day with Brandon Aiyuk? He's showing up for meetings, and Leonard Hankerson, the 49er wide receiver coach, yesterday talked about Aiyuk's been at every single meeting. Long before they get on the field for activation in the 10 o'clock hour in practice, they have meetings all day long. And, they have a walkthrough last night, and I wonder if Aiyuk's still showing up at meetings. I mean, while this is all going on, he's requested a trade. Well, we just agreed to a couple of different situations for you. We're giving you the green light to go talk to New England and Cleveland about getting your contract done with them and not us. But he did show up today. Is he there to still be a 49er in the building? Is he there to find out exactly what's going on with the trade? So, again, Kyle likes to stay away from all this stuff, but he's going to be asked one question about it and probably about 10 other follow-ups on it, so we'll see how engaging he's going to be about it. But Kyle is just minutes away now.
All right, let's come back. We'll talk, or we'll let you hear from Kyle Shanahan, and then we'll talk about it. Lines are always open. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call on the line at 415-808 KNBR. We'll hear from Kyle next, which means you'll hear from Kyle next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do not adjust your listening device. The Giants are back at 500. Set the parade right down Market Street now. Let us know if you think the Giants can make a serious push for the postseason on all our socials at KNBR.
Greg Papa here, and August is here as well, and my good friend, world champion of pizza, Tony Gemignani, announces the return of San Francisco's Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival for its second year on August the 17th in San Francisco's historic North Beach neighborhood. This fabulous event will feature a brand new beer garden, even more local pizzerias, bagelries, and breweries. than the first event, presented by the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club Foundation. The San Francisco's Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival takes place on Saturday, August the 17th in North Beach. Tickets for the event, which sold out last year, are now on sale at purplepass.com/Pizza Fest. Bringing the passion for Italian food to the neighborhood for nearly 2 decades, Tony invites you to join him for a memorable afternoon with great food, drinks, and community. Again, tickets are on sale now for San Francisco's Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival on Saturday, August the 17th in the heart of the North Beach. So again, purplepass.com/SF Pizza Fest.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Pop and Lund, let's hear from Kyle Shanahan.
I think, like I said at the beginning of camp, I kind of planned for everything, not knowing it could go any direction. So we've been doing the same stuff. If that continues, we'll keep doing what we planned on. And, the hardest thing is just not have as much wideouts out there. So we got to make sure we get through that with some of the injuries and stuff. But, no, nothing's changing right now.
Do you expect or need this to be resolved pretty soon?
No. I mean, you always want it to be badly. But this stuff does take time. And, every day I hope it gets resolved. But I have no timetable on it. Didn't surprise me coming into this. Going about coaching our team, getting them ready for week one, and hopefully it'll get resolved though sooner than later.
He's here today?
Yes.
Almost tough.
Yeah. Yep.
Is there a scenario where you do a long-term deal with him?
There's a scenario for everything, so I want to rule anything out.
Would this team be better
And if you traded Brandon Aiyuk, could you see a scenario where you're better because of that?
I mean, Brandon's a great player, so it's real hard to be better when you lose a great player. So we got to look into anything. We got to understand the situation we're in, what that looks like, and that does take time. So hopefully it'll all work out best for him and best for us in the long run.
He has the permission to talk to other teams. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a disappointment it's reached this point? I know it could be resolved. But...
I mean, it's been at this point for a little bit, so it's nothing really new to me. I mean, you're always disappointed when you can't keep a hold of all your players or it's not going exactly right. I mean, I don't like losing anybody, so that's why I'm hoping it does work out here. But right now, we don't have that solved yet, so I hope it does.
Is the offer you guys made in May a final offer, or is there a chance you...
I mean, I'm not getting any specifics with offers, contracts, trades, anything like that, but what I can tell you guys is nothing has changed. I know a lot was out yesterday and stuff, but from the situation that we're in with Brandon, nothing's changed.
If a veteran receiver walked off the street into this offense, how long would it take that player to get up to speed and be ready to roll?
2.5 days. It depends who it is. You know, it depends on the situation, experience of the offense, where he's at in his career. So I got no absolutes for you.
Bose's deal took a while last year. Obviously, we know all the way to the right. Why is this one different?
Not going to get into that. I mean, each one's different, and I'm not going to compare Bose's to Brandon's.
What's your current comfortability level with the wide receivers that you have? Obviously, Debo's there, you have Jennings there and stuff, but with the younger guys, where's your comfortability level with them right now?
I love the guys that we have in the building. I love the vets that we've had here that have played at a high level. I love the new ones we brought in for competition, and I love the young guys. You know, they have been banged up, trying to get healthy, you know, battling a shoulder, battling a hamstring. But when they're out there, they're getting better, and I hope that they can get healthy, continue to stay healthy so they can get the time in that they need to be ready. I know they will be if they get that time in, but that's the risky and hard thing about football. Football is a tough thing to practice, tough thing to get prepared for, and you got to do that at a very high level, and you hope they have no setbacks as they go along, and if they don't, I feel very good about the guys because they got what it takes.
From a coach's perspective, is it potentially detrimental to the team to keep Aiyuk here if he's unhappy and doesn't have an extension?
I mean, everything can be. I mean, totally. We're trying to figure out what the situations are. They're always moving, and what the best one will be. But yeah, there's pluses and minuses to every situation.
Does Brandon talk to you a lot about this, or are you keeping that separate?
No, I think we did at the beginning, but we haven't been talking about it much with each other, and most of that goes through his agent and John.
What's Christian McCaffrey's status right now?
Christian has a calf strain. Did a couple days ago. It's all right. You know, he didn't pull it or anything, but you guys probably won't see him this preseason.
You brought in Matt Breida, and we haven't seen Elijah Mitchell lately. What's Mitchell's status?
Elijah has a strained hamstring too. Didn't pull it, but we're going to be safe with him. So he's going to miss probably a week or so. So we had to bring Matt in, which was awesome to have Matt available. We needed some numbers out there, and to be able to get a legit player who's had a hell of a career, who's been here before too, felt pretty fortunate.
Are you in communication with Trent Williams at all, and do you know what he's doing right now?
I don't know what he's doing. I believe he's in Houston. I know that's where he lives in the off season, but I'm confident Trent's working out, getting ready and stuff, and hopefully that'll be resolved as fast as possible too.
How long do you expect Christian to miss practice?
What's that?
How long do you expect Christian to be out of?
Probably a couple weeks.
Would Aiyuk go with the team to Irvine next week if nothing changes?
I'm not sure. Haven't even discussed that. Yeah, he tweaked his shoulder, something that he did in OTAs. I don't know if it's too serious, but that's why we removed him halfway through practice.
How important are role players on a team like Jalen Moore? It seems like he's in a tough position where obviously Trent Williams is ahead of him, but you're able to run your offense when he's in the game. So how important are those type of players?
Role players are huge on our team and in every team because, I mean, it's always next man up, and you can lose a guy at any time. And if you don't have a guy who can come in and do that job at some important positions, I mean, that can take the whole team down. So it's not just Jalen, but, you know, guys who back up George, guys who back up our wideouts, our quarterback. You guys have seen it over the years. You keep your fingers crossed, but you're always going to lose some real good players, and usually your season depends on how good those backups are.
Jordan Mason was telling us that when he first came in, that he didn't connect right away with Bobby Turner, and that he didn't really know. He found out later he didn't really know how to be a pro. But
Is that unusual for an undrafted free agent to come in and not connect, but you guys still see enough in him to hang on to him?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just relationships with everyone, whether you're young or older, or I mean, it takes time to get to know people and really what makes them tick. And I mean, Bobby's going to be Bobby regardless. He has a coaching style to himself and that is very successful. He has a standard, and he demands a lot out of people. And sometimes I don't know if that comes off always the right way to every single person. But I think when you're consistent each day and people realize you're a good coach, you eventually don't care about that style. You just respect that they're making you better each day and challenge you in that way and hopefully you look at it as that'll help your career. And sometimes, especially on your history, how people have coached you maybe in high school or college or before, sometimes that can shock some guys. But usually the guy, once he realizes that this person's real and why he's doing it, usually it's not a problem, and JP's been great.
Ricky, if Aiyuk were to be unavailable for week one, regardless of the situation, how comfortable would you feel with Ricky potentially slotting in for him from the start of the season?
I feel comfortable with whoever it is. It's an issue as a coach. There's times I think Aiyuk missed a game last year, and we had to do that. So it's something you're always prepared for. Aiyuk could also be with us, and everything could be great, and he could get hurt, like has happened plenty of times. I mean, we lost a running back on a walkthrough the practice before our first game a few years ago with Jet McKinnon, and didn't have him for the whole year. So we had a quarterback who tore his ACL in week 3 one year. So that's stuff that you're always used to and ready for.
Have you mapped out how much you want the starters to play in the first preseason game and maybe what the quarterback rotation is going to be?
Yeah, I talked about it with our staff yesterday when the players were off, but I haven't told any of the players yet. So I'm not going to say it exactly here, but we don't plan on many of the starters to play. I know some guys will have to, but for the most part, starters shouldn't be in much, if at all.
Tomorrow's Dwight Clark Day. Just curious of maybe your first interaction or a fun story you have with Dwight over the years.
I just always remember Dwight at all the camps up in Rockland when I was in middle school running around, and I didn't realize how good of a player he was at that time because I was too young, and I just thought he was one of the coolest guys in the world, just walking around like he was the man, like where everyone just respected him. I was like, why is that guy so special? And I remember my mom crushing me for not knowing what the catch was when I was in 6th grade. I didn't grow up here and didn't totally know from, I think I was 2 or 1.5 at the time, so she should have been softer on me, but she wasn't. And she made me feel stupid, and now I get why, because it's one of the best plays ever.
Now that you're experiencing a hold-in for the first time, do you have any thoughts on whether you prefer that to a holdout?
No. I mean, it's nice not finding guys, So but I mean, there's not much of a difference.
In a few days. What's he been?
He has knee irritation. We're taking it easy on him, having him not punt here for a little bit, and we'll have to figure out something for the game.
As a coach, obviously I assume you prefer just Brandon Aiyuk is on the field and taken care of contractually. Obviously, I know you don't ignore the financial part of it, but I mean, I don't know, how frustrating is it? Because I think, as you said, you're a better team when he's here. You probably don't want him to not be here. I guess, what's the frustration level and your emotions as you've gone through this?
Calculated and prepared. I mean, you want everybody out there. And frustrated guys are hurt and can't get out there. All you want to do is practice and get ready for the tough season that's ahead. But you also truly understand the business side of our league and what these guys do and put themselves through and what they have to go through in these deals. So whether it's a hold in or whether it's a hold out, I mean, this stuff is pretty common, and you just got to be patient with it as a coach. All right, guys, thanks.
All right, there's Kyle Shanahan. We will get more into it in just a couple of minutes. He said a lot of things there. The one thing I did not hear, Pop, we'll go through what he did say at 12:30, but maybe we got cut off at the beginning, so I'm asking Danny if they can find this. But my first question would have been to Kyle, are these reports accurate? Has Cleveland and New England satisfied your trade demands, and we're waiting on Brandon Aiyuk? I didn't hear that part. Maybe I was late. Maybe we were.
Yeah, he did. I thought he was really honest, and he spoke openly about it. I thought he tried to dodge it more than he did. He did acknowledge that they did give Brandon Aiyuk and Ryan Williams, his agent, the ability to talk to other teams. So you're not going to give him the ability to talk. He's not a free agent in any form. He's under contract with the 49ers. So if you are letting him talk to other teams about extending his contract, you would think that you've agreed to a trade or are moving in that direction. So he made it sound like things really haven't changed a whole lot with Aiyuk, and he's still in the building, but he did acknowledge that they have allowed him to talk to other teams about his contract, which would mean it would be a very short list of teams. You would only do that with a team that you had agreed in principle, or at least the parameters of a trade. So I didn't hear him say that directly, but indirectly he confirmed it by that answer.
Yeah. And so I was just, because he said nothing had changed, and he said basically that, hey, I know there's a lot going on right now. You're hearing a lot right now. He said that, but then he said nothing has changed, and I would have probably followed up. Our media is great, don't get me wrong, but I probably would have followed up. Are these reports true that Cleveland and New England have satisfied your trade demands and the ball is in his court, as we've heard? But I didn't hear anything like that, but we're going back and checking if we missed the beginning of it. All right, let's come back. We will go through what Kyle Shanahan said there. He did tell us a bit about the situation. He certainly sounds frustrated to an extent, although he's not panicking, and did talk about his confidence in other guys stepping up, although Ricky Pearsall has a shoulder injury that he re-aggravated today, and they pulled him from practice. So we'll get into all these conversations and what it means for the Brandon Aiyuk situation. If you're just joining us, again, Matt Maiocco leading the reports that Cleveland and New England had satisfied the 49ers' request for trade compensation, but Brandon Aiyuk has got to decide whether he wants to go to those places. He was in the building today, so I think that would probably be a no. Pittsburgh is back in the conversation as well, but they haven't satisfied the 49ers' request for compensation, although it's rumors are that that's a destination that Brandon Aiyuk would accept. So we'll get into all those conversations, plus Kyle, what he said right there that is relevant. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
I do like jelly rolls, I'll tell you that right now. I was as blind as a Major League Baseball umpire, I'll tell you that right now. 3-2 pitch, foot outside, strike three. But now with CLR, custom lens replacement at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, voila, things are totally different. Your eyesight's pretty important, so the one thing I said to the doctors at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, whoa, I've had a procedure before and it didn't work like I thought, so what's the difference with CLR? So I could explain it to you, or a doctor could, and the consultation is 100% free. So I would say the doctor would be great. I can just tell you about my experience, which was tremendous. But go to lasereyeclr.com and make yourself an appointment. It's absolutely free, or call 877-GET-2020. But my side of things is I can see near, I can see far. I'm not looking for readers anymore, which is really, really nice. So it is really everything. Plus, you're not going to develop cataracts, or readers, glasses, contacts. You're not going to develop cataracts. If that sounds good to you, my friend, then this is the answer. And they've done thousands of vision correction procedures. So again, it comes down to trust for me. It is my eyes after all, and it satisfied everything, and I have been thrilled with the results. So if you'd like to be like me in this way, not any other way probably, but in this way, that you can see near, you can see far, you're not going to develop cataracts, free consultation. lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com. Or call right now to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley at 877-GET-2020.
Calendar Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Conversation right now, having gone through a lot of this yourself last year, do you see parallels? Have you reached out to Brandon? What's your read on the situation?
It's brutal, especially when you're here and you have that extra pressure on you. I've talked to him a few times just as a friend, and but when it comes to what's actually going on behind closed doors, I have no knowledge or input, so it'll get worked out.
There is Nick Bosa's opinion, and of course, he came in the week of the Steelers game after they got his deal done last year, and the report from Matt Maiocco this morning, last night, was that Cleveland and New England had satisfied the trade request, but it doesn't look like Brandon Aiyuk wants to go there because you're still hanging out at 49ers HQ. Pittsburgh's trying to jump back into this thing, which is a preferred destination, according to reports, but they have not reached compensation with the 49ers, so that's where we sit. Kyle Shanahan says not a lot has changed. He did confirm that he was in the building. He says, would they be better? Was there a way they could be better if they traded Aiyuk? He said it's hard to be better when you trade a great player. And Brandon is a great player. He did confirm that they have permission, his side, to talk to other teams. He said yes. He said, are you disappointed? Always disappointed if things aren't going right. He hopes it works out. Not going to get into specifics about final offers or things like that. Was asked how long it would take. Let's say Amari Cooper came over to the Niners to get up to speed in this offense. He joked 2.5 days, but he said depending on who it is. Not going to compare other situations. He was asked about the young guys possibly filling in if Aiyuk wasn't in there. He says he loves all the young guys, although we got to get into the fact that Ricky Pearsall has re-injured a shoulder and was pulled from practice. There was a couple other things. Christian McCaffrey's got a calf strain, won't play in the preseason, out a couple of weeks. Mitchell has a strained hammy. That's why they went and got Matt Breida, who's wearing 28, by the way, today. Trent Williams, he said he thinks he's in Houston. Hopefully that will be resolved soon. And there's a few other things. But as you said, I think he said as much as he possibly could about Brandon Aiyuk. So that's what Kyle Shanahan had to say minutes ago.
Yeah, and after Kyle got up from the podium, you heard Nick Bosa. Nick went and sat down. And, Nick's deal last year dragged on a long time. It was exhausting. And he wound up getting a contract that was the highest paid up until this point. Justin Jefferson's got one, but it was the highest paid non-quarterback in history, and the highest for a defensive player. We'll see what Micah Parsons does next year. But the Niners had a history of guys signing in July, but they didn't miss a lot, whether it was George Kittle or Fred Warner or Debo. And Debo did have a hold in, but it lasted just days, not weeks. The Bosa situation in this one, it's just the money. We're through the pandemic now. The salary cap has gone up considerably, and the jump in prices has just gone up. And during Debo's time, his rookie draft class, A.J. Brown and those guys jumped up and made a lot more money. And what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, and just since they've started talking in the offseason, you've got guys that have gotten so many new deals. Obviously Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel in Miami redid Tyreek's, gave him a lot of guaranteed money. Jalen Waddle. I'm wondering about Devontae sitting there in Vegas. He happy with his deal? Cooper Kupp says nothing. DJ Moore got a restructure. I mean, all those guys are making Kupp's at over 26, John, 26.7, and then, Justin Jefferson makes 35. So how high do you want to go? Do you want to get into the 30 range? Do you want to stay in the high 20s to sign him? But I think there's a little angst. And just last year there was a lot of August angst because of Bosa's holdout. Brock coming back from the elbow surgery. The Trey Lance situation still hovering over the team. You could feel it. I don't feel that anymore. I think the Aiyuk thing is just part of business in the NFL, and it's time to move on. Kyle didn't have a timeline here, but we'll see if we'll have some resolution on the fact that you asked to be traded. We got 2 teams we take a trade from. Go work out a contract with them. And now you got Pittsburgh back in play. So I think we're gonna find out here in the coming days, hopefully and not weeks, exactly what Brandon Aiyuk wants. Because if he wants to be a 49er, John, this is easy. Not easy, but this can be done, where he signs a contract to stay and they don't make a deal for Amari Cooper and have to get him up to speed. So, but it really is going to be the decision now of Brandon Aiyuk's.
Yeah. And like I said, I could be 100% wrong, but if he fancied to go to Cleveland or to New England, he wouldn't be in the building today. He'd be working on going to Cleveland or New England. So I could be wrong, obviously, but those aren't the actions of a guy who wants to go to one of those 2 places. Pittsburgh has been a place rumored that he wanted to go, and Josina Anderson is the latest to jump into that, and she does a good job with NFL News, and she confirms that Pittsburgh and the 49ers are continuing a back and forth, so maybe that's something. Washington, Matt Maiocco had bowed out of these, and if I'm looking at Washington and knowing Adam Peters, if he's trying to follow the lead of the 49ers, they're not a receiver away. I mean, Tarek McLaurin is nice. They would be doing it because the quarterback has a relationship with Brandon Aiyuk, and I don't know that, we've seen in the past, I don't know if players are the best GMs, so they're going to do what's best for the organization regardless of what the quarterback says, so I don't know if they're in it. Who knows? Maybe there's multiple teams in this whole thing, but the way that I see it right now, as Kyle wasn't asked the question of whether those things are true, but he did say that they had given other teams the opportunity to talk to Brandon, so it seems to me that those other 2 teams he doesn't want to go to, even though they've worked out compensation, and the 49ers are trying to deal with the Steelers. And you mentioned this earlier. The Steelers have a lot of attractive players that could keep the 49ers where they are. I don't know if you could get George Pickens. I don't know if you could get Highsmith. I don't know if you could get Herbig. But they've got a lot of guys on that team that would make a lot of sense for the 49ers, and then you get a pick on top of that. And the Steelers need wide receivers. George Pickens is really the only established receiver that they have. I'm a little surprised that your Buffalo Bills aren't in on this, because they got Coleman in the first round from Florida State, and he's a nice young player, but he runs in the 4.6 range. I would think if you had Josh Allen and you wanted to win the AFC in a loaded division, that the Bills would be on this whole thing, because they lost Stephon Diggs, their number 1 wide receiver, but we haven't heard the Bills at all in this one, and I don't even know if Brandon Aiyuk would want to go to Buffalo.
They also lost Gabe Davis. They lost everybody in their wide receiver room. So when Stephon Diggs was still on the roster before they traded him, I had a lot of people from Buffalo reach out to me about a straight deal. And Stephon Diggs is, a beautiful route runner, a lot like Amari. But, even Amari's a little bigger and stronger as far as blocking. I'm not sure if Diggs would fit in here. And he caused a lot of problems in Buffalo, as good as he is. He and Josh Allen just couldn't get it together, and there were all kinds of salacious rumors about them off the field. They were friends, but you wonder about it all. In any event, once he got traded, I didn't think that was a match. You have to look at him. They drafted Keon Coleman, as you mentioned. They got Curtis Samuel in there. They got a couple of other guys. As far as Pittsburgh, because I haven't heard Buffalo at all, but Pittsburgh has been involved. And going back to the draft, I think Mike Silver told me on draft day that Pittsburgh did offer, maybe it was for Debo.
Wasn't it 2 3s?
2 3s for Debo, but nobody offered what they wanted. But Pittsburgh was in, and Aiyuk seems to, talking about the doppelganger, and, Mike Tomlin looks like him. They look like each other. I don't know how the 49ers feel about him, but watching George Pickens, because we played him last year, he is not a refined route runner at all. He's like a young DK Metcalf, where he really is limited in what he can run. He's sloppy in his route running. Yes, he's big and strong and long, and you want to run a 9 route or a go vertical, he's the guy. But beyond that, he'd have to do a lot of work here. And then I don't want to get into his blocking. But as far as the other guys on the defense, what they give up, Herbig looked like, like they cloned T.J. Watt from the same school. And it's like, whoa, who was that guy? And then obviously Highsmith makes a little more money. They got Marcus Golden. They got some guys on that front. They got some guys in the secondary. I don't know. But we'll see where it all goes. As far as Washington, it's more than just Jaden Daniels' relationship with Aiyuk because of they went to school together and TikTok and all that. Adam Peters was here when they drafted Brandon Aiyuk. And John does run the draft, obviously, but probably the guy who works the most on it on a day-to-day, year-round basis is Adam Peters when he was here. He was involved when the 49ers that pandemic year traded up to 25 to take Brandon Aiyuk. That was Adam Peters. And he appreciates him. Being a UCLA guy, he went to watch him a lot, play at Arizona State. So he would fit in, obviously. And Washington did make some overtures about him, but they kind of dropped it. I think they felt like the Niners were not going to trade Brandon Aiyuk, and there was a pretty steep price tag. I wonder if that price tag has come down in time because we are getting closer to the season, and they may be increasingly frustrated. They have Scary Terry on that team, Terry McLaurin. Well, you talk about route runners, he's a younger version of Amari Cooper. He's a tremendous route runner. So if you wanted to make just a wide receiver for wide receiver trade, but would that benefit Washington to move McLaurin off the roster and bring in Aiyuk? It would in the run game, obviously, and they got Dan Quinn as a new head coach, and they're a tough team. They want to be a tough team, and they're a good up-and-coming team. So we'll see where it all goes, but I don't know. I mean, Aiyuk could be in the building just to continue status quo. He could be in the building to be around John and the front office to facilitate a trade. If somebody calls, they could go to that. You wonder now, does he have the ability to negotiate with Omar Khan in Pittsburgh? There's a trade that was agreed to. Maiocco is clear that he thinks that the 49ers agreed to the parameters, the structure, the framework of trades with Cleveland and New England, which would allow Ryan Williams and Brandon to negotiate with those teams. Is that the same case with Pittsburgh? Is Pittsburgh still trying to get in the mix, and have they satisfied the trade demands, and what would it be? So it's kind of fascinating, John. Meanwhile, a lot of guys are hurt and not going to play in the preseason, including they're pretty much shutting Christian McCaffrey down for the rest of training camp. Training camp ends in 2 weeks and a day, and Kyle said he's going to be out a couple of weeks now.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned about McCaffrey. I'm concerned about Pearsall suffering this shoulder injury. He dealt with the injury during OTAs and was in a non-contact jersey, and then they shut him down from practice. And I know they've got other guys, and I know that Kyle Shanahan has got to say he's got confidence in all his guys, but this was the guy they took in the first round. This was the guy that was an insurance policy against all of this. He's the guy that everybody keeps talking about that is so good, and we hear that stuff all the time, but injuries stop everybody, and if you miss time in this offense, and Pearsall's already come out and said, yeah, this is a difficult offense to learn. You've talked about how he's learning all the positions. What they need is a guy, if Brandon Aiyuk isn't around, to play the X, and let's say they make the New England trade, which I don't think they're going to, and we'll update you on the poll shortly. Kendrick Bourne's coming off an ACL injury. I'm not a huge Kendrick Bourne guy. That's a massive drop-off and hurts your Super Bowl chances, in my thought. If all these things are true, that Pearsall's really picking it up and is really good, a shoulder injury to me is really significant that possibly takes him out of the Titans' first preseason game, takes him out further. Christian McCaffrey's going to catch up, and I don't think he's going to miss a beat. But Ricky Pearsall being out for any period of time, especially the unknown with Brandon Aiyuk, that's a major development to me.
Yeah, it's just Christian is just he's so focused and diligent on practice, and there is a process for him to get ready for September the 9th. So as far as Pearsall, he also missed the first block before they got in pads with a hamstring injury, now the shoulder on top of it. And they've had a lot of people just unavailable to practice at wide receiver. Obviously, Aiyuk and now Ricky Pearsall. I haven't seen Cowing at all since the OTAs. I haven't seen him in the minicamps. I haven't seen him at all. They had to sign Frank Darby off the street to get him in here. Chris Conley looks really good. I think he's ready for a meaty role. Jawan's been in and out a little bit. Trent Taylor, I think, is stylistically a lot like Pearsall, smaller but shiftier. Danny Gray's having a really good camp. But, yeah, I mean, with Pearsall, you wanted to see him in the physicality if he could hold up against and we'll see who Tennessee's going to play on Saturday night, John. But he runs routes beautifully, there's no doubt. But he's going to have to, get hit. And the preseason is different. They don't tackle to the ground here. They try to thud it up a little bit, but it's not like a preseason game. So they would have been good reps for Ricky Pearsall. So now with the shoulder injury, how long is he going to be out? Is he going to be able to play? And the big thing would be the joint practices. That's really going to be valuable when they go to Irvine next week at this time. They're going down there next week, later in the week, to scrimmage with them on Thursday and Friday before they come back and play them on Sunday night at Levi's.
Are you going down to those?
I think I'm going to go down for the Friday workout.
Okay.
So.
All right. So that's the latest we know.
We haven't got a schedule. We have no idea. Dennis Allen and Kyle haven't locked in a time of day or when they're going to work out. It's going to be weird. It's their facility, obviously, in Irvine. There's 5 teams down in Southern California. But then we got to come back and play a preseason game at Levi's. I just never have heard of going on the road for joint practices then not have the game be played in that city. So that's going to be – the 49ers have 2 road games in the preseason, in Nashville this weekend, in Vegas to end the preseason. And then they're going to Southern California, which is like a third trip, even though that's a home game. It's just kind of odd.
Will you and Dennis Allen share a long embrace?
I do like Dennis. Derek Carr. We're going to spend time with Derek Carr and Jake
that's
Kaner.
True, right?
I want to check in on Jake. I texted him about he's got a little skin situation, but the surgery went well.
Oh, so good to hear.
Hopefully Jake will jump in and be behind Derek Carr. Yeah, a lot of people we know. DC and Dennis Allen and Cam Jordan, the Tolbert, and Jay Kaner.
That whole Dennis Allen thing was weird. He came with us to London, but he did not fly back with us.
Well, he was coaching the team. He was the head coach of the Raiders that day.
He was. He was before the game. He was not after the game.
Bunch formation in Miami.
Odd.
Looked like he had never seen a bunch formation.
Ryan Tannehill looked like the greatest quarterback all day.
3 guys over in the bunch. We may want to line up with 3 guys to cover it.
Yeah, that was bad.
1 guy over 3 is not good.
No, that was bad. But that was a fun trip. It's just Dennis Allen didn't make it back. All right, 1 o'clock hour on the way. In about 10 minutes, we will give you the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. We have not talked a ton about the Giants today, but they do get to 500. So we've got a little bit on that as well. Plus, Mr. Birdsong, one of my favorites, is back. So we'll talk about the Giants a little bit. We do have news on the Warriors, and Mr. Marketing will give you that, plus tons on Brandon Aiyuk and what Kyle just said.
Say's playing right now, John. I'm heavily distracted.
Yes.
29-17 over Guy Santos and Raul Neto in Team Brazil.
Remember when Brazil was great and they had Oscar Schmidt, and they were very tough in the international scene? Not so much anymore. How's Steph looking? Good?
I've been talking to you about Brandon Aiyuk.
Oh, come on. I'm watching you. You're looking at the game.
I saw him turn the ball over early on and he missed a shot. But
okay.
He's not in right now.
You can multitask. I know you.
Isn't it amazing to watch Durant play with Steph again? Wow.
It's okay.
Got to bring it back here.
All right. We'll get to it next. Foreplay time. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Maiocco. Yeah, that guy. Maiocco. Matt Maiocco at the Copacabana. Joined JD and Dieter this morning. Said the ball is in Brandon Aiyuk's court, and it's up to him to make a decision. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR social. What's that guy's name again?
Matt Maiocco.
Maiocco. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state. Now, that is not Chris Dolan in the Dolan Law Firm. You know that they are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Beautiful day today. It's still summertime. So remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident you're in great hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. It's Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, get this, more than $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B.
Matt Maiocco
In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, like Matt Maiocco. But you pay nothing up front. I don't know how to do this. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Billion.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
right, we'll go foreplay top of the hour. You know how it is when I have to run into a studio. I need a moment. How's Team USA?
Take a deep breath. Save that Yak Bros hat. You may need that one day.
I know.
Praying that Aiyuk comes back. 35-21, 37-21, Team USA.
Wow, we're blowing them out.
Isn't it amazing the way Team USA plays so much like Steve Kerr's Warriors when the Warriors are good?
Mm-hmm.
They had 13 baskets in the opening quarter. They had 12 assists on the 13 baskets. The scoring is completely balanced, but they do turn the ball over a lot, and they allow a lot of offensive rebounds. They don't defensive rebound at all. But like Steve Kerr's teams, those first 5 years, especially when Durant was here, they just win. So 40-21 Team USA. 19. If they win this knockout game, they have the Joker and Serbia in the next game, John.
Yes, and they already beat them quite handily, so we shall see. All right, we've got a little bit of Giants for you. Logan Webb and Tyler Fitzgerald. We'll hear from those guys. We also got some Adam Schefter, and Matt Maiocco was on this morning with the morning show, and he had some things to say about a potential trade. By the way, I've not updated the poll in a moment, so let me do that very quickly. As we got an emergency poll going on right now, Danny's big poll. We've heard these rumors about Brandon Aiyuk potentially going places or staying here. And the very, very easy question in Danny's emergency poll today is, what should the 49ers do with Brandon Aiyuk? Overwhelmingly, 53% say keep him. The Cooper Cleveland trade and a pick, 27%. Trade him to Pittsburgh. We don't know anything about that, but that seems to be where he would want to go. 11%. And Bourne and a New England pick, 9% taking up the rear. So 53% want to keep him. Not surprising. Yeah, not surprising. By the way, some people in the comments, option 5, pay Trent Williams. I would say that they are one and the same. So if you get it worked out with Aiyuk, especially if you trade him, I think you can keep Trent Williams. I think that's what they're waiting for, right? To get some money, to get some relief. And if you trade him to Cleveland,
they want to sign them both. They'd like to keep them both and sign them both. But let's see.
I think one would happen, and then hopefully the other would. By the way, Kyle was asked about Trent Williams, and he said he's hanging out in Houston, and obviously he hopes to get a deal done there. Is there a drop-dead date in any of this kind of stuff, like getting Trent Williams back like you'd
September
optimally?
the 9th. What time is kickoff against the New York Jets? 5 o'clock?
You wouldn't want him a couple of days before, just make sure everything's good?
I always want him back for install day. So, after Labor Day weekend comes and goes, and because it's a Monday night game, you have an extra day. You'd want him in for install day on that Thursday. But you want him in, right now if you can. He still has things to work on, even though he is Trent Williams. But, Bosa signed right before we flew to Pittsburgh for the opener, like the day before, and hardly practiced. So I think they would like to get it done ASAP. But for me, that Labor Day when they come back they actually have a practice right on that Monday when they come back. But they may move it back this year because they're not playing the opener until Monday Night Football.
It is Pop and London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media Station, official foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, let's start with some Giants baseball. They're at 500. Alert. They're at 500. We haven't played the breaking news sounder, but they're at 500. Here is Bob Melvin talking about Logan Webb. We always expect Logan going 7+, a little bit short of that. Had a high pitch count.
Well, he was 95 was kind of, and he get right on the number. We were going to cut him back a little bit today just because the last time and the workload he's had. So the hard decision was if Ruiz goes 1, 2, 3, go 1, 2, 3 there, he's at 82 or 83. Probably let him go back out, but 95 was perfect for him. Unfortunately, he gave up the one run, but pitched really well again.
Usually he's got to go the 7 or so because the bullpen is so taxed, but because of what he did last time, Blake Snell throwing the no-hitter, a little bit of rest for the bullpen. So the bullpen, including both Rogers brothers and Camilo at the end, take care of business, and they win the first one against Washington 4-1.
Got a little dicey. Kay Ruiz is what Bob is talking to. So he wore Logan Webb out last night. He had an 8-pitch at bat. He finally struck out on the changeup in the 4th. And then In the 5th inning, he got the first 2 outs of the inning. He wound up throwing the guy 13 pitches, and he walked him. So those 2 at-bats to Ruiz in the 4th and 6th, it was 21 pitches combined. And then he had a balk call when the pitch comm didn't work, and James Wood got a base hit, and Blankenhorn, and all of a sudden he's out of the game. And Ryan Walker was just outstanding. The Rogers brothers, Taylor gave up a single and a double. And I thought at that point, the top of the 8th, the Giants had runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out and did not score. It's like, what's going on? Starting with Matt Chapman and Casey Schmidt, they bounced out to the shortstop with the infield in. You're thinking, this is one of those games where they're just not scoring enough and they're going to blow it late. But Tyler Rogers came in, got a big out, and then Camilo Duvall was lights out last night. He's not pitched in over a week, so they got through it. But again, they had 2 swings of the bat, John, to score 4 runs. The solo homer by Fitzmagic, and then the 3-run Jimmy Jack by the chapstick Matt Chapman. But beyond that, they didn't. They had situations where they could have put up cricket numbers and blown that game open.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But the bullpen does come through. Tonight, our good friend Hayden Birdsong against Mackenzie Gordon. Then Blake Snell hits the mound once again, and Kyle Harrison finishes up the series. And like we said, you were saying this, some rain maybe later on in the week. So we've got to monitor that situation. And Franny joined us a little bit earlier. Hey, tell him Franny sent you. Was sitting in an apartment, his apartment there. No AC, so he said it's 90.
It looks like it's not going to rain today.
You're looking at the monitor right now, right?
I'm looking right now. It's a beautiful day in our nation's capital. Elliot Ramos is back in the Giant lineup today. Out with that thumb injury for a couple of days. He's in center. He is not in the lineup today. Encarnacion in right, Conforto in left. They do have Lamont Wade Jr. in and playing at first base, so Mark Cannon will DH today. But Elliot Ramos back in the lineup, hitting right behind Fitzmagic.
Tell him Franny sent you.
Tell him Franny sent you. I'm glad that you brought up Tyler Fitzgerald. Tyler, Barry Bonds, Fitzgerald with another home run, this one to lead off the game. Here he talks about his consistency in hitting the ball over the wall.
Nothing different, to be completely honest with you, nothing different. Just working hard every day, coming in with a clean slate each day. Whatever happened, good or bad the day before, just wipe it and come in ready to work. But I've had power in the minors. It's just one of these weird things where it's all happening, real close together. And baseball's weird, and it can be good like this sometimes, and sometimes you can get in little slumps. So I'm just trying to ride this out for as long as possible.
Susan Suss was saying maybe she thought the ball was juiced a bit. It's, Matt Chapman had a nice home run, but if it was juiced, wouldn't it be juiced for everybody? Is Tyler Fitzgerald just getting the juiced balls? I don't know,
no,
man.
He's juiced himself. No. He's Fitzmagic. The guy's at 11 home runs.
Got to get a bigger beard if he's going to be Fitzmagic.
Games. No, it's a new version of he's clean shaven. And as Sean was saying last night on the postgame, he does not have a lot of moving parts. He's pretty still. And as far as guys that cover the top of the strike zone against extreme heat, you have a lot of guys that swing through that pitch. He will chase a little bit. He's going to strike out, but he's going to strike back. And he does hit the high fastball really well. I mean, the power that he's showing is pretty amazing. Is he going to be a guy that at shortstop can hit 20 home runs? I mean, he has at Eugene a couple of years ago. He had a 19 home run year. Richmond, he had a 21 home run year. Is he a guy that could hit 20, 25 home runs in the big leagues? Hell, he's got 11 his last 17 games.
Well, and plus, remember when he went down to Sacramento right away when they sent him down, he went on a home run tear. So, I don't know if he's made an adjustment in his swing or anything like that, but he's certainly on pace to hit 20. And then they had that list, you mentioned this a little bit earlier, of shortstops in Major League history that have done what he's doing as far as, 11 home runs in 17 games. I mean, it's a list of the who's who of great shortstops of our time. So, I mean, what he's doing right now, just ride it out. The only other thing I would think of is, it's great to have him lead off the game and hit a home run and get you off on the right foot. But, do you want to put him later in the lineup, or you just don't mess with him because he's hitting so well at the top?
No, I like him leading off. And against all these lefties, I'm going to see another one tonight in Gore, Mackenzie Gore for Washington. He's got great speed. He's the fastest guy in the team by far. Against right-handed pitching, you could have Lamont lead off and have him hit, in the middle of the order. But the list of shortstops going back to 1901 that have hit 11 home runs in a 17-game span, any 17-game span. Alex Rodriguez in 2002, Troy Tulowitzki in 2010, Troy Turner last year and Tyler Fitzgerald right now. Wow.
Which on the list is not like the others. Maybe he is. Maybe he's legit.
He's got
but
71 career homers in the minors.
Yeah. Well, look, this is what Farhan talked about, trying this, get the young guys going and yet try to still win at the same time. And right now, Ramos come back. We'll see if, again, he's got to consistently make adjustments. But what Tyler Fitzgerald is doing right now is ridiculous. I mean, when he hit that home run, I almost expect him to hit a home run every time. But, you're not going to do that clearly. But he does have great at-bats. I mean, every time he hits the ball, it might not go out of the yard, but he's hitting the hell out of the ball right now. I mean, he's seen it like a beach ball.
He had a little funk those 2 games against the A's, but, when Blake threw the no-no on Friday, he had a 3-hit game there, and he homered on Sunday, homered last night. So we were talking last night on the postgame show. Paul Skeens is going to be a runaway winner for National League Rookie of the Year. He started the All-Star
He might win
game.
the Cy.
He may get every single vote.
Yeah.
Jackson Merrill of the Padres.
He's been awesome.
Shota Imanaga in Chicago with the Cubs, and Michael Busch. The way they do these awards is they have a three people make the final ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Could Tyler Fitzgerald beat out the 2 Cubbies and get in the Rookie of the Year race with a nice final? He was the Rookie of the Month in July, and his August has been even hotter, even though it's only been a week. But assuming Skeens and Merrill are there, could Tyler Fitzgerald be a top 3 finisher for Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, I think he could. Is Ramos not a rookie? Is he already passed that?
He's not a rookie.
He's not
a
okay.
rookie.
Jackson Merrill has been so good with the Padres all year long. He made the All-Star team, so it would be tough. But, I mean, if he stays on this pace, which is probably unrealistic, but let's just say
to do that. But
let's say he hits 20, which he could.
He's got 12 already, John. Could he hit 20 home runs in the big leagues?
Then he, it's probably
he
in the
hasn't started playing since they DFA'd Nick Ahmed.
Right.
That was in July.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened. We've seen guys do this. He's not going to top Skeens because Skeens is just so popular. But, yeah, I mean, could he be invited? Like you said, top 3? Yeah, I think he could do that because Imanaga got off to such a great start and has, I wouldn't say struggled. That's not accurate, but he hasn't stayed on fire like that. And then Michael Busch has been pretty solid. There's no doubt. But
he's got like 16 home runs.
Yeah, he's been good. There's no doubt. But I'll tell you, what Tyler Fitzgerald is doing right now is extremely special. And, when you watched last night, you just laugh. I mean, I was watching the game yesterday, and I'm like you. Now that you've got to watch it live now that you're doing what you're doing. But, a few minutes late, flip around, and I wasn't looking at social media, and was like, did he just hit a home run to start the game? My God,
Second pitch of the game.
Yeah, we were I wasn't
30 seconds into the game. 1-0 Giants.
You just laugh. And his at-bats, I mean, even when he doesn't homer, I mean, he hits the ball hard. So, yeah, he's on a groove right now. All right, we'll come back, and we'll give you the rest, including what you really want to hear. Adam Schefter on the latest. Matt Maiocco was asked this morning about Amari Cooper, and we got the poll going on right now. We will reset all the big stories. The big story, which is Brandon Eve potentially moving on from the 49ers. We'll give you the latest and the sound to back it up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dwayne Kuiper joined JD and Dieter this morning. They discussed the Giants back at 500. Monumental day with a win over the Nationals yesterday. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR Social.
Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law, founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary. Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years, and now Omar's son, Tarek Havis, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Havis Law is not just a firm, it's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Havis Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Havis Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Havis Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Havis Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Havis Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Havis Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Havis Law. Visit HavisLaw.com for a free consultation. That's HavisLaw.com. Havis Law. They'll fight to make it right.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Papa and Lund. Greg Papa and John Lund on the Sports Leader.
I think it could happen in an hour, and it could not happen at all. Because the truth of the matter is, I thought last week something could happen, and it didn't. And then I thought it could happen again over the weekend, and it didn't. And here we are on Tuesday, and nothing's happened. And things have come and gone. And so that's my point. If it hasn't happened by now, something has to change. And so it could happen in an hour, or it could not happen at all.
Adam, he gets paid for saying that kind of stuff. He said nothing. It could happen. It could not happen. It might happen. It might not happen. The hell was that, Schefter? You're slipping, man.
You have really turned on the rumor.
Come on. That was nothing. I was like, Adam, this is ESPN. We need you to say something. It doesn't have to be anything, but it's got to be something. That was like nothing. That was the epitome of nothing.
That really is what's going on. Brandon Aiyuk could say, I accept the trade. I agreed to a deal with Pittsburgh and I'm leaving. Or he could say, no, I'm staying. Or he could not say anything. I mean, we're all kind of just on Brandon Aiyuk time. That's kind of what's going on, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, he just said a whole lot of nothing. What's going on is there's offers. There's two things that have to happen to make this work.
He said that before.
But he's got to agree to it. The 49ers have to agree to the trade parameters. With Cleveland and New England, it's reported that the Niners have agreed to the trade parameters, but clearly with Brandon Aiyuk being in the building, he doesn't want to go there. And then Pittsburgh, he would like to go to, but the 49ers don't like what the Steelers are offering. That's where we are. Not it could happen, it couldn't. Like, we know that. We know it could happen or it couldn't. I mean, isn't that like a life thing? That could happen.
So why did you put that in the foreplay?
Because I wanted to. Because I wanted to.
You wanted to beat on. You have turned on the rumor mongerer.
No,
why are you all negative on him?
No, I'm not. It's just he's slipping.
He's your version of my Stephen A.
Yeah, kind of.
You turned on him. Everything he says, you jump.
Well, he's a lot. He's not having his best. I think the beginning of the season, he's not having his best because he says a lot of that kind of stuff, and it's like he's getting splinters in his butt. Like, say something or don't. Like, you don't have to say something, right? He doesn't have to come out and say something.
The key thing is here, congratulations to Matt Maiocco, whatever the hell his name is. Usually, the Niner beat writers normally don't, and it's right under their nose. They normally don't break stories here. It's the national guys, whether it's Shefty or Pelissero or
Maiocco
or Ian Rappaport, Rap Sheet. I mean, there's other guys, Garofolo. I mean, they're just, I don't know. So wherever Matt got the source, and
he beat everybody.
Canton, he got a little bit of a scoopage there on all the national guys. So congratulations to Matt.
Do we have that drop?
Do
we have Peter Schrager?
Peter Schrager.
I mean, he's been doing this 30 years, man. Show him some respect.
Matt Maiocco.
This is his 30th year
sounds
on
like
the beat.
Song Derek, doesn't Derek
30th.
have the song that he sings about Matt Maiocco?
Let's go out. He's got to recut that. Let's go out
like that.
to Matt Maiocco. Let's go out to Matt Maiocco. Yeah, we got to recut that whole thing.
I've been drinking a little bit of that all day today. This is Maiocco.
Yeah, I bet there's something in that Maiocco. Man in black. Are you
Matt
going?
Maiocco.
You know what?
The Hall of Fame voter.
Now that your black attire got them to 500, you got to wear that every day. You got to be Johnny Cash every day.
I'm going blue.
I think you should go back to Ron Burgundy personally, but I guess that offended people over there, huh? Remember when you were Burgundy years ago?
Oh, when I wore the purple crutch, the outfit.
So
that was on a Halloween years ago.
That was so good, though. That was amazing.
Yeah. Let's go out to Matt Maiocco.
Yeah, just recut that, Derek. Matt Maiocco. Man.
What if I wear the burgundy suit on the first charter plane to Nashville and cozy up to Nick Bosa?
That would be amazing.
We'll be like twins.
Yeah, tell the 49ers group, the camera people and the people there, how great you were that day. I mean, every day. But remember, Aaron Coscarelli was there. They're like, Greg. They're like, Greg, that was great. No, never do that again.
I said, Aaron, I'm going to call you a pirate hooker. So don't. I actually went up to HR before and I said, this is going to be the bit. So don't call me in here. But I'm going to offend all the female guests.
So good. You can't do that nowadays, unfortunately. But that was unbelievable.
It was Halloween.
It was so good. It wasn't the story that we should save this for 1:30, but was it the story that somebody came in and you said, take that off, I want that?
I don't know. I was Halloween and I was so locked in on something else. One year I went in and they gave me a banana outfit. I was a head-to-toe banana. I was very appealing.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
And then the next year, and the guy that actually wore it, he doesn't work here anymore. He's like 6'2", 220 pounds.
It fit you perfect.
Suit on. I'm like, I had no bit, but I'm like, I got a bit now. I'm going to be burgundy.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do I think it was like a purple crushed velvet
It was.
suit.
And you
It was
wrote
classic.
you wrote it to the
fit
end,
like it was
man.
off the rack.
Yeah.
I don't know. It must have been adjustable. I have no idea how that fit me.
Just
But
remember,
anyway.
you played it up in character the whole time. And then Aaron Coscarelli was there, and he said something about a dirty pirate hooker to her, and I went, oh, this is his last day. I was like, oh, that's his last day.
Should we get
for
that
sure.
suit for Bosa?
Yeah.
Is Bosa even going to Nashville?
Oh, he doesn't even have to do anything. He doesn't have to put on a fake mustache, comb his hair differently.
He looks like Burgundy.
He looks the same, yeah. All right, I'm past it. Here is Matt Maiocco.
USA, by the way, blowing out Brazil.
Are they?
Bring on Serbia. Let's go.
All right, here is Matt Maiocco asked about Amari Cooper's fit if it were to come down to that.
Well, I think Amari Cooper is a really good receiver, and if you look at the numbers from last season, they're comparable. Brandon Aiyuk's numbers were better, but they're comparable. And Brandon Aiyuk had the guy who finished fourth in the MVP voting throwing to him, whereas help me out with the names. I don't even remember.
P.J. Walker was the guy when the Niners lost to him in October.
Yeah, there was some Joe Flacco.
Yeah, Flacco.
Joe Flacco on the other side of 40,
I think there was
coming in off
Driscoll.
the street.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think for 1 year, Amari Cooper's not a bad option, and it would be more than likely just for that 1 year. So you would save a little bit of cap room. You would pick up draft picks for the future.
Let's go out to Matt Maiocco.
That is so good.
Nicely done.
I hope he's listening. Matt Maiocco, man, that's disrespect. 30 years on the beat. He, of course, is the reason why the 49ers have not won the Super Bowl. He joined up to cover the 49ers the year after, but that's still no reason for disrespecting him the way that he did. And as Maiocco said there, P.J. Walker, Mr. Watson, Flacco, Driscoll, and he still had a pretty good year. So that's
Best
a good
year
point.
he's ever had in the NFL as far as yards.
Yeah.
He had 1,250 yards. He's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 1,000-yard seasons. He scores touchdowns. He's a great player. He doesn't block.
17 for a catch, though. That's it's getting up there.
He gets downfield. There's not a route he can't run. Amari, and now that he's age 30, he's on top of it. But saying all that, and I know, Matt, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he feels like Aiyuk's just not going to approve this. He's not going to go. And he's got to, you said, you asked for a trade? Well, we agreed to a trade. Now go talk to Cleveland and New England. And we'll see where Pittsburgh goes, whether or not he would go there. But it's really up to him. But if it is Amari coming back, that's where you're going to get their attention. But the question is, will Aiyuk approve all this? Will he sign that lavish contract he's looking for in another NFL city? Will someone give it to him? Will he accept it?
It doesn't seem like New England or Cleveland. Obviously, I could be wrong because he's in the building today, but we shall see. And again, Josina Anderson and others are saying that Pittsburgh is involved. By the way, Josina Anderson sending this out. Now I'm told Patriots aren't giving up on the 49ers' Brandon Aiyuk stakes. The question is, can New England stretch the offer they're prepared to give? If so, by how much, and how much creative sway? Now, when she says stretch the offer, is that the Niners' offer or the offer to Aiyuk?
No, New England's offer coming back the other way.
Yeah, so okay, let's do that. Can you resurrect the corpse of Tom Brady? Probably not. What's he, 47?
They don't have his rights anymore.
Yeah,
Didn't he
they don't.
retire? And who has his rights? Tampa Bay?
Yeah, I would think so.
Raiders? He is a part owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, that's true.
Isn't he still? But he's also the lead broadcaster on Fox. What a conflict of interest that is.
Yeah, they did officially announce those pairings today, by the way. So it is
Is he still a part owner? He's still invested in the Raiders?
I don't know how that ever got resolved because remember it was announced and then the NFL had kind of issue with it, and now I don't even know how that worked out.
Well, they talked about him coming back to play. He couldn't do that. But he's a broadcaster on the number one Fox team. Can he be a part owner in any team? Isn't that a conflict of interest?
Can he broadcast and play quarterback for the Raiders? Because he would absolutely be their best option, I would think. Minshew and what's the other guy?
Minshew fan?
No.
Aiden O'Connell, John.
Aiden O'Connell is wearing Stabler's 12. What the heck's going on here? Are you kidding
Didn't he
me?
wear 4? He wore Derek Carr's number last year.
then he changed it, and now he's wearing Stabler's 12.
Surprised they're not going to give him the Mad Bombers number 3. What's going on?
That's wild. Here, wear number 12.
Stabler's number. That's Rich Gannon's number.
Well, either or.
No,
it's
geez,
Stabler's
kid. Number. It's
Give him Jimmy's 10. Come on. He can only go up from there.
Marinovich is 13. Give him that one.
Oh, God. But if you were on, I think you should retire that number. It's like, that is
sure you
bad
have a dry
luck.
clean, though.
Exactly. You're not going to be able to get through customs with that jersey. You might want to clean that one. All right, there you go. I don't want to oversell this, but have you heard the audio that we were talking about, Danny? Oh, he hasn't. Okay, Walter's heard it. I mean, I don't want to oversell it, but it's really good, right, Walter? It's really good. So there was
just oversold it.
There was a guy.
What's the topic?
There was a guy.
You're talking about on the caboose pistol?
Yeah, there was a guy in Baltimore, and he was actually arrested because he was jogging with his shirt off. So what that tells you probably
is that illegal in Baltimore, Maryland?
Well, I think of a lot of things. I think maybe there's a code on jiggling or something. There's a lot of stuff jiggling.
He's a large man?
Yeah, he's a large guy. And so, remember at Seinfeld they had the bro? Like maybe he needed a bro or something like that. But it's one of the funnier
big we
interviews.
Talking? Like he's Sam Adams, Tony Siragusa?
Yeah,
big?
yeah.
Like
He's a big boy. And he gets arrested for it. The news station catches up with him, and the interview is pretty epic. So that and a couple of more things on the caboose. If you got thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk, that is fine. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll play that audio and a couple other things on the caboose next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle. But it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. Huge Giants fan. Saw Blake Snell's no-hitter on Friday night. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, it's called the Bro. Or the Manzier. Yeah, but I prefer the Bro. I like Manzier.
I have to tell you, it's a very interesting idea. You know, selling bras exclusively to women, we're really only utilizing 50% of the market.
That's what we figured. I told you.
And to be perfectly frank, I've always felt I could use some support. I know when I'm wearing Banlon, there appears to be some jiggling.
I wouldn't be caught dead in Banlon.
All right, so that is the perfect introduction to our first story.
What happens if you go braless?
Broless?
Yeah.
The Manzier. So, of course, that was
So what happened? They arrested a guy in Baltimore?
Yeah, so, he was a large fella. And just kind of give you a visual, had like a bowler's cap on. And so I guess he was jogging, and he didn't have a shirt on. Now, I didn't think that was illegal. Maybe it would be for a woman, but for a man, you take your shirt off.
How big of a guy are we talking about here?
You were talking about Sam Adams before. I mean, he's a big boy.
So you're talking 400 pounds?
Maybe a little under that. Maybe not that.
But a big man.
But a big man.
A lot of jiggling going on.
Yeah. If you were behind him, you'd see, earthquake coming, jiggling a little bit, a little jello going on. So this was the interview. And what's funny is it's kind of like the Caboose Pistol in that, in the WGN studios, they're cracking up afterwards. The woman just couldn't keep a straight face after this interview. So TV station catches up to the guy that he's been arrested for this, and he's none too happy about it, but the interview is absolutely classic. Arrested for jogging with his shirt off.
Baltimore City Police have charged a man. 31-year-old Dwayne Townsend is charged with indecent exposure and disorderly conduct on several occasions dating back to November of 2018.
And you see, that's what the problem is. Now, it's a beautiful day. I want to come outside with my shirt off, and I was just jogging, trying to get my body back in shape. And all of a sudden, I get hit stick like I'm on Madden, just boom, out of nowhere by a cop. And, it scared the hell out of me. I was so scared, y'all, I didn't on myself. And I'm talking about I was wet. I was wetter than a whale in a bubble bath drinking a bottle of water, okay? And to myself, I said, indecent exposure? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. What you want me to do? I'm a man. You want me to put on a bra? Man, that bra strap will snap like a bungee cord. Just go. And, I just came out of court, and they just gave me 2 court dates. One for each titty.
I'm sorry. It's had a fantastic response. I'm sorry. I can't.
That was the news anchor at the end there. She was laughing about that, though.
Tom, we got to get him on the show. Forget about what he did. He was hilarious. Put that man on the stand. Why?
What was his name? Dwayne? Oh, my goodness.
Why? Put him on the stand. Why was he arrested? What did he do wrong? Indecent exposure?
That's what they're saying. They're saying when you're that big that it's indecent exposure if, I don't know.
That's body shaming, John.
That is body shaming.
We have a lawsuit.
Yeah, I mean, look, some people could be, that could be fine. Why is it up to us to decide?
Look.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What is it,
He's hilarious.
Some people that's beautiful. Who's to say?
He's trying to get his body into shape.
Yeah, like he said, he's trying to get back in shape. How you going to deny the guy? It's a hot day. You can't take your shirt off? Of course you can. Men can take their shirts off.
I'm looking at video of him. He's not that big.
He's kind of big.
He's not that big.
Oh,
he
he
has
jiggles.
his shirt on.
Yeah, he's jiggling.
It's
called the Bro. Or the Manzier. Yeah, but
maybe that's all he would need is a man's ear. You see women jogging and that kind of stuff all the time.
He's going to lose more weight that way. Let him do what he wants. Why is that a crime?
Plus, if you're finding that offensive, I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, some of the things that some women will wear, or men, and it's super tight. I mean, that's what's in right now, super tight jogging stuff. It can be offensive. I mean, there's not a lot to the imagination on any of that stuff. What's the difference?
Everybody's offended by everything. Just don't look. Honestly, it's just something that's happened to him multiple times.
Saying.
Indecent exposure. He got 2 tickets for it. What is his crime?
indecent exposure. Like they don't like him with his top.
He's
with his
overweight?
shirt off. Yeah.
That's a lawsuit. You're body
That is a
shaming my
lawsuit.
guy here. What's his name? Dwayne?
Dwayne, right? It was at the beginning.
He's hilarious. I love
Dwayne,
this
I think.
guy.
Yeah. Dwayne. Yeah. Baltimore. So, anyway, probably lawsuit coming. You're right. There's probably lawyers all over the place going, "Are you kidding me?" They're probably contacting him as we speak. All the ambulance chasers, they're all over that guy. Like, dude, can't get arrested for that.
I'm sorry. I can't.
She's unprofessional. We would never do that. We just report a story.
He's not that big. You see that? He's not that big of a guy. He's not that big.
I can see moobs. I can see man boobs.
Okay.
But, you know, I've been there. Been there, done that.
I think it's his right to do that. He's fine. Don't look.
Yeah, that's my thought. Don't look. Anyway.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. Oh, there's that guy. We need to get
Is that the guy that was driving with no license?
Yeah. Hold on, Your Honor, while I park. Wait a minute. You don't have a license.
That is correct, Your Honor.
What is wrong with you? This is an interesting story. Did you see the story the other day? Pole vaulters, like a lot of track stars, speaking of showing too much, the uniforms are very tight. Not a lot to the imagination. There's a French pole vaulter who
the
really
guy from LSU.
He's I don't think he's from LSU.
The guy from Sweden.
Yeah, Anthony Amarati. Anthony Amarati. It says it didn't win gold didn't win a gold medal at the 2024 Paris Olympics, but he might receive $250,000. A 21-year-old athlete who went viral after he failed to clear the crossbar because his bulge got in the way.
Yeah, I saw that.
Is being offered $250,000 to show off his manhood at an adult website, according to TMZ. Cam Soda. I don't know if you're familiar with Cam Soda.
I know canned soda, but I don't know cam soda. Did we talk about this a week ago? I remember
this is a
seeing a
different
video
one.
of this a while ago.
But, there's not a lot to the imagination
Yeah,
here.
that one hurt.
I don't know if that's a sock or what, but Cam Soda Vice President Darren Parker reportedly sent Amarati an offer letter outlining the deal, saying, if it were up to me, I'd award you for what everyone else saw, your talent below the belt.
Yeah, he should be in adult films is what he should be in. Yeah, I did see that. That was very painful.
Yeah, he hit the bar with it. Like, dude.
And it smacked down his technique. He did not flop over.
No.
Have you watched the guy from Sweden that went to LSU and his mom and dad trained him?
Oh, no, I have not watched that.
Unbelievable. He clears the bar. Whatever height they put it at, he clears it easily. He's amazing. He won the gold last night.
Oh, he did?
That guy was so good. What a great story. He's been pole vaulting since he was like 4 years old. And his technique is just amazing. And he looked well endowed, John, but he got nowhere near that pole. He did the Fosbury flop right over the pole and got nowhere near it.
Those things are amazing. Like any pole vaulting, high jumping where you can do the Fosbury flop, like you said, all that stuff. That's crazy. But
I got no lie. I saw you. You didn't want to give it away, but the 200 meters that he ran last night to qualify in the prelim, he pulled up. He looked to the guy at the left, and then he wound up pulling up the last few meters. I mean, I've never seen it. I mean, Ben Johnson and Usain Bolt and Carl Lewis, but it's just, I don't know. This guy looks different when he runs. It's almost like, have you ever seen anybody run as fast as him? Noah Lyles? It's like a different speed.
Plus, he gets out to the slow start in the 100 and finishes the way he did. And then
his strides are so long.
And they always say that the 200 is his one. So I was watching, I don't know, it was probably before this time yesterday. And he like you said, he was cruising.
It's like literally a blur.
Yeah.
You're like looking at him, you're like, wow. He's just, and when he turns the corner to come downhill on the 200 meters, it is incredible to watch.
Absolutely. All right, there's your caboose pistol. That's a classic.
I don't think that guy's that heavy at all. I think we got to get an Olympic event for that guy. They have the
I was wetter than a whale in a bubble bath drinking a bottle of water.
He said he got, what did he say at the beginning? I got joystick worse than Madden or something like that. What's the beginning part? Yeah, the beginning
He's
is
not that large.
He has a great line.
Top. Is he that big? He doesn't look that big.
They're only showing him from the breasts up.
He's only like a D cup. I don't think he's that big. He's fine.
What you want me to do? I'm a man. You want me to put on a bra?
Hell no.
Want me to put on a bra?
Let it out. Let it out.
By the way, will we have time to talk about this when we come back? Because there was another YouTube-only show yesterday with the guys. And Derek, and this was a good one. Derek was on with Walter, with Tim, and and they got into this whole
Playing
thing.
Madden? Were they playing
Yeah,
Madden?
they were playing Madden, but what they did was they put Amari Cooper on the Niners, and they put Brandon Aiyuk on the Browns. And I don't want to give anything away. We can discuss it coming up next, but we'll tell you how that worked out. There's no trades or anything. They were just messing around with it. And then, by the way, the number they gave Amari Cooper and Brandon Ayuk's performance with the Browns are noteworthy.
Because Amari wore number 2 in Cleveland.
He did.
89 with the Raiders. What'd they give him?
And what was he, 19 with the Cowboys? I think it was 19.
Yeah.
So 19's. Oh, no, 19 is available again. Debo's 1. Anyone wearing 19?
Trent Taylor.
Oh, that's right. Okay. All right, we'll tell you all about that before the top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes at the top, only here on the Sports Leader.
They just gave me 2 court dates.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do not adjust your listening device. The Giants are back at 500. Set the parade right down, mark it straight down. Let us know if you think the Giants can make a serious push for the postseason on all our socials at KNBR.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Veronica and I are trying this new fad called jogging. I believe it's jogging or yogging. It might be a soft J. I'm not sure, but apparently you just run for an extended period of time.
I was wetter than a whale in a bubble bath drinking a bottle of water.
Here on the Pop and Lunch Show, if you want to jog with your shirt off, no matter your size, we support you. We're not like the Baltimore police. Yog or jog, however you want to say
I
it.
don't know why that's a crime.
To your heart's content.
That guy's hilarious, John. We got to get him on the show.
He is
tomorrow.
funny.
10 a.m. Let's book that guy.
Let's do it. We haven't booked a random guy like that since Malcolm.
Malcolm
Or was
in the middle.
Was the dolphin Malcolm? No, the dolphin was Dolly.
Hello, Dolly.
Dolly was the dolphin. Malcolm was the guy that was really weird. Yeah. And I just remember the next day we had him on once, and you go, "Wait, you didn't ask him the
money shot.
The money shot question. Did you consummate with the dolphin?"
I asked him one question on Monday, and we let him go.
I remember you texted me that next day.
We need this guy on. We love this guy.
And Libby was our producer. You go, "We got to get Malcolm back on. We didn't ask him the money question." And we go, "Hey, Malcolm, we just had one more question for you.
Did you consummate the relationship?
Man.
Was it hello, Dolly?" He said yes, and that was enough. Right in the,
we like, okay, see you
right
later,
in the blowhole.
wacko.
What's this guy's name?
Exactly.
He's hilarious, this guy.
I
Too
just remember
funny.
that.
Too funny.
Anyway, all right. One piece of news that we did not give you amongst all the Brandon Aiyuk talk today was that Tony Jones and others, Tony Jones covers the Jazz and the Nuggets, by the way, for the Athletic, but Anthony Slater, others were in on this, Shams, is that Lauri Markkanen is expected to sign that extension with the Jazz, which would make him ineligible this year to be traded whatsoever. So we've been saying this for weeks because I got a good source with the Jazz who said Lauri Markkanen loves the Jazz. The Jazz love him. He thought that they were going to consummate their relationship long term. It looks like they're going to do that. So where does that now leave the Warriors in their search for better players to put next to Steph?
Internal development. Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and Trace Jackson Davis. I understand Lauri Markkanen, and I think they were all in on it. But, he's a great offensive player. Does he play good enough defense? And you'd have to give up. Danny Ainge is not going to give that guy away. Why would he? Now, that guy's a skilled player. I'm not saying he's Larry Bird, but Danny played with one of the greatest guys on the front line for ability to shoot and pass. And Markkanen's, he's not Larry Bird, but he's a gifted offensive scorer. He can score 25-plus a night. Does he guard well enough? So I understand why they did it, and they went after mildly Paul George. They tried to put a package together, but the Clippers weren't going to play nice with them for George. So I actually am all in on this. I think that they're a better team. We don't want to see Clay go, but they're a better team right now. They're a deeper team. The guys that they've added, DeAnthony Melton can guard. Buddy Hield can shoot the ball. We know Kyle Anderson from San Antonio. That guy's a smart player. I think they're better. We'll see how they all come together, but the real growth is going to be those four guys, those core four, getting better offensively. Trace Jackson Davis, hopefully he's working on a pick-and-pop game, and Pajemski's got room to grow in all areas besides picking up charges and rebounding. Kenny being Austin Reeves type. Obviously, Kuminga, great growth last year, but he can make the next step from 20 a game up to 25 a game, and Moody's just solid. He's got to learn to play a little faster, so I'm not sure how I felt. I don't think I would have given those two guys up and possibly more, John, to get Lauri Markkanen. So I'm cool with them internally developing and the guys they brought in, and we'll see if they can make the playoffs this year.
I think they're better. I don't think they're good enough. I think that Markkanen would have been great because a stretch 4 or 5 is what this team needs, and I think that the Bay Area is underrating Markkanen. He's a really nice player. He's not a great defender, but what he could have provided this team with his shooting and scoring and rebounding and size is something that this team badly needs. I like Brandon Pajemski a lot. He's a try-hard guy. I understand why the organization loves him. I would have included him in a deal with picks. I would have been very protective of post-Steph Curry picks because I think that's when teams really get in trouble. I don't know that the Jazz wanted Jonathan Kuminga. I think they wanted the post-Curry picks, and I think they wanted Pajemski. Pajemski's nice. I just don't think that would have been the difference to me in getting a Lauri Markkanen. I would have done that deal, but I'm not in the power to do that deal. So that's what happened. Maybe they go after somebody else. There was a report after this Markkanen deal, or after the report came down that Markkanen was going to sign long-term with the Jazz, that they didn't have any interest in Brandon Ingram or a couple other names that have been floated out there. So that's fine. If they go into the season with this team, we'll see. I think they need more, but we'll obviously see when the season starts. They got to stay healthy, all those different things. Pajemski's got to take a jump. Kaminga's got to take a jump. Everybody's just got to be better, and then the guys that they got, everybody's got to stay healthy and play at a really high level. But I think they're short a guy. I think they're short of a really good player, and we'll see.
Well, as far as Pajemski, he just finished his rookie year. I mean, a lot of guys have wasted rookie years and don't even play much, so he's got a lot of room to grow, and he's an aggressive player. He is, as far as his ability to score, you lost Clay, and you can get the shooting back in Buddy Hield, but how much is Buddy Hield going to play? And he's not going to be in the starting lineup. Would he be able to force his way in the finishing lineup? So I do love Pajemski. I think he has a huge upside. He has a natural way to how to play. He's just, picking up charges, the way he rebounds at his size, the way he guards people. Question now is he going to your starting lineup now? Would he be a 1 with Steph being a 2? You kind of have to move it around a little bit. But I got to see DeAnthony Melton to see exactly what he is. Can he run the team? Is he more of a 2 guard? But you got guys that are locked down, certainly, lockdown defenders. So now that Markkanen is off the board as far as the Warriors obtaining, could they still make a play for Brandon Ingram, John?
Yeah, I think that's one of the guys that were out there. I mean, there's been rumors about that. What are they going to want in return? And he's going to want an extension. That's been part of the whole thing is New Orleans is saying, geez, can we afford everybody? They did make a trade in the offseason for Murray from the Hawks, so could they extend? Could they afford all that in the market that they're in? They're one of the smallest markets in the NBA. I don't know. But if they were to keep Ingram and they got the addition of Murray, I think that they would be a scary team. So what do the Warriors do from here? Is there a pivot for the Warriors off of Markkanen? So that's going to be the big question. But we didn't get to as much of that because obviously we were talking Aiyuk, but we did want to acknowledge it. And then tonight, obviously you got the Nationals. That's why you're sitting where you're sitting.
We do. And I do love Brandon Ingram. I think he's got to get a little bigger and stronger, but I've always thought he's the closest thing, a young version of Kevin Durant in the NBA. He's just got to stay healthy and get a little bit stronger. KD made a jump shot. USA is over Brazil by 30, 101-71 earlier in the fourth quarter, and a pass from Anthony Davis. Kevin Durant, who was already Team USA men's all-time leading scorer and rebounder, passed Lisa Leslie. He is now USA scoring leader, period, men and women at Olympic play. Leslie over 488 points. Durant passed her a couple of minutes ago, then hit a jump shot to put him up 30. So KD's at 490 and beyond, but Team USA is just rolling. They are so deep. They are so good to watch. They play the game such a strong way. Durant still playing off the bench. They got the starting 5 back that they've been using today, John, but it's amazing. It's kind of like when Mark Jackson coached the Warriors, where you go to that hockey line change and bring in the backup group. The starters are Steph and Booker, and Drew Holiday was back with LeBron and Joel Embiid. That group they bring in behind with Anthony Davis and Bam Adebayo and KD and Derek White. I mean, that is a hell of a fivesome behind him. So they are rolling.
All right, tonight, Mr. Birdsong going to the mound. I'm a big fan, so that should be fun. Mackenzie Gore going for Washington.
Wearing number 1.
Yeah, that is weird.
I don't like pitchers wearing single digits. There's only been 5 previous pitchers in there. Blake Snell wears number 7.
Yeah.
But only 5. They wear number 1? 5 previous pitchers in Major League history have worn number 1. Mackenzie Gore is the 6th. It's an odd number, isn't it, for a pitcher?
Yeah. I can't even think of any that have worn 1. It's crazy.
We'll have a full list for you at 3 o'clock.
Can't wait.
And a full breakdown on Hayden Birdsong. And you know what we're going to comp him to?
Who?
Chris Carpenter.
Ooh, that's a good one. Cardinal.
Can he be good as Carpenter?
I hated that guy because he was so good. That's good. I like to hear that.
Good curveball.
Thanks to Kevin Franzen, who gave us a little stuff on Washington. And, of course, he's a big Niners fan. He doesn't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk. Thanks to Mary Kay Cabot. She gave us the Cleveland side of things if it came down to Amari Cooper. And, again, Brandon Aiyuk stays in-house today. So that tells me he didn't want to go to Cleveland or New England, would you? So we'll see what happens in the next 24 hours when we meet again. Maybe something will be done by the time we speak again. Have a great pre and
20
post
hours,
and everything
10
else.
o'clock tomorrow morning, John.
What did I say? 24? Yeah.
We got to get our jogger from Baltimore on.
Yeah, we got to get that guy on. So we'll work on that. In the meantime, thanks to our good friends, Danny and Walter. And by the way, your opportunity to win tickets to every Niners home game continues with Tolbert and Copes. They're up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Something ain't right.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shagging? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you for less than an hour. I'll get you ready for the Nationals and the Giants. Today on the show, Bag's going to join us in about 15 minutes. What's up, Copes?
What's going on, dude? Nice hat.
It's an old one. This is probably 10 years old. I bought it, and then I put it in the closet, and I never wore it. And I like it. It's a little too wide. Like, hats don't fit me. That's the one thing. I can get away with the bald head, but for some reason, baseball hats aren't a lot of them. It's a little too wide for me.
So you're a beanie man.
I'm a beanie guy. Yes, I'm a beanie guy. So yeah, I use this. I use this to put over the camera if I feel like it. But I'll set it over here. But I do like the hat. It's a really cool hat. I forget what company does these hats, but it's a really neat, like, flag baseball logo, and then it's got the dude on the back with the flag. It says baseball. Oh, baseballism. That's what it is. Baseballism.
The place across the street from the ballpark. Yeah.
Yeah, they got some pretty cool gear. So very frustrating today, though. I went to get myself some lunch and specifically 3 or 4 days ago, bought myself some jelly. Because I was like, you know what? I miss having peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I want to have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I love peanut butter. I don't have it that often, maybe once a week, 2 weeks, but I was like, you know, I get strawberry jelly. It's got to be strawberry jelly.
I like strawberry.
Grape jelly's ass. Strawberry jelly is like the only jelly to use for the sandwiches. And Camila has all of them. I think she has grape, strawberry, and Nutella, the Uncrustables, which are pretty damn good, I got to say.
Uncrustables are money, nice. Dude.
Yeah, they're pretty nice. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna get some jelly. Get the strawberry Smuckers and the peanut butter, and then get some bread. So I got the bread out, got the peanut butter out, and I brought the jelly home, and now the jelly's missing. So I was not super happy because no one was down here, and I couldn't. Where is everybody? I'm just trying to get the jelly so I can have my sandwich before I do the show.
Jelly's gone.
And no sandwich. No, it's not gone. It is
here.
gone.
It's not where you need to find it, right?
Yeah, like no one's eating it. It's only been in the house 3 days, and no one eats like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches except for Camila and their Uncrustables. But it's just frustrating. I just I just want a damn peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I had my milk out, got my milk in my glass, because I got to have milk with peanut butter. You know that. I've said that before. And peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, I won't even eat one without milk. Just get it out of my face. I don't want it. But I certainly don't want it without jelly. The peanut butter sandwich doesn't do doesn't do it either. So I will be in between breaks here and after the show. I'll be on a mission to find that jelly. The problem is, as we start getting closer to dinner time, then you might just have to abort the whole mission because. So I'd rather not abort the whole mission, or I'd like some, but if we start getting close to 3, then I'm just going to have to just sack it and wait till tomorrow, I guess.
Have you ever doctored up an Uncrustable?
No, what is that?
So, dude, I saw there's all these people that do different things with Uncrustables online, and there's different flavors, You take I like that strawberry one you're talking about, too, with the strawberry jelly. You don't have the grape Smuckers, which is a little too strong. You take it when it's, defrosted, and you dip it in some egg. Like, you whip up some egg a little bit, you dip it, and then you cook it in a pan. Cinnamon, sugar, you can make yourself a French toast with the Uncrustable. It's unbelievable, dude.
Whoa.
It's pretty incredible. You do the cinnamon, the sugar, and all that. Throw some syrup on it if you want, some Nutella.
A little sweet?
It's pretty good, though. I mean, yeah, you're having, I eat like one, But it's pretty damn good. It's a good idea.
That's like, I think we went somewhere a week or so ago. Somebody had the, I think it was Weston's girlfriend, Sahar. She had like a banana. It was like a banana nut French toast or something.
It's like Banana Foster's? Like one of those?
It was banana bread. No, it's just banana bread. And I'm like, God dang. I go, how much sweetness? Like, look, I don't eat as much sweet breakfast as I used to. That's like my favorite thing of all time. But if I do, usually it's a waffle. And I love French toast. My mom's French toast. I love the French toast. But even that can get too sweet. Like, if you start taking like cinnamon rolls and putting it in batter and then doing, it's like you can only take so much of the sweetness. About
so much
2 or 3
rich
bites.
butter and
it's just like it's too much for me now. I mean, I guess when I was younger, I used to love it, but now, man, gosh, I just can't. I can't do it. It's like, oh, geez, it's just too much for me. But yeah, French toast. What's the scene in 40-Year-Old Virgin? Leslie Mann. Let's get some effing French toast.
French toast. Some effing French toast.
That was one of the funniest. The way she said it. That was one of
Jane
the
Lynch, yeah.
That was one of the funniest things. But yeah, but I go like if I'm gonna go all-time favorite breakfast item, I'll just go the simple, tried true blueberry pancakes. Just give me some fresh blueberries in some pancakes. Boom.
That's a little tart too. You can get a little tart bite in there with the blueberries.
And I like that.
I like a chocolate chip pancake though. I'm good with that.
Yeah, those will work. I mean, bananas work too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all good, but I just like the tried and true. Give me the blueberries. Give me some like fresh blueberries in there, and we're solid. We're good to go.
Before we get to the latest on Brandon Aiyuk, by the way, is there was some there's an audio clip going around now from Christian McCaffrey that we'll play for you in just a couple of minutes. Before we get into the Aiyuk stuff, and I tell you how you can win a pair of tickets to every regular season 49ers home game this year, we'll do that coming up shortly. Lauri Markkanen is not going to be a Warrior officially.
Not going anywhere.
Shams Charania reported Markkanen and the Jazz are expected to agree on a massive long-term contract extension, and he'll sign it on Wednesday or later, so he can sign it as of today, but they're saying by tomorrow or within a couple of days, he'll be untradeable then for the entirety of the 2024-25 season. Reportedly, the final offer to the Jazz from the Warriors, and I'm not surprised the Jazz said no to this, was Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks, some pick swaps, and second-rounders. Podziemski was off the table as far as the Warriors are concerned.
Yeah, no, that didn't surprise me at all. The Warriors didn't want to give up Podziemski, didn't want to give up Kuminga, and the Jazz didn't want to trade Markkanen. But if you were going to give them something crazy, then they would have taken it, and that's what they wanted. So they had all the leverage. They just saying, like, we'd love to keep him, but if you're going to, like, go way over the top, then we'll do it. But the Warriors didn't want to go way over the top. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I expected to happen. And to be honest, as much as Markkanen was a good fit, I don't know if he's a 3 or a 2. I don't know if he's like the guy you put next to Steph Curry and say, okay, this team's championship ready. Maybe 5 years ago when Steph was at the peak of his powers, maybe, and Clay was there, then now you'd have been cooking. I mean, they were cooking anyway, but you'd have been cooking. But now, I'm not even so sure it would have been smart to give up all those assets. Because the worst thing in the world that could have happened is you give up all those assets, let's say, plus Podziemski or Kuminga, which they didn't do, for Markkanen, and then you're not that great, and then the picks become valuable.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden Utah has all these picks, and you have no way.
Well, you have marketing, but that's the point. You need more than that.
But
right. Yeah.
you do have marketing, but what if marketing isn't what you hoped he would be? Like, what if he's not that guy? Because eventually you would be hoping that not only he'd be a strong number 2, which, again, I'm not positive he is, but that he'd transition into a number 1. And that I'm pretty sure he's not. I'm pretty sure he's not that guy that
I'm with you on that.
hand the team over to and say, okay, now, look, that's 4 years down, 3-4 years down the road probably, but still, you're laying out that kind of money and giving up those kind of assets. That's kind of what you'd hope to have. So I think ultimately I'm glad they didn't give up Podziemski. And here's the thing, too. I thought about this today. Do we know Podziemski's going to be an all-star?
No.
Because if he's not, then maybe this was a deal you should have made. Even though I wouldn't have made it, I don't think. But if you don't think he's going to be an all-star, like, I'm not sure he's going to be an all-star. I think I like him a lot. Or I think everybody listens to the show knows how much I like Podziemski. But is he like super role player? Like just a really good glue guy? And you need those guys to win, but you got to have the guys ahead of him too. Like if you have a bunch of those guys, you can't win. So I don't know exactly what he is. Like I don't. Because if he's not an all-star and you're trading for a guy who could be a perennial all-star, maybe that's a deal you should have looked into. I wouldn't have done it, but I don't know. I don't know if he's as good as they think he's going to be. I don't know that he's not either. Like I said, I'm a big fan of his, big fan. But I don't know if I look at him and go, that's a guy that's going to make 3 or 4 all-star teams.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. The Brandon Aiyuk situation is heating up as there are multiple teams now involved in these potential trade discussions. We know about the Steelers, who have gotten involved just a little while ago per Adam Schefter. They heated talks back up. Brandon Aiyuk was also at the 49ers facility today. He could be there getting a physical, and we've got some audio. Christian McCaffrey maybe breaking a little bit of news to us when we come on back. I'll also tell you how you can win a pair of tickets to go to every regular season 49ers home game this year. That is coming up, so stay tuned because we're going to give those away or give you the opportunity to win before 2:45 when Giants pregame gets going. When we come on back, the latest on Brandon Aiyuk, the 49ers regular season ticket giveaway. We're going to have that coming up, and then Andy Baggerly at 2:30. Tolbert and Copes, it's a Tuesday afternoon on a short show on the Sports Leader. According to Matt Maiocco, the 49ers have a framework for a Brandon Aiyuk trades with the Browns and Patriots, but according to Adam Schefter, talks with the Steelers have recently picked up. For everything 49ers, keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons, KNBR, the Sports Leader. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we've talked about this many times because it's a common problem. What do people do if they have unfiled tax returns?
They suffer unnecessarily. This problem is totally fixable. And that's true if you don't have the money to pay the taxes. That's okay. We want to make a deal for you with the IRS. If you don't have your records, that's okay. You get all the records the IRS and state has on you. If your records are in a mess in a garbage bag in the garage, no problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to handle that for you. The bottom line is, much like chest pain, there's no good excuse for ignoring it. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain all your rights, everything to you. We'll do all the old back returns. We'll give you back your life. free consultation. And if you say go ahead and do it, we want to do everything for you so you have no interaction with the IRS. You just have your problem taken care of and it goes away.
Steve's the guy, Steve. All they got to do is give you a call, Steve.
That's it. Just give me a call.
1-88-TAX-DEAL is the number to call, or you can find Steve Moskowitz online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Before we get into some of this Brandon Aiyuk stuff and update you on what's going on, we've got to do our 49ers regular season home game ticket giveaway. Continuing today until Friday, August 23rd, you're going to have 3 chances a day. One Sterling Murphy, Marcus, Papa and Lund, and Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. What a prize. Each person who qualifies is also going to win a $50 gift card to the Niners team store, and you enter for a chance to win that grand prize of 2024 regular season home game tickets, a pair to each game. Be caller 10, number 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. Tune in today. By the way, you can do the math. You only got about 25 minutes till you're going to hear that cue to caller. Between now and then, when we get to Giants pregame, you hear that, and you can qualify for the 2024 regular season home game tickets. All right, yesterday, Matt Maiocco told Tom and I, and he wrote this in an article a couple of days ago, but he told Tom and I yesterday that he thought we were probably closer to a trade of Brandon Aiyuk than we have been at any point previously. A handful of other people in the last day or so, Mike Garofalo said that of ESPN, said I think we're closer than we have been ever to a Niner trade of Brandon Aiyuk. And it just seems that maybe the Niners either don't value. We were discussing this on our off-air podcast yesterday, the KNBR off-air cast, which will be on today again, by the way. What time?
It's a good listen.
What time is it on today?
3:40.
3:40 today. So you can jump on over and continue some of the discussion, and we'll get into some fun stuff. We'll hang out for a while. But we were talking about this yesterday, about whether or not, because we've wondered what the dollar amount is. And while the market has formed itself around Brandon Aiyuk for all these wide receivers all offseason, most recently the DJ Moore one, I think everybody thought, okay, he must think he's right in that window, or maybe he's right shy of $30 million. Or once the market blew up, maybe he thought, I'm a $30 million receiver. The leverage he has here is that the Niners need that weapon this year in order to be successful. I'm not telling anybody something that they don't already know, right? We know that if they were going to trade Brandon Aiyuk, they'd like to recoup something that's going to help them now for this season. So the two teams that Matt Maiocco were throwing out the other day were the and had been thrown out by a couple other teams, or by a couple other reporters, were the Cleveland Browns and by the New England Patriots. Now, there was a report yesterday that apparently the 49ers and the Patriots had a deal in place for Brandon Aiyuk around draft time that would send the 49ers the number 34 pick from the Patriots, but the Patriots were told by Aiyuk and his agent that he would not sign an extension there, and therefore they kind of got cold feet and didn't want to go in on a deal. So whoever you trade him to, he's got to be willing to sign a contract with. Kyle Shanahan told reporters that Christian McCaffrey, by the way, today has a calf strain. It's not a long-term situation. He was never going to play this preseason, but he's not going to practice for a couple of weeks. Then Christian McCaffrey sat down on NFL Network's programming at 49er training camp. This is just a little while ago this afternoon, Tom. Tell me what you think about what Christian McCaffrey says here, while we know that there are frameworks in place for a Brandon Aiyuk trade.
You know, that's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate, or, you know, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
Well,
sound like Carl Lewis.
Well, slip up there. Uh-oh.
I make up for it now.
I think he left that interview. He's like, damn it all. I slipped up. I screwed up. And people are saying, well, Aiyuk was at the facility today. Could have been there to get a physical. Make sure everything's all in place for a potential trade. The Steelers are said by Adam Schefter to be back in on the talks here. I just don't know what they're getting in return from the Steelers or the Patriots, and that's where my hang-up is if you're going to trade Aiyuk, the Amari Cooper one is the one that looks the best for the 49ers, in that you're recouping that value that's going to help you this year.
Recouping? Nice.
Thank you.
They wouldn't trade Pickens, would they?
Wouldn't trade what?
The Steelers wouldn't trade Pickens, would they?
Oh,
I mean,
so.
I can't imagine they would trade.
Why do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm thinking. I can't imagine, but I'm trying to figure out, okay, what deal do the Niners make that makes them as good or better? Like somebody mentioned, I read a couple of times, Chargers for Joey Bosa. I don't know if that makes sense, because I think Joey Bosa is a free agent after next year. But, I mean, that, in theory, you could say that makes us better, because we're going to be better defensively than we were. But you already signed a defensive end. So I don't – the receiver is the logical one. Like, this makes us better, but I think you got to start looking at all different positions. Like, what can you get? Maybe not a receiver that makes you better. I mean, is Pearsall going to be a guy this year? We know Jennings can play, but he's been usually a 3, not a 2.
But I'm not ready for Pearsall to be the guy this year like Aiyuk was. Like, and that's what I.
No, he's not going to be that. He's not going to be that. But with the combination of Jennings and him, can you be right there? I don't know. But I'm saying not just that. It'd be with an upgrade at a different position.
What if you got Cam Hayward? What if you went defensive?
See, that would be interesting. That would be really interesting because that guy's a stud. He is. He's big time. So again, that's what you're looking at. Really, you're looking at that kind of stuff. Like, okay, we take a hit at this position, but can we get better at this position and make us better on defense, or make us a better? I don't really think they need anything offensively. Like, they don't need another tight end. They don't need another receiver unless it's the guy replacing Aiyuk. They don't need another running back. Offensive line would be great, but I'm not sure how much better that makes you. And I think Kyle and his staff probably figure, hey, we'll get the one stud, Trent Williams, and we'll make the offensive line good, kind of like his dad did for years and years and years.
Yeah.
So, okay, what position makes him better? And I think we hit on it. It's defensive end, but they got Little, and it's not Floyd Little. It's something Floyd. Why am I blanking on his name right now?
Who are you talking about? Leonard Floyd?
Leonard Floyd. Yeah, I don't know why I said Floyd Little. I think he was a running back for the Broncos in the 70s. But they got a defensive end. So Cam Hayward is inside. How much better does that make you? I don't know. But those are the type of things you gotta think of. It can't just be, okay, we need a receiver. It'd be nice to have one to replace like the Cleveland one's pretty clean, right? You get Cooper, you swap him in, swap him out, and you're good to go.
And by the way, the Patriots one is said to so that's the framework for the Browns trade, is they would be paying Aiyuk, you'd be getting Amari Cooper in return. It'd be pretty damn good. That's the one that's the most intriguing to me, because it seems like it's a swap and plug, right?
Yeah.
Like you can put a guy back in that position. The Patriots would be expected to include, and again, this one doesn't excite me at all, former 49ers receiver Kendrick Bourne, if Aiyuk were to accept the Patriots offer. However, as of this morning, the Steelers are back in discussions, and they are seen as Aiyuk's preferred landing spot. I guess the hang-up, and again, I wonder, like, if you're the Niners, I wonder at what point you say, I don't give a damn where he goes. If he doesn't want to sign an extension there, that's on him. Yeah. However, the team wouldn't do the deal without him being willing to sign the extension.
Correct.
So that's the hang-up. So the 49ers
leverage.
The 49ers then can't go on for the next 3 weeks and say, well, screw it, we'll just play another game of chicken with him, because you got to have something in that position.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that there's got to be some middle ground. So if the Steelers can get a deal done and you get something in return, I'm wondering why the Steelers would give up Cam Hayward in a deal like that. And I'm not saying he's the one, but that's a big-time player. 3-time All-Pro. He had double-digit sacks 2 of the last 3 seasons.
Yeah. I think, and look, I know you want to get as much money as you can, and I don't blame Aiyuk. Get all you can right now. But for a couple $1 million, I think you got to also think of, what offense am I in? How much fun am I going to have? And who's throwing me the ball?
Russell Wilson and
Dustin Fields.
Fields.
And they're not known for their explosive offenses there in Pittsburgh.
No. Or passing offenses, really.
No. So, I mean, is it all about the money? Or is it, look, I'm going to try to get as much as I can, but I also still want to be, I want to make some Pro Bowls. I want to have a chance to win a Super Bowl. I want to be involved in the offense. I want to have fun. Like those type of things. Do those type of things matter? Because there's a lot of guys out there that have signed big contracts with different teams and not super happy. Like, you get the money, but you're not winning. The offense isn't catered to you. So I don't know. I don't know. I still think for some reason I still think he's going to end up here. But
you still think Aiyuk's going to end up here?
I do.
Oh, I don't. I'm off that now.
You off that?
I'm leaning the other direction now. Now that there are frameworks in place. I mean, to me, this is more about, like, do the 49ers even if they believe Brandon Aiyuk is worth $30 million, maybe they're not in the business of $30 million receivers. Is kind of what I thought. Maybe that's where they go, we can't do that. We just can't afford to do that. You're like, it's a precedent. 2, you go, you know what? We've drafted another guy. We're willing to pay you 27 or 28, whatever it is. We can't go more than that. And if not, then we've got to move on.
What if it's not 30? What if they offered him 30 and he wanted 32?
Well, that's too much too. Then we're not in the business of $32 million.
He wants the A.J. Brown. He wants the A.J. Brown deal.
It's too much. Again, do you want him here? Yeah, but at what cost beyond this season? I don't think it may not be worth it for that amount.
Yeah,
it's a wide receiver. You're right. It's not a DN, so I would feel different about it. They've proven if they view a position as, like, again, maybe this will only ever happen with running backs like McCaffrey. They're willing to pay the McCaffrey deal, even though they know they can find value all over the place like they have with undrafted free agents and late-round draft picks at running back. I don't know that Kyle will ever see the receiver position as the same thing. who knows? It's a position predicated on having the ball delivered. Tolbert and Copes on a Tuesday afternoon. We'll switch gears. We got some basketball in, we got some football in, and we'll get some baseball in. How about this? Wilmer Flores officially out for the year. We'll talk about it with Andy Baggerly as Hayden Birdsong takes the hill today. Giants with a win against Patrick Corbin yesterday. We'll talk to Bags next on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Northern California Honda dealers. You know about Honda's legendary reliability, fuel efficiency, and value? Of course you do. Who doesn't? But you may not know about all the cool features that make Hondas so much fun to drive. The backup camera, heated seats, love the heated seats. Always good for playing gags too. Connectability, Apple CarPlay, Bluetooth, Pandora, Sirius XM radio, satellite navigation, you got it all. It's all there for you. And the reliability, fuel efficiency, and value, which you just take for granted when it comes to a Honda. The sound system, love it. Pop in some Tool, maybe some Iron Maiden, maybe a little ska. Yeah, good to go. You head up the mountain on a little road trip. Solid. Great deals happening now on every feature-packed Honda at your NorCal Honda dealers. For more info, all you gotta do is ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Sorry to steal your thunder, man. Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize. From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
We're working to make the connection with Andy Baggerly, who, by the way, is sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here, DolanLawFirm.com. Giants pregame coming up in about 10 minutes at 2:45 for a 3:45 first pitch. Hayden Birdsong gets the start today. You caught yesterday's game, Tom?
I did.
He's facing Mackenzie Gore today, by the way, the lefty.
Thought for sure they're going to lose in the 8th.
I thought so too.
Second, third, no outs, can't score. I was like, and then the Nationals go second, third, no outs. I go, they're losing. I go, they're losing. They had their chance to tack on. They had their chance. They didn't get it done. And then the law firm of Taylor and Tyler, the Rogers brothers, got it done. I thought for sure when they had second, third, I go, of course they're going to get second, third, and score. And then they didn't score. I was like, well, maybe they are going to win this game. So maybe that was a little change of fortune there. But, yeah, I knew I wouldn't have taken that bet that the Giants were going to win in the middle of the 8th. I wouldn't give it a nickel for that bet. I said, nah, I'm good here. I've seen this one before. So 500. They've got
57 and 57. They're back there.
They're like that guy that's swimming underneath the water in the movies.
You got to get there. It'd be nice to get above 500 today. No, I don't know.
Yes. Now can they stay up there for a little bit, or they get like dragged right back under, So, yeah, that'd be nice. I said 3-1, and give them a 1-game cushion over 500 when they get home. And I said that I would change my mind about this team if
they come home over 500. Yeah.
Yep. So
we'll be down there on Friday, by the way, at the public house. Friday.
Next Friday.
Is it this Friday or next Friday? Am I wrong on this?
No, it was next Friday.
Next Friday they're off.
What?
Oh, it's a week from today.
Yeah, it's
Atlanta against the Braves. My mistake.
Oh, that's not Friday. Yes,
Friday's an off day next week because they have a weird Friday off day and then 2 against the A's in Oakland. But they go Monday to Thursday against Atlanta. We'll be at the ballpark on Tuesday night. Tolbert and Copes at the at 58 Social. We be there.
Will Yamo be there? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm speaking of 4-year-old virgin, I have to hear Yamo be there one more time.
That's right.
Yamo burn this place to the ground. It's a good line. By the way, Tolbert and Copes sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Dude, the hit by pitch by Ryan Walker yesterday.
Yep.
Was that the worst place somebody could get hit? That you got hit like right on the top of his shin, and he just took off sprinting to first and then couldn't walk anymore. I was like, that is going to be the absolute worst. Just kind of right below the knee on the shin.
I thought he was going to fall on his face. I thought it was just like the leg was going to go numb. They're going to get the dead leg.
It's like where you stub your toe and you know it's coming. You're like, oh no, oh no, oh no. And then it hits you like 3 seconds later.
Yep.
No, Kelly Clarkson! Same sensation. Yeah, same kind of sensation. Pretty incredible.
Man.
By the way, Matt Chapman homered again yesterday. 3rd consecutive game he's homered. He's got 18 now. He had 17 all last year. How about that?
I don't know. He's having a good year. Like they signed him for $30 million, and like I think it's 30, 25, 30, and he's earning it. Like he's what you hoped he would be. The defense has been better as the season's gone on. He had a few errors early on, but that's kind of stabilized. We all know how good he is defensively. He made that play in New York to save the game. His home runs are about where you think. The OPS maybe a little bit higher, but about where you think. Like that's what you hope for when you go out and sign somebody in free agency. You okay, this is what we were hoping to get. This is what we got. Perfect.
By the way, he's not making 30. He's making like way under that. Remember that's what he was like
25?
No, he's making 17.6 this year.
Is that what it is?
He's making. Remember, he signed 3 years at $54 million. 3 years for a total of $54 million. So it's a player option for next year. If he opts into the player option, he'll be at 18.6. And then the following year, in 2027, there's a mutual option at $20 million. But there's a chance that after this year, that you could just give him a couple of years. hand him a 3-year deal, a full. Yeah, I'd imagine that's
absolutely.
That's two guys who I'd be really intrigued by at the end of the season. Like assuming things stay the same, Matt Chapman and because again, Matt Chapman shouldn't be your 3-hitter or your 4-hitter. He's not a guy you want to rely on for driving in 100 runs every year, but or something like that. But he's playing fantastic third base, even though he's made a handful of errors. He's made some game-saving plays. To your point, he saved that run in Cincinnati. I don't know how he made that play. He's like the only guy in baseball who can make that play, which is pretty incredible.
I mean, he's really good. Like I said, he's made more errors than you would anticipate. It's not been his best year, but still, he makes plays that other guys just can't make. And I still feel good when the ball is hit to him, even though he hasn't had his best year defensively. But offensively, he's been fine. You know, those type of guys hit those streaks, right? They're hot for a while and then not hot for a while, and then that's just kind of the way it works. So I kind of like where they're at right now, but again, they're a mediocre team. They're a 500 team, so that's what 500 teams do. They look good and they don't look good, and they look good and they don't look good, and they look good and they don't look good, and all of a sudden you look up and they're right around 500. But it's crazy to think they haven't been 500 since early June. It's been like 2 months since they've crawled and climbed and clawed their way, because they always got within 1 or 2 games and then went right back
losing
down to
4 in a row.
5 or 6.
Yeah, losing 3 or 4.
Exactly.
Something like that, yeah.
And that just cannot happen. Not with the schedule you're playing. I mean, it's Nationals Tigers. It's coming up for the next 6. So I'm sorry. Like if you saw the Diamondbacks or the Cardinals or the Padres are rolling. So the Diamondbacks can't lose right now. But if you saw they were playing that schedule, you'd go, oh, they're going to win 4 out of 6. At least 4 out of 6, probably 5. Like that's what the Giants got to do.
Yeah,
they got to do that. They got to get that cushion, get themselves 3, 4, 5 games over 500. And then you can start having the conversation. Okay. Because I said early on this season, get to 500. Then we'll talk. Okay, they're at 500. Now it's time to get over 500. And then kind of see where you are. There's plenty of time left in this season. Plenty. 2 months. It's not, forget about what the Padres and Cardinals and Mets and Diamondbacks, forget about what they're doing right now. All that's going to take care of itself. Like if you win, if you get to the point, like if you get to 85, 86, you should be good. So that's what you worry about. You don't worry about anybody else winning games. It makes you feel better when they lose, of course. But scoreboard watching for me is like September. It's like way too early to start stressing over what other teams are doing. Just win games. Just win games. And tonight, I said the same thing about the first game of the Red Series. Win that one, and all you need to do is split to win the series. That's what they did. Just win tonight. If you could just find a way to get this one tonight, then you split, you go 2 out of 3. Or you go 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
And you've had a hell of a road trip. And then you put yourself in a position of maybe, I mean, they're not thinking about it this way, but maybe get a sweep. I mean, who knows? Still a long ways off from that. I mean, they only won 1 game. And again, they're a 500 team. You don't want to get ahead of yourself here. But you start thinking, okay, what do they need to do to carry this momentum forward and kind of get going? Good birdsong start tonight would be really, really nice to go 2-0. That'd put him 2-0 on this series and 4-1 on the trip. That'd be a hell of a start to the trip.
Yeah, he's 3-0 with a 2.97 ERA. I just want to make note of this as we got about a minute and a half here before we get to the start of Giants pregame. White Sox and A's last night. I didn't realize they'd put it on MLB Network. It was like nationally televised to see if the White Sox were going to lose another game.
My God.
They tied, I believe, the American League record, 21 consecutive losses yesterday to the A's. I saw this note. If you eliminate the 14-game losing streak that they had earlier this year and the 21-game losing streak that they're on right now, they would be 27-53. That win percentage would still be the lowest in the majors.
Wow.
That's insane, dude. That's brutal.
That is unbelievable.
They're 20 games worse than the A's. My favorite is the video that's going around of Miguel Vargas, who was traded from the Dodgers to the White Sox, which just seems mean to do. He was like sitting at the top step and just sort of staring off into the abyss at the end of the game.
That sucks.
Thought he was helping a team into the World Series this year. Now he's a White Sox.
Like, if you want to know how bad the White Sox are, the A's, who are just god-awful, absolutely god-awful, are minus 200 against the White Sox today.
Whoa.
That's how bad the White Sox are. And guess what? Not only are they minus 200, they're minus 200 with Stripling pitching. I mean,
the guy's like 2-9 or something, right?
Can you be any worse than that? Oh, man. All right. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Tim. Time to get you ready for the Nationals and the Giants here on these Sports Later. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
It's the Giants and the Nationals, game 2 of the 4-game series in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. Today, it will be Hayden Birdsong on the mound for the Giants, the young right-hander who has been so good, and he has been activated from the minor leagues to make this start. And the young left-hander, Mackenzie Gore, will go for the Nats. I'm John Miller. Dave Fleming will be along in the middle innings. We've got a full pregame show starting now.
It is August 6th in Giants history. Let's go back to a magical year, 2010, and all that entailed. And the Giants were on their way to their first ever World Series in San Francisco. And August 6th, 2010 was part of it. Giants were taking on the Braves. A little preview of the NLDS. This one actually has a sort of an eerie preview of Game 3 of the NLDS. We'll get to it. Giants were trailing Atlanta 2-1 going to the 9th inning on August 6, 2010. And Billy Wagner's pitching for the Braves, and he starts the inning by hitting Aubrey Huff with a pitch. Ooh, Giants get a free base runner. And Buster Posey hits a ground ball, and shortstop Alex Gonzalez makes an error. And then Juan Uribe flies out to right, but Aubrey Huff heads up, tags up, goes to third. And next up is Pablo Sandoval. Like we said, maybe the Braves aren't going to make the plays they need to make.
Here's Wagner to the plate. Slider, and he swings at this one, bounces it to third. It's off the glove of Chipper Jones, who tried to come in and backhand it. It rolls down the left field line a ways. Over to third base goes Posey. Over to second base is Sandoval. Long ago, having scored the tying run, Aubrey Huff, and it is 2-2.
How about that? You can't make errors, kids, and expect to win ball games in the bigs. Giants tie the game, and then Sergio Romo throws a scoreless ninth. And Javier Lopez does the same in the 10th. Shout out the Wall of Fame ceremony. And then in the top of the 11th, the Giants take the lead. 3 walks and a Pat Burrell sack fly. And now you hand the ball to the guy whose beard was really beginning to become part of the story, closer Brian Wilson.
1-2 pitch is bounced past the mound towards second. Sanchez in to field it. He's got the ball. He throws to first in time for the out. McCann is gone, and so are the Braves. Brian Wilson gets the job done after a wild one, not a pretty one, and a game that I think the Giants can feel like they stole from the Braves.
Yeah, magical seasons need magical wins like that. Brian Wilson doing the job. And it's his 32nd save. Giants beat the Braves 3-2 on August 6, 2010. Hey, before we go, happy birthday, Wilmer Flores, 33 years old today. How about celebrating with a home run? Sounds like fun. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
All right, time to get you ready for the Nationals and the Giants. And to help us do so, our good friend John Miller. Hello, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, a lot of young talent on view here tonight. Hayden Birdsong, 22 years old, will be the Giants starting pitcher. Mackenzie Gore, 25-year-old prospect. Such a good prospect that he was part of the trade, and a key part of the trade that sent Juan Soto to the Padres, 2-3 years ago. And, of course, the other young guys, Wood, whom we saw last night, he's in there, and Abrams. All 3 of those guys were in that Juan Soto trade, 3 prized prospects. So, anyway, so we'll see how it goes. But for the Giants, I think anytime we have a chance to see Birdsong, you get kind of excited about it because he's been so good so far.
I was telling Copes, John, that I thought for sure the Giants were going to lose that game. Middle of the 8th, or beginning of the bottom of the 8th, when they had second and third, didn't score, and then immediately the Nationals get second and third with nobody out. I thought, well, here we go. And the Rogers brothers were able to kind of squirm their way, however you want to phrase it, out of that one. I thought that was really big, because I just thought that they've had trouble scoring guys from third with less than 2 outs. And then they immediately give up second and third with nobody out on their own and then get out of it. I just thought that was a huge part of the game. Obviously it was, because it was the 8th inning.
It just seemed like karma, didn't it? Like, you can't get away with that, and now look at this. Now they have second and third.
Yeah.
And, I think it was interesting because, they're down by 3 runs, but Garcia, who runs pretty well, he's the guy at first when Ruiz hits the double. And I think he had a chance to score, but the Nats third base coach, Ricky Gutierrez, said, hey, wait, what's the hurry? We got nobody out. We got Wood, who's been our best guy, was men in scoring position here for the last couple of weeks. And so he held him up at third base. And they never did get him home. So anyway, that was interesting, and you wouldn't have given much for Taylor Rogers' chances of getting out unscathed at that point, but then he struck out both Wood and Blankenhorn, so which was pretty good, and I guess they could have put up a right-handed hitter for one of those guys anyway. I don't think they would have done it for Wood. They're trying to help him learn the game at this level, but they could have for Blankenhorn. But then they knew that Tyler Rogers, a sinker baller who generally gets the ball a hit on the ground, was out there in the bullpen and would have come in. So they stuck with Blankenhorn, who was swinging the bat pretty well last night. So these are all things the manager's got to decide in the moment, at the time, and so he went with the guy swinging the bat well against a pitcher who was looking kind of shaky until he wasn't.
Boy, Fitzgerald's been something this year, hasn't he?
Incredible.
I mean, I keep watching him, waiting for, I don't want to say the bubble to burst, but I keep thinking, is this really, this can't be who he is it? I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe he's really hot, but maybe he's just one of those guys that's better than you think he was, just because he wasn't labeled a prospect or he wasn't a top 100 guy. You don't expect that much from him, and boy, no matter where they put him in the order, he just keeps coming out with consistent at bat after consistent at bat.
Well, one thing you do know is that he's been doing things that haven't often been done by anybody over the many years of Major League Baseball. And last night was his 11th home run in his last 17 games. And shortstops, he's a shortstop. And how many shortstops have done that going all the way back to 1901? Well, the first list we got was five shortstops have ever done that in the last 124 seasons. And some pretty good names on there. Last year it was done by Trey Turner. Fernando Tatis, when he was still a shortstop, did it 3 years ago. Troy Tulowitzki, when he was at the height of his powers in Colorado at Coors Field, he did it in 2010. And A-Rod was the first shortstop ever to do that. 11 or more homers in a 17-game stretch in 02. And no shortstops in history for 100 years before that. So that is something you can hang your hat on when you say, well, we don't know if the bubble's going to burst or what, but we do know that he's been doing things as a shortstop that haven't been done very often. And later on, they took Tatis off that list because one of his home runs that year came when he just came in the middle of the game. He wasn't in the lineup, and he pinch hit or whatever. And I'm thinking, come on. He was the shortstop for them that year, and that's what he did. Come on, he was the shortstop.
Let's be honest, though, John.
Not that day he wasn't. No.
Isn't it kind of and let's be honest, it's kind of a dumb list. Who comes up with 17 games as a barometer? Either make it 15 or 20. Don't cherry pick with 17. That bugs me.
Well, because that's what he has done in the last 17 games that he's played. He hit 11 in his last 17. But the other qualification on that, 11 or more, that you kind of, you kind of slow play that little part.
Give me a slow play.
He's only fifth shortstop in last 124 years in a 17-game period to hit 11 home runs or more in that period of time. And
or more. Tyler Fitzgerald is red hot. That's all it is.
He's when you're hot, and he is really hot.
Yes, he is.
And it's fun to see. And he was a good interview after the game. And it was interesting because he said, because I asked him about what was going on, was he looking for something, and the first pitch that he commented on, the first pitch he said hit the outside corner, and I took that, and then the next one I thought I could handle, and boom, and he handled it. But I told him, I said, I think it was significant, the fact that you didn't swing at that first pitch. Even though it was a strike, you didn't swing at it because it wasn't a good pitch to hit. And he said, yeah, and sometimes when I've hit in the leadoff spot, I get a little maybe overexcited, and I do swing at that pitch when I shouldn't. So, but I think that is part of the learning curve for a young guy, because you get, and it all happens so fast. We watch that center field camera when the game's on TV, and that makes it look easy. That's the most deceiving shot of probably anything in sports, because the guy swings at one that's a little bit high and out of the box that we get on there now. And you think, oh, what's he doing? What an idiot. He swung at that. That's too far up. Yeah. When you're down there and you see a guy throwing 98 miles an hour and you're by the batting cage or whatever, you think, how is it that they don't swing at everything the guy throws? It happens so fast.
We'll be right back to Washington, D.C. with John Miller right after this. Back here with John Miller, ahead of Game 2 of this 4-game series, Giants and the Nationals. We found out earlier today on his birthday, his 33rd birthday, that Wilmer Flores done for the season, John.
Yeah, the knee, and I think Wilmer's a guy who is always a guy who's, sometimes you have aches and pains and things are not quite right, but you play through them, and he's always done that. And I think he thought he could do that in this instance, but that knee, it just wasn't going to get better, and you'd see him take a big swing, and all of a sudden that knee would collapse and he'd drop to the knee. And it wasn't one of those Adrian Beltre kind of things where he's going for that low pitch and he's launching it out of the ballpark as he drops to his right knee. The knee just kind of collapsed and it wasn't supporting him. So that's kind of a bummer. And I think his contract for next year, he has an option of his own that he could exercise. So it could be that we'll see him back with the Giants next year. We certainly send him the best. And Bob Melvin did say that he keeps up with the team and with his teammates and is in contact with them, and very much missed because he's been a leader in that clubhouse for a while.
John, have a great call this evening, and we'll hopefully talk to you tomorrow.
See, we had that discussion last night, right? The Giants won. I was getting a lot of comments.
Good
from
games,
people.
Good calls. See, it's
hey,
easy.
Good call.
It's easy stuff.
Good broadcast yesterday. Yeah.
Well, I thought it was great. We'll see how tonight goes.
One of the best.
All right,
we'll see about tonight. Yeah.
All right, John. We'll talk to you later, man. Tom, award-winning Diamond Notes is next, and I guess I'll see you over on the YouTube video.
Yes, you will.
All right. By the way, yesterday, Tacky goes on the YouTube chat. Hey, when you guys asked Tom to do the off-air cast, did he put up one finger or two? Award-winning Diamond Notes.